Okay, YouTube guys, let me know if this is working. Okay. Oh yeah, we have. Okay, so it did work the restart. Oh, we're back. The Zios tried to take us out, but we outsmarted them. They were playing checkers. We were playing 5D chess. And what we did was we restarted the stream and it worked. Listen, Zios, you can't take us out. We're too smart for you. No matter what you do, we're 2 steps ahead of you. Okay, let me put the X space back on. Appreciate it. That's hilarious. Okay. Okay. Lots to speak about as well, guys. Lots to get through. So retweet the space, reshare it, and oops. Okay. Okay, let's get into the space. Oops. Oh. Okay, I'm just trying to. Just let me know if it's working, guys. Oh, let me check the. Check the volume off there. Okay. Guys, let me know if it's working. Okay, let's get to X space. Let me go to inevitable first, and then we'll take it from there. Inevitable.
Yes, sir.
Uh, Inevitable West, the guy that is represented by. Wait, why are you guys? Are you sure it's working?
You
Because
mean
why is it I can't? Yeah, I can hear you. I can hear you. They're saying the ring's working, but actually the multi chat still isn't working. But I don't know. These guys saying it is. You have the ring of fire.
Yeah, I'm listening to YouTube stream. It's live. You're loud and clear there, Sully.
Yeah, what it was is Andrew. It wasn't that the YouTube stream wasn't live. It was they were saying that the ring around you, so that other people are aware that you're live. That wasn't working.
Oh,
And
yeah, okay.
so I've reset it. They're saying it's working now, but the strange thing is, on the OBS, there's still no comments come through, and that's why last time there was comments, so it's a bit strange. But anyway, that's fine as long as it's working and the ring's there. It's fine. Okay. Let's get back into the conversation. Let's get through it. Retweet the space, reshare the space, let everybody know we're live. Let me just check the phone. Okay, cool. Okay. Okay, this is important. Let me read this out. Okay, I'll do it in a second actually because I need to find it, the details of it. In the meantime, so let's go to Dark Side. Dark Side, you got your hand up. Give us jump in.
Yeah, so thanks, Sully. Great interview, by the way, and was amazing to hear Colonel Aguilar's position, especially since he mentioned the dollar, he mentioned the petrodollar and the financial side. So I find that really interesting and very intelligent. But one of my friends just sent me a memo that came out from Dow Chemical, and I'll just read it real quick. It's short. Price modification for April 2026. Dear valued customer, the Dow Chemical Company and Dow Chemical Canada will modify the previously announced 15 cents per pound price increase to 30 cents per pound for HDPE, LDPE, and LLDPE resins. Um, so if anyone's wondering what those are commonly used resins that make plastics, milk jugs, detergent bottles, shampoo, conditioner bottles, chemical drums, piping systems, construction and infrastructure, consumer and industrial goods, everything from that to fuel tanks, medical components, and everything in between. Um, I think that's really really interesting that this is filtering through to the economy in real time. So anyone who thinks this is 6 months, 9 months out, we are seeing the effects today.
I just saw Trump. I'm just about to post the video out. Hilarious. He's like, guess what? We've succeeded in regime change. The regime has been changed because we now have different leaders than there was in the past. This is hilarious. This is such cope to demonstrate that these guys are losing and they're losing really badly. Inevitable West, I accidentally was gonna go to you and I didn't go to you. I did an email strong on you. Um, but give us uh, what's your thoughts? Because obviously your perspective is interesting. Because obviously you guys, for you guys, obviously you want Iran to win. But what's your thoughts on these claims that there's negotiations going on?
Well, look, and well, inevitable China. This is not inevitable West, so you you don't have to worry about an Indian on the other end of this. But look, here's the point, right? I think and Aguilar's great. He's I've heard you talk to him before, and I love his insight. I think and obviously there's relevance, and it seems to already be affecting people around the planet what's taking place. But he made a great distinction of like strategic goals versus tactics and overall like operational, right? Those are the three sectors. And Iran has a lot of tools at their disposal, even from a operational standpoint. In terms of engaging the MEU in the first place, we've got to remember they have quite a bit in their arsenal. They can certainly like start with the 358 missile. That's kind of what I'm actually really concerned about or interested in seeing. I don't want to see Americans send soldiers to die either, just because I'm not necessarily on the side of this. I don't have my goals aligned with Donald Trump's goals with Iran. Certainly doesn't mean you want to see barbarity, right? And the thing is, the Tripoli. First of all, the Tripoli is coming from Japan, and this is something that China has monitored and is fully aware of. Information from Iran, from China and Russia is key when it comes to Iran's response to all threats, military threats. The Okinawa was where it was based in the first place, and they've developed the loitering 358 missile that could very well potentially neutralize the Tripoli, especially if they attempt an aerial assault upon Karg Island. We have to understand that capacity is like a surface to air missile. It's a hybrid. It's a loitering munition. It's like a tube-launched drone essentially with passive guidance and kamikaze functionality, and it's got an advantage over traditional, air missiles because unlike radar-guided systems, the 358 is fire and forget with loitering autonomy. The Tripoli has vulnerabilities because it's a lightning carrier without a well deck, which prioritizes aviation, and it's got deck space for Ospreys and a few other helicopters and UAVs. But in the scenario positioned near Karg Island for any like amphibious assault, it relies almost entirely on these assets for like strikes and troop insertions and reconnaissance and anything else like self-defense, anything of that sort. So without its air wing, the ship kind of loses an offensive punch and becomes vulnerable to closer threats. And they have look the Tripoli has robust countermeasures, but it's not. I don't think they're this is why I think it's going to be very interesting. I think this weekend is going to be a pretty much a display in Iran's opportunity to show their ability, for deterrence. I think it's going to be important because if they don't, it's tough because if they don't execute, then it may encourage other countries to get involved. And they have obviously the ability to, with the ship's radar and the cross section heating and the heat signature just from the Tripoli alone, it sort of almost makes it a beacon. And the 358 can target the aircraft, even if it doesn't target the hull of the Tripoli directly. Not to mention, operationally speaking, like as mentioned before, the Tripoli has to operate within maybe like 100 kilometers from the shore for effective insertions, and that exposes the air side to like land-based threats. I have reason to believe that the rumor that's come out about Iran procuring anti-ship missiles from China, the CM-302s, I believe it's called. I have reason to believe that that not only is that kind of a done deal, but it may even be able to be put in use. It's not like the advanced radars, which can take sometimes around like 6 months to a
Inevitable.
year to set up. Oh, go ahead.
Just need to interrupt you because we've got some major breaking news.
Absolutely.
US have proposed a 15-point plan to end the war with Iran. They've proposed a 15-point plan to end the war with Iran. We're going to go through each of the 15 points, but this is shocking. A 15-point plan to end the war with Iran. Huge news. The question is, what's in these 15 points? Well, this is the hilarity of the situation. Let's look at it. Is it pro-Iran? Is it pro-America? What is it? Number one, remove all sanctions on Iran. Who's winning? Remove all sanctions on Iran. U.S. assistance in advancing and developing a civilian nuclear project. Take it in. U.S. Who was saying? So, this war coverage has been going on for 25 days. They've been saying America's winning. We've been saying Iran's winning. Let's look at these pieces of item and see who's winning. Remove all sanctions on Iran. U.S. assistance in advancing and developing civilian nuclear project within Iran. Removal of the threats of sanctions being removed. So they're like, not only are we going to remove the sanctions, we're also going to remove the threat of sanctions. Like we won't even, listen, Iran, we're going to remove your sanctions. And guess what? We're also not going to even threaten you. Oh, please, good sir, Iran, we'll remove the sanctions and we won't even threaten you. If we promise, we won't even threaten you with sanctions. We're going to remove the possibility of the threat of sanctions. Iran's nuclear program is frozen under a defined framework. So what that means is they keep it as what they are. It's frozen at what it is. So before the war, remember, Iran agreed to 0%. They were at 60%. They agreed to 0%. Now they're like, Iran, you can keep your 60%. Iran, you can keep your 60%. Okay, I need to change the title. This is crazy. I haven't even read all of them. I just read the first few and was like, U.S. falls and loses the war. Okay. We'll have to see, because they're still sending troops there, but they probably realize that those troops are going to be taken out and they'll all pass away. And so they've had to capitulate. Iran's nuclear program is frozen under a defined framework. What's the number 5? This is crazy. This cannot be real. Honestly, this cannot be real, bros. This is crazy. I'm reading some of this for the first time because I only read the headline, and I quickly read the headline, read the first few, posted it out. This is crazy. This is total and utter victory. Oh my God, I need to write this before I even read the rest of this. Total Iranian victory. Iran, make sure I'm the viceroy of Europe when the Persian Empire comes back. Listen, I fought against the propaganda. I spoke the truth. Make me the viceroy of Europe. Oh, Iran. Total victory. Total victory. This is crazy. I'm writing total Iranian. I'm writing my total Iranian victory. I got to tweet it out, but guys, before I continue with the 50-point plan. This is crazy.
Yeah, get that out, Sully. That's breaking news, big time.
This is according to New York Times, obviously. Take it with a grain of salt, but this is totally very much... Okay, so we're on 5. Guys, hold your chairs. Iran's enriched uranium to remain, but under supervision and agreed limits. So you keep your enriched uranium, you keep it at 60%, you remove the sanctions, you remove even the threats of sanctions. Missile program to be addressed later with limits to quantity and range. So again, the missile program, which is what the war was started over, we're not going to even... Listen, y'all keep it, blood. You all keep it. You keep it. Missiles, we'll talk about it later. Please don't just keep destroying Tel Aviv. Keep not destroying us. This is crazy. I cannot believe it. I actually thought I'm not going to be happy with some of the points in this. Up to now, it's a total Iranian victory. TIV, total Iranian victory. Okay, what point am I on? I need to get some water. This is crazy. This is
Number
crazy.
5-6. Number 6.
Oh no, Andrew, I was doing a bit of drama. It's fine. I like it. I like it. Andrew's like, yeah, but you're on 6. I'm like, yeah, bro, I was just doing drama. It's called bringing some drama to the space because this is too good. So as Andrew said, we're on the next one, which is number 7. Use of nuclear programs restricted to civilian. It's not finished. This is crazy. Brovs, this is crazy. Development of use of nuclear programs restricted to civilian and defensive purposes only. So they're literally like, you can have a nuclear bomb for defense. This is crazy. So they're like, listen, for civilian purposes, Iran's like, yeah, we were using it for civilian purposes only. But actually, guess what? You could also use it for defense warfare as well. And they're like, oh, blood, really? Yeah, you can have a nuclear bomb, just use it for defense. This is crazy. Okay, let's continue. Development of existing nuclear capabilities halted. It's something Iran already agreed to. Like 60%, they don't want to go above 60%. No further expansion of enriched capabilities. No production of weapon-grade nuclear material on Iranian soil. So don't create the nuclear bomb. All enriched material to be handed over to the IAEA with an agreed timeline. Natanz, Isfahan, and Fordo to be removed. International monitoring and verification mechanism enforced. Gradual implementation tied to compliance. And additional regional and security understandings between the parties, meaning there's not going to be any more war. I don't know what to say about this, but this is total victory. If you've heard of capitulation, then this is not just capitulation, but capitulation times 10. This is crazy. I'm not being too greedy. I'm like, what about the reparations? What about the reparations? Although I actually, to be honest with the reparations, I actually thought that was a negotiation tactic and that wouldn't actually be part of the end one. But this is crazy. How can it? This is capitulation. Sorry, was someone going to speak?
I was gonna say maybe the GCC they'll make the GCC pay for it. Maybe they'll do that. Maybe they'll make Saudi Arabia
they
pay
will.
for
And you'll be
it.
like, okay, sir, I'll pay for it.
Hey, they only expect one of us in this wreckage. I think that's what Trump is telling MBS right now.
This is just crazy, bro. Anyway, other news. Let me just get to that. Trump claims the regime change has already happened. He said we have really regime changed. There is a change in the regime because the leaders are all very different than the ones we started with. This is crazy. I'm not. Someone said, Handler said, do not get excited. You are celebrating like those folks who were gifted the Trojan horse. No. Listen, I don't believe the Americans are going to abide by this. I actually still think the invasion is going to happen. But this demonstrates total American loss. This is the end of the American empire. They were defeated by the Persians. It's over for them. It's over for them. Trump says the following about Saudi Arabia. He says Saudi Arabia is fighting Iran with them. A reporter says, is MBS encouraging you to do certain things related to Iran? Trump says he does. He is a warrior. He is fighting with us, by the way. Well, we know that. We know the Khalids are fighting with you. Okay, someone jump in. This is crazy. Like, am I exaggerating? Like, this is off it.
He just threw MBS under the bus. That's
He
amazing.
did.
MBS.
Absolutely.
MBS.
This is just awesome. If this is actually true and we can get all these concessions without having to sacrifice thousands of Marines, that would be amazing. To see the sanctions lifted, Israel not get anything they want, and not have to see thousands of amazing American young men die, that's the optimal outcome. I mean, no one wants to see this war and suffering. This would be the optimal outcome. Iran can rebuild. And then Trump can go back to his supporters and say, hey, I lifted sanctions, oil prices are lower. So then he can go and lie to his supporters and claim it as a victory. Oil prices with sanctions lifted on Iran, oil prices go down. So then gas could then end up lower than before the war. So then he could say, hey, as part of this deal, gas prices drop. So I committed to my campaign promise of lowering gas prices. So then he'd be able to spin that up as a victory. And yeah, so he could try to claim a win out of this because no one's going to go and you're not going to have the Democrats campaign on. He caved and lifted sanctions on Iran because that's, I mean, kind of what Obama was considering doing. So then that would basically then be an attack on Obama in an indirect way. So, I mean, yeah, and plus, this is exactly what we want. So, I mean, yeah, Trump will be able to gaslight his supporters into saying this is a win somehow. So, yeah, let him do it.
Yeah, absolutely agree 150%. We were talking about this from day one, Sully. You kept saying over and over again, hey, Trump will come out of this, even though we lose, even though the United States loses, we're the victors. Imagine how he can spin that. And he will. I agree, Andy. He'll spin it that way.
Yeah, I mean, all the analysis is you literally can't take. Let's say we somehow even got our troops onto Karg Island, which is hard to imagine how we'd even successfully land there. Iran would have no hesitation blowing that up. I mean, just think about the Soviets in World War II. When the Nazis took stuff, they destroyed their own factories and farmland, so that Nazis couldn't use them, and Iran would be more than willing to use the same scorched earth style tactics with their own oil infrastructure, and then they'd take out the Gulf oil, and we'd have a worse recession than 2008. I mean, we're headed towards a recession anyways, just because of the underlying economic factors, but it is much better to have a minor recession than a total economic collapse, which would be caused by losing all that oil infrastructure.
Well, I
Yeah, I
noticed that
agree
there's
100%.
one. Oh, I was gonna say I noticed that there's one major demand that is missing, which is the Oh my goodness. So it was not the, oh gosh, not the sanctions, but it was not reparations either.
The
Was that it?
basis.
That was
The
the one that was
Remove
basis.
missing? Oh,
forces.
yes, that was it. That was it. It was both of those. Yes, reparations and the bases. So I wonder, like, I'm wondering if that may be a strategic factor to not including the bases, because I think that was at the top of Iran's list, and that's a notable missing factor.
Yeah, I mean, if you guys
They
heard me,
they
I always said
destroyed
that
them.
the bases would not be removed. They may be minimized, but if you guys remember, I think I was the only one saying it. That would be one thing the collegians would never ever like. That would be the sticking point because those are countries. It's because you know what it is. It's like hard to describe because you're not looking at it from a psyche of an Arab or an Asian. These people worship the United States of America. They see them as almost divine. And so when people are making their geopolitical analysis, they kind of take away this kind of psychology, sociology, and not just geopolitics, but philosophical, theological history as well, and history. And so so that's why whenever I'm kind of telling you guys what I believe is going to happen, and I'm like, look, this is going to happen, this is going to happen, this is going to happen, these decisions are going to make, these countries are going to say this and that. The reason I'm always on point is because I take all of those things into consideration. I don't just look at the financial. I don't just look at one aspect. And an important point is this psychology of these Gulf Arabs. They were implanted and placed into the country, as I mentioned many a times. They were put in those positions, and they only remain in those positions by in their view, the benevolence of the United States of America. For if they decide to take it away, they fear that they will be removed. The CIA, the Mossad is completely infiltrated, absorbed into their countries. And so someone like MBS, let's say he wasn't, whoever, if he was what we say he is, he what to call it again, he would be in fear. So let's say he hypothetically disagreed and said, look, I want to get out of this country, I want to get out of this situation, I don't want to be controlled by it, I don't want the American bases. He knows that he can't say that, because if he does, what'll happen? Click of the finger, he's taken out, another leader is replaced. And so he only lives there in that position by the sheer allowance of the United States of America, and he knows it. So anyone who says this guy's got power because he sent $1 trillion because now he's buying assets, this is ridiculous. He is completely controlled, he's completely occupied, and he's afraid that he will be removed. And this is an example of it. And you can see behind closed doors, Trump may be lying. Obviously, this is possible. I don't think he's lying. I think the Saudis are involved with him, and they do agree with all of these points that are being said. And so this is why the basis thing inevitable. I always thought that this would be more of a. I never thought that the bases would be completely removed from the region.
Makes absolute sense. Yeah, and I guess one part of it too is they did sustain quite a bit of damage. In some ways, damage that will not be replaced. The radars alone will not. There, I don't see unless Trump can obviously appeal to President Xi and make a agreement in order to undo the sanctions or undo the license limitations that are applied on rare earths for military purposes. I think, and by the way, Trump really he pushed back that meeting with Xi Jinping for the reason why is because he needed to go into it from a position of strength. Now he has nothing. He has nothing anywhere near it. And I think earlier this maybe like a week ago he thought that perhaps he can regain that position of strength, of especially coming off of Venezuela and what's going on in Cuba. I think he thought he would have that trifecta, right? He's not going to have that anymore, and I don't see when they're going to be as able to establish that sort of positioning. At least if you're the American. So yeah, like this very
No, they
interesting.
he won't inevitable. Maybe it and Sully, I was pushing back against you when you said that the U.S. would have a footprint there, or at least a presence. I said no way, it won't be. But yeah, I can see you're right there. Kudos to you on that. However, let's look at the truth here. What'll end up being is just a paper tiger presence. Hey, we still got a presence here. Okay, whatever. But it's a tiger without teeth. Honestly, let's be honest. When that asymmetrical threat there in the Persian Gulf. But yeah, man, I think it's awesome that 15-point plan. I don't think the U.S. has any choice. Honestly, they have to acquiesce. If not, we'll lose thousands and thousands of men. It'll be a bloodbath. America will revolt, and worse, global absolute collapse. All the financial experts have come in, and they made it very clear. So the U.S. is going to have to acquiesce to that. I saw the same thing happen in Vietnam with the Paris Peace Accords. Nixon kept saying, "Oh, we're going to pound the Vietnamese into submission," but in reality, behind closed doors, the U.S. was working out with Kissinger and all that, the Paris Peace Accords, and Vietnam got exactly what they wanted. They took complete control of the country. The U.S. removed all of its military assets, and later came back with the banking IMF system. That's a different story.
Total Iranian victory. This is crazy. Like, how could, and remember, these are America's demands. I want you to understand this. This isn't Iran's demands. So don't think this is the final agreement. I think this is an important point to know because I kind of didn't highlight that. These are America's demands. These aren't even Iran's demands. Iran's demands are going to be more out there, or wherever, more towards what they want, and then they'll come to some kind of middle ground agreement. So that's an important point to know. So America's off the bat demands are so Iran friendly that literally tells you who's winning this war, who's dominating, and what's going on. Bro, Iran, listen, Iran, when the Persian Empire comes, remember your boy. Make me the viceroy of Europe. Okay, resistance. Let's go to you. What's your thoughts on this? Hey, guys, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah,
Sorry,
yeah, that's resistance.
I can hear you. Yeah, can you hear me, guys?
No, your mic's not great.
Hold on a second. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 minute.
No problem. No problem.
Sully, can inevitable be your backup viceroy assistant when you become the Prince of Persia there?
Wait, China. Now I can't. What about the China man? He might try and kung fu us. What if he
You
sends
know what
Oh
we
emails?
no!
What if he sends email? What if he sends emails Chung? Like we ain't gonna allow that.
you know
But
what we might do? Oh, we might just take the GCC. I think that might be the. No, I'm kidding. We won't take anything. But
he'll.
let's be honest.
Oh, bro.
It's kind of already there with the Belt and Road Initiative.
Yeah. Let's go to TT. TT, jump in.
I,
Give us your thoughts.
now. Okay.
Hey, do you want me to go first or resistance? Because I think he just came back.
Yeah, I don't mind. It's just you keep glitching out, you see, and then I'm gonna be.
I know, sorry. It did kick me out like 3 times. I don't know if I was like, yeah, sorry. So I will give my
Ladies
thoughts really
first.
quickly.
Ladies first. Fine.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Resistance. First of all, Suleiman, your excitement got me very excited. Just you reading through those points and getting too excited and not being able to finish the sentence just goes to show how far we've come during these 25 days together. So the thing that I was going to add is, I mean, it's interesting. I'd be really interested to see where this goes. I mean, we're all a little bit skeptical, but I think the point that I was going to make is that, you know, Iran has always been the regional superpower, regardless of like whatever is going on. And in this war, I think we needed a hard show of power because that's what the US and Israel understand. I mean, they don't share the same sort of like morality and the same understanding of life and everything, you know, that we share in the region with us. So they need that hard show of power. And that's exactly what Iran's done. So it's sentiment to the resistance that they've shown. And also, I think, regardless of the fact that the GCC countries are in bed with, you know, the Zionists and the American regime, they don't respect these countries. These countries bring nothing to the table but money from their oil. So I know that they're allies and they work together, but I don't see a world where you can rely on these countries to do anything for you other than just be a liability. Because right now, the reason, if you think about it, just from a factual standpoint, the reason that Israel and America can't go as hard as they want to on Iran is because all of the GCC countries are in the region and you can destroy all of their facilities, which are some are shared facilities, some are not, you know, but it's still American interest to some extent. So, in fact, these people, we've always known that they're Iran's biggest enemies. I mean, the Iranians know that. Every single Iranian can tell you that. We couldn't always directly point to the reason why, because a lot of these things are hidden. You know, there are a lot of like interwoven politics and history and competition that was between our countries, and a lot of backstabbing from these countries. But actually, I'm so happy that this war has just proved to everyone that was in doubt and the world where these countries stand and what they would do to their own neighbors. So the fact that we've got to a point where we've seen their true colors and we've seen what stance they've taken and how much damage they've caused, I think that's a really positive thing because Iran is clearly winning. And after this, Iran will take its rightful position as the regional superpower. But at least we know who we're dealing with. We know the neighbors that we're dealing with. And the thing is, Iran is always going to fight from a place of honor and is fighting for its people and for its heritage and for its sovereignty, whereas these countries just backstabbed Iran for absolutely no reason. And we're all going to have to be neighbors in the future. So if these points are correct, I think America didn't really have a choice. I know that this was really tough on the Iranians. Don't get me wrong. I'm not going to sit here and act like this wasn't a horrible situation for Iranians to go through. But let's be honest, what choice do you have other than make a deal with Iran? You're not going to make Iran disappear. And if anyone had any doubt about that, now they know for a fact that Iran is not going anywhere. And despite the sanctions, they stood their grounds and they fought with honor. And from here on, all they're going to get is more of this because now they don't even have the fear of, you know, America can destroy us because they can't. We've seen that they can't. So huge victory. Even if 10% of what you read, Suleiman, is true, it's still a huge win. The fact that we're saying this out loud on public platforms, to me, that's a win. That's a huge win.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy to say the least. Go ahead, Resistance. Jump in. Give us your thoughts on this breaking news.
Well, I mean, I like what the interview with Anthony Aguilar again. He's obviously, I mean, everyone you speak to now, Sully, they're all in agreement. This is a disaster for America. And Iran's playing its hand pretty well. And I wouldn't say that they're playing their 100% hand, maybe just like 20, 30%. They're very restrained in everything they do. We don't know what traps they set. They're literally toying with Israel right now. They're sort of launching experimental missiles today and yesterday. So they're using them as a test bed because some of the missiles, I haven't seen them before. I don't even know what they are. But they are causing different types. They're moving at different speeds. One, I think it was clocked at Mach 13, but only had a payload of 220 kilos. And in the ones that in Arad and Dimona, they were clocked at 14, a Mach 14, and have bigger payloads, much bigger payloads. So, and then they mix it in with submunitions. So you call them cluster, but it's the sort of submunition missiles. They mix it in with those. So they are literally peppering Israel at their whims. Really, they have missile superiority over Israel's skies, and that's telling. And then the supposedly the most powerful superpower military, the most powerful military in the world, can't protect them. And when I was just doing the numbers today, because I was just trying to research how much JSAMs have they got, the United States and their allies, and how many Tomahawks they've got. And the program is that they've got 10,960 JSAMs that they are meant to produce. They've got 6,000 of that stockpile. And if we're led to believe that they launched over is it 50,000 missile strikes? So they've depleted practically all of their JSAMs and all of their Tomahawks, or at least a large amount, if you believe that 50,000 strike figure, which I don't believe. I think it's probably close to 8 to 9 to 10,000, and they've got a few thousand left that they're trying to reserve. So while Iran are playing a restrained game, they're using their old missiles, and they've got plenty of stockpiles of those. And once they sort of once they get further into the war, they start using their a bit more advanced missiles because they're depleting the air defenses of the U.S., Israel, and the allies. Whereas the U.S., Israel, and allies are doing the opposite thing, and so they're just launching everything. They're blowing the whole whack in the first few weeks, and now they're resorting to troops on the ground in active desperation. So they're playing into. It seems like the military strategies are so poor that it's like a 5-year-old would do compared to the military strategies of Iran, who are like, I agree with Anti Aguilar. They're playing 3D chess, and the others, they're not playing any game. They're playing, yeah, probably battleships, I would say. That's all they're doing. It's literally potluck what they're doing. So it's going to be a disaster for America, and it's going to blow in their faces. And Iran can continue like this for the foreseeable future, maybe 6 months, maybe a year, maybe 2 years. And then they're really saving up their air defense missiles, air defense, so the S-300s and the S-400s and some of the MiG-29s for when America and Israel decide to get really desperate and start going over Iranian airspace with their F-35s and B-1, B-2 bombers. So they're playing a really good strategy, Iran, and they're playing the clever game, and the Israel, United States are playing the foolish game. So yeah, unfortunately, I don't really have much positive news. If you are a US or Israel supporter, then yeah, I feel sorry for you guys. You're being led by a white-haired senile man and Netanyahu, which I like that by Aguilar. Brilliant.
Yeah, and look, every single like the JDAMs and the Tomahawks, they're not gonna get those back. Like when you use them, they're done. You need China to get the samarium cobalt magnets that are needed to like withstand the G forces and how quickly how much heat produces upon those speeds. You need like the guidance fins. You need a bunch of components. And by the way, those are components because Manco's tried to say earlier that they don't get components from China. Literally, the magnets are like assembled in China. So yes, you do. For the record, just for the record, I didn't want to relitigate it, but yeah,
No, that has to be stated for the record, inevitable, because that came up again when you weren't here. So yeah.
yeah, and just yeah, everything that they use, and I think they know that too. They know that okay, well, there's today, but what about tomorrow? They have to think about tomorrow, and frankly, obviously, this could be a complete smokescreen. They might not mean it at all. For all we know, this could be a matter of kicking stirring the pot, if you will, from within Iran and getting because look, anytime anybody within Iran, especially within the IRGC, makes any sort of public statement that creates I guess you can say, a digital trail automatically. And when anybody says anything whatsoever at all, they pretty much know where that person is and they have a good idea of where their network is. Saudi Arabia and Israel pretty much like had a really close relationship when it came to usage and production of the Pegasus spyware tool, right? And that's been a huge factor. Not just, and obviously that tool is implemented within systems that are used to even just make public statements in the first place. So they know that, and there could be there could very well be nefarious means. Internal communications will happen. They will occur in Iran in response to this. So of course, this is still something to. This very much paints a picture of where the U.S. thinks their positioning is, but it also does at the same time. It is a form of offense. Any communication that is made by the West should be considered that, especially when it pertains to getting a response from the other side. So that's just one other factor.
Yeah, I just read the Modernized Asset Requisition Report, um, by the United States military, and they said that they produce their project to build a stockpile of 10,960. This is written in 2024. They can only produce 43 a month. The Tomahawks they can produce is 83 a month. So at that rate, this is with this is with an expanded manufacturing facility that they've actually funded last year, and before that it was something like 60% of that for each of those categories. So I'm planning to obviously post that, but I just didn't have time today. But it just goes to show it doesn't matter if you've got 200 billion or a trillion. You don't have the industrial base, you don't have the critical raw materials, the critical metals. So it's really going to be very hard to really accelerate and scale up this sort of the manufacturing to the degree that you need it to be, let alone the amount that you've expended, Israel and the United States have expended just in the first week or two of the war, which is a substantial amount. So it was really, really foolish. And I just don't understand the thinking behind this, the logic behind all of this. It looked like it was a gamble. I don't think that there was any sort of credible assessment of this, and I think every one of the military.
Testing. Let me know if this is working, guys. Is this working? Yeah, brilliant. Okay, cool. Let's do this. Okay, guys. Let's do the video, bros. Total victory. Iran has won the war. The United States of America has capitulated. Every single thing we said about what was happening in this war has been accurate and hasn't been on point. We've been saying that Iran has been dominating. They've been destroying Israel. They've been destroying the GCC. They've been destroying the United States of America. They've had very difficult situation for themselves. They've not been able to respond to Iran. They've been struggling. And the mainstream media claimed America was winning. We said the opposite. Well, the United States of America, through its proxies, has begged for a ceasefire, has pleaded for a ceasefire. And now, according to reports, they presented a 15-point plan about a possible ceasefire. Now, this 15-point plan is from the American perspective. It means normally when you're negotiating, one party will write down their demands and it'll be very much pro towards their side. Then the other side will relay what their demands are and it'll be a lot more pro their side. And then you'll come to some kind of agreement somewhere in the middle. These demands by the United States of America are so Iran friendly, one would assume that it's been written by Iran. And the reason is they've capitulated. They are losing, and they realize that this ground invasion that they're planning on the weekend, if not a few days after that, is not going to go their way. There's going to be a serious loss of life. And so now they are begging, they are pleading for an agreement. Let's break down this 15-point ceasefire plan relayed by the United States of America. It's crazy. I don't mean to exaggerate. It is absolutely crazy. Let's look at it. Number one, get ready for it. all sanctions to be removed from Iran. Yes, all sanctions to be removed from Iran. It means Iran can trade like a normal country. They have the best, most fine oil in the world. They're able to trade that oil to the world. They will become a superpower in the Middle East. They will become a superpower in the world. The Persian Empire is coming. Oh, Iran, remember your boy. Make me the viceroy of Europe. We've been demonstrating the truth. We've been fighting against propaganda, and the truth has been relayed. So the first point is all sanctions from Iran to be removed. The second one, US assistance in advancing and developing civilian nuclear projects. So they're like, guess what, Iran? You can keep your nuclear capability and we'll even help you with it. We'll help you develop it. We'll make it better. You keep your nuclear capability. Because remember, before the negotiations, before this war, Iran actually agreed to 0% enrichment. The Omani mediator said, look, America wants you to have 0%. You need to have 0%. You can't have any. And they said, look, we want some enrichment for, civilian capability. But they said, okay, we'll agree because we don't want this war to happen. Such is the level of capitulation. Iran has some nuclear enriched uranium that is up to 60%. They said you can have that. You can have all civilian nuclear capability and we'll help you with it. Removal of the threats of sanctions being imposed. So they're saying, not only are we removing sanctions, we're removing the threats of sanctions as well. So we're like, we won't even threaten you. Like, please. No one's going to be like, listen, we're going to put sanctions on you. Like, we're not going to do that. Like, we're not going to threaten you all. Like, please, oh, Iran, treat us with love and sovereignty. We won't even threaten you. We're not in a place to do so. But we promise we'll be good. We'll be good. We're not going to threaten you with these sanctions whatsoever. So that's the third one. Again, how Iran friendly are these points? The fourth one. Iran's nuclear program is frozen under a defined program. So right now, they're at 60%. They're not saying it needs to be reduced to 0%. They're not saying it needs to be removed at all. They're saying it needs to be frozen at 60%. Obviously, any other increase would be actually getting a nuclear bomb. Iran always said, we do not want to get a nuclear bomb. That's never the objective. They're like, you can keep the 60%. You don't even have to decrease. This is the level of victory that is going on with Iran. Let's look at the next one. Enriched uranium to remain, but under supervision and agreed limits. So they're like, this 60% enriched uranium that you've got, you don't need to reduce it. You can keep it. You can remain. We're not going to even take that away from you. You can have this enriched uranium as well. So you can have enriched uranium. You can have it up to 60%. You could use it for civilian use. You can do all of those things. We're not going to take any of that away from you. Just please don't get the bomb. And they're like, but we weren't going to get the bomb. But please don't get the bomb. So they went from 0% before the war to now allowing 60% now. Let's continue. Missile program to be addressed at a later stage with limits on quantity and range. This whole war was about the missile program. It was about the ballistic missiles and its range of it. This was the most important thing for Israel. And now they're like, forget it. You can keep your ballistic missiles. We won't even talk about it. This won't even be part of the agreement. Like, we'll just talk about it later. Like, we'll sort that out later, bruv. We'll sort it out later. No problem. Like, please. Give us peace. Ceasefire. Ceasefire. White flag. Anyway, that was the sixth point. The seventh point, this is the crazy one. Use of a nuclear program restricted to civilian and defense purposes only. So you can use it for civilian purposes and you can use it for defense purposes. So you can use it for military purposes, but it has to be defensive. That's the level of leeway that's being given to Iran now. They're like, you can have a nuclear program, you can enrich uranium, you can use it for civilian purposes, you can use it for defensive purposes. We're not going to sanction you. We're not going to even threaten to sanction you. You have complete autonomy. Number 8. Development of existing nuclear capabilities halted. Yeah, they're like, of course. They're like, we've got to 60% anyway. We're not going to increase. We're not going to go to 100%. That's crazy. We're not going to go all the way there. We're going to keep it at 60%. No further expansion of enriched capabilities. I just said that. Same point. You're at 60%. You don't want to increase it any further. There is no need for it. They never wanted the nuclear bomb. They always said that. Number 10. no production of weapons-grade nuclear material on Iranian soil. So what they mean is don't produce the nuclear bomb. Yeah, of course. Iran's like, yeah, we always told you we don't want a nuclear bomb. Like, why are you putting this in the agreement? And you know the worst thing about this is the JCPOA, which was under the Obama administration, which Trump tore up. Iran could only enrich up to 5%. And he tore that up. Now he's saying you can have up to 60%. You can have all the enriched uranium. You can build the missiles. You can build the nuclear capability. You can do defensive nuclear capability, civilian nuclear capability. You can do all of that. Just don't please create the bomb. That's it. All enriched material to be handed over to the IAEA with an agreed timeline. Natanz, Isfahan, and Fordo to be removed, as in not to be used anymore. International monitoring and verification mechanism to be enforced. That's to get it from 60% to 100% because they don't want them to have the nuclear bomb. They already agreed to all of this. Gradual implementation tied to compliance and additional regional and security understandings between the parties, which means, like, listen, we're not going to bomb you anymore. Let's get peace in the GCC. We realize we're the reason there's no peace in the Middle East. Now we're saying we will do peace in the Middle East. Don't bomb the GCC. Don't bomb Israel. Be nice to us. We be good. You be good. Leave us alone. Please. Oh, Iran, please. We'll give you everything they want. Now, these are America's demands, according to a wide range of reporting that's occurring right now. Iran hasn't even said their demands. They may want the removal of the USS bases in the Middle East, maybe a reduction of it. They may want reparations. They may want the illegal settlements in the West Bank to be reduced. They may want a Palestinian state. These are just some of the things that Iran may also ask for and demand in the negotiation. This is the 15-point plan by the United States of America. Already they've seeded it. When I explain it, you're probably thinking, this is a plan by Iran. It's agreed upon by both parties. No, this is just specifically, allegedly, the plan that's been relayed solely by the United States of America to its allies, possibly Pakistan. They are saying Pakistan is being fronted as the possible negotiator. They have a good relationship with Iran. They have a good relationship with the United States of America. The negotiators in the Middle East, in terms of Iran, Oman, didn't work out. And so Iran needs some more stronger country to be basically the bridge within this negotiations. So we're going to have to see where this goes, whether there's an agreement. America is sending a force to the Middle East. I believe about 10,000 troops are there. The MEU units are already there. The amphibious units are there. The 82nd Airborne Division is there. There's a lot of carriers moving personnel to that region. So ground invasion is coming. They're conceding. It depends which way this goes now. It is quite possibly 50-50 if they completely capitulate to all of Iran's demands. That's where the war is. Let me know your thoughts on the comments. Am I too excited? What do you think? Is this a total Iranian victory? A complete American loss? Completely over for them? What is happening? Let us know your thoughts. Let me know in the comments. Like, comment, and subscribe. Let everybody know about this channel. We're the only place that has been giving you real news, real information in real time. And everything we're saying has been happening. Subscribe to the channel, tell your friends and family about it, and let everyone know about it. Hype this channel up, hype this video up, hype it. Appreciate you guys joining in, appreciate you guys listening, and for sure we'll see you next time. Like, comment, and subscribe.
just basically they baited them in to get the sanctions lifted.
Well, look, to that point, there are a lot of people in Russia as well, and even a few in China who kind of say, like, look, well, why the hell didn't they just nuclearize when they had the chance? And I get it because it's a delicate dance, and it's like, well, if you draw
North
too much
Korea did
attention,
that and
well,
they still have
exactly,
sanctions.
exactly.
If I were North Korea, what I would do is I'd threaten to start sinking South Korean Japanese ships that basically the area around them and basically do what Iran did with Hormuz in that area with their missiles and say, lift our sanctions or we're going to start sinking ships. I mean, it worked for Iran, so why not threaten to start sinking some ships unless I can get my sanctions lifted? I mean, couldn't North Korea use its missiles in and threaten to sink ships to get their sanctions lifted in the way Iran did? I mean, it's not a narrow strait, but they have the missiles to certainly threaten and try to get their sanctions lifted. I mean, the playbook has been proven to work.
Well, I think
When you do
North
that,
Korea is looking at like there's a timeline of reunification of the Korean Peninsula that I think North Korea is kind of focused on, that which is much bigger than just lifting sanctions at that point. Plus, they've really over the last 10 years, especially, ramped up their economy, their military, and their quality of life. It's been like
based on no,
remarkable. Well,
I was watching a YouTube video and they said based on the birth rates, the populations of the two will be much closer in 30 years, and then North Korea will just have way more fighting age men than South Korea in 30 years.
so
Because
true.
South Korea's birth rate's so low, so they're just gonna wait it out 30 years and then probably invade.
The reason why they even had those, what was it, the air, not the Arrow, but the THAAD and the Patriot interceptors in the first place in South Korea was a specific threat to China. It was actually not for North Korea because those are too close. Like North Korea is too close range anyway for them to be able to
Exactly, and
intercept
if they
that.
can't block Iranian missiles, it ain't gonna do crap against Chinese missiles. Anyways, it's completely
Exactly.
useless.
Yeah. Well, but
Let
that's the
me
thing with.
just
Oh, go
jump
go.
in
If
here really. No problem, guys. Let me just jump in here really quickly. I think it was the discussion you were just having a little while ago. I want to welcome Doc as well. I want to read a super chat. John Richards, thank you for your support. And it says the USA in its 15-point plan, and Iranian media is now reporting that same 15-point plan that Suleiman gave here as breaking news. So the USA in its 15-point plan mentioned nothing about Israel, which means Israel can continue the Greater Israel project. Lifting the sanctions means nothing. Now, that's how John Richard sees it. I see it differently. I actually think Trump, I don't trust him because he is still sending military there to put boots on the ground, right? So I don't know what this is about. But if he is genuine, and it's a big if, and this is a basis to begin negotiations, this 15-point plan, and he does manage to come to some sort of an agreement with Iran, and Iran make an agreement with him. John Richards, who's given super chat, thinks that leaves Israel to continue the Greater Israel project. I see it differently. I see it as that leaves Israel for Iran. Iran can do what it wants with Israel, and the war is then only between Israel and Iran, and that's it. It doesn't come to the USA in any way. It doesn't come to the Middle East, and I'd be quite happy with that, to be honest, because Israel has been harping after Iran. In fact, one of the statements made, just give me a second, I'll see if I can find it really quickly. I don't know if I can find it now really quickly. I'm going to try to see. It was just summing up there. Tehran's mayor, Ali Zakiani, said throughout history, Iran has been subjected to hundreds of attacks, yet we have remained steadfast. This steadfastness is not merely a matter of luck or coincidence, it's our identity. We Iranians are like this. If resistance had an image, that image would be Iran. And I agree. I think that Iranians know how to resist better than anybody else. And I say, you know what? Leave Israel to the fate of Iran. Let Iran deal with Israel directly. America needs to stay out of it. And I think the world would be rooting for Iran then. I think just America being in there makes it difficult for a lot of people because we don't want to see America in there, in the middle of it. You know, America needs to be preserved and out of it. So yeah, thanks, John Richards. Appreciate your super chat. I want to see if Suleiman's back. Suleiman, are you back?
Of course I'm back.
Right. I don't know what you were recording, but that's in comments. I was telling these guys, that's in comments on YouTube saying, I'm laughing so hard at Suleiman, my stomach's hurting. So I said he's obviously doing a video on the 15-point plan because these guys are laughing their heads off on YouTube.
Yeah, exactly. I'm gonna put the video out. Watch it. It's gonna be, bro. It's like it's crazy. Like I just never thought that the US would capitulate in the way they did. But I think what's really happening is, I think Trump is just putting it out there to see what the reaction is gonna be, because he knows that this is what he's gonna have to concede to. And so he's putting it out there to see what the reaction will be, because this is like huge. Like the Israeli reaction should be like the completely lose their mind. Like they could never get. Why? How could the Israelis ever agree? If this plan is agreed to, Israel, it's over for Israel.
Exactly. This doesn't allow the Greater Israel Project because with sanctions lifted, Iran is stronger than ever, and that's the whole reason Israel wanted this war is because they needed to collapse Iran, and and Israel didn't want a regime change. I think Trump was thinking, oh, we could do this like Venezuela, we could get a clean kind of regime change. But what Israel wanted is they wanted a regime collapse. They wanted a brutal civil war. They wanted a civil war with different ethnic factions, and they just wanted it to turn it into a failed state, which would have been a complete disaster for the humanity. We've never seen a failed state on the size of Iran. Iran is much bigger than Syria or Iraq, and that would have been a humanitarian crisis of the likes of which we have never seen before. Israel does not care about that. I don't even think Trump wanted to see that. Trump wanted to see some type of cleaner regime change along the likes of Venezuela, which still would have been a disaster because that would have been an Iran subservient to the West, which would have been a complete disaster because then Israel would have been able to run free over the Middle East and then they would have ran the world. So this is what we're getting now is a perfect outcome if this actually happens.
Yeah, people really underestimate the damage that those sanctions have done, to Iran, or really just from a perspective of how much they've like limited Iran's growth and how much Iran has done in spite of it, or Iran, I should say, not Iran. But just yeah, just even how much Iran, like they have a resistance economy. That is their it's like baked into their entire like modus operandi. They have an ideological core and like they're structurally allergic basically to interdependence, even with Russia and China. And that's been why they've like devoted tens of billions into their own infrastructure expansion, and they really like hinge their growth, like their high tech innovation driven industries, like and how many companies are tied in with IRGC linked entities that are knowledge based, like their universities and science and research and development programs. And they've put like tens of billions and drawn tens of billions in annual revenue, and a lot of people are employed and a lot of their GDP is assigned to not just research and development, but also the military and infrastructure expansions that come from within it. And just their GDP growth under sanctions, has had positive points, even like in 2022 and 2023, roughly, which was completely fueled by manufacturing. And their SPRs, like that's been a huge factor. And I think Israel would love to target their strategic reserves. I think Israel is still very much in their minds at war with Iran, even after this deal, if it were to come to pass. But I don't think they can afford a two front war between Hezbollah and Iran. And in their minds, they are basically every second that passes in which the IRGC is not ripped apart and in which Hezbollah is not, I guess you can say, destroyed. Israel considers every second that passes to be a loss, and so it is going to be really interesting how they respond. If they respond in criticism, then something actually tells me that that might be the signs of a potential ruse. But yeah, it's really interesting.
I think Iran is smart
It's
enough now to
just
not get tricked by
one second. No, 1 second, Andy. I'm going to give right back to you. I just want to clarify what I said because I feel like people are hard of hearing on YouTube. So what I said was that Trump is sending boots to the ground, so he cannot be trusted. Number one, right? So I don't know if you guys heard that, but you might be hard of hearing. The handler S7Y, you need to learn to listen. I said and it's a huge if, he was positioning this 15-point plan as the beginning of a negotiation, and it's a huge if. And I said, I don't trust him because he's sending boots to the ground. Remember, they were in the middle of negotiations when he started bombing Iran, so he cannot be trusted. But in an ideal world, I would like America to negotiate with Iran, take itself out of the equation, and leave Israel to Iran. So I hope that clears things up for you, and I hope you are able to comprehend that, the handler S7Y. Also want to just read a couple of super chats really quickly. One from Hussein Shafi says, good evening to you all. Sorry I'm late tonight. Thank you for all you're doing. An NPC assassin says the whole time the US troop buildup was never meant for Iran. Most likely meant for Iraq and Lebanon, he says. I don't know. But appreciate all the support. Thank you, guys. Back to you. Sorry, Andy.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's going to be interesting to see how Israel reacts. But I mean, their other option is to try to continue this war. But I mean, they have no missile defense. So I mean, they can continue this war and keep getting hit. I mean, that's their other option. I mean, again, they kind of control what Trump does, but this is just they're kind of getting backed into a corner. I mean, sure, they could say, "Hey, Trump, we control you. Go invade Karg Island and sacrifice Marines," but I mean, that's not going to topple Iran's regime. Iran's regime's not going to topple because 3,000 American soldiers die on Karg Island. So there's not really anything Israel can do. I mean, they can nuke Iran, and at that point, that Israel would become a complete pariah state because Europe would completely back away from America at that point. I think if Israel used a nuke, they'd say, "Hey, U.S., you either have to abandon Israel or we're abandoning you and getting closer with China." So, I mean, Israel, I feel like, is pretty much backed into a corner at this point. They've ran out of cards to play. So, yeah, there's not really anywhere that I feel like they can even really go at this point. I mean, at most, they can probably just do a ground war with Hezbollah. That's the road to nowhere, as we've seen for the last 40 years. That's really the only card they do have to play.
You know, there is something interesting about Europe and their part to play here because, they've like U.S. bombers and drones have been kind of like fueling and arming, from bases in throughout Europe, like Germany and the UK and not Spain, because Spain were like, they pretty much seem to be the only genuine Europeans that are kind of saying no, we're not getting involved. But like, I'm pretty sure, yeah, in France and the UK and Germany have been kind of central. Like in Germany, their central command is basically, for, at least for this operation, is taking place in Germany, and they've been getting a lot of aircraft like stationed in Spain, and they've been able to like relocate and kind of be in France and Germany as well after Spain said. Um, that we don't want to be a part of this. So just even that, like the fact that they've been so involved, it seems like they have their public facing reasons as for like why they're not willing to allow the U.S. To use their like warships, for example, and oh no, we're not going to get involved. But it does seem like within Europe, they've been an operational um, ally to begin with. If you were to apply the standard that Iran is holding the GCC to Europe, they would have had kind of reason to attack bases in Europe by now. Obviously, I get that Iran can't, or at least they seem to not be able to because of the distance. But it does go to show. It kind of does beg the question. Maybe you can answer, or whoever else, Andy. But like, I'm wondering, is Europe being genuine in their reticence to this operation in Iran, or are they just simply presenting one sort of sentiment, maybe one that matches their constituents, only to then maybe after like further provocation say, oh well, look, we have justification now to go into Iran because they killed 8,000 Americans, or they, I don't know, whatever false flag that they want to give themselves. That's kind of what I'm kind of wondering. Like, is Europe just playing around here, or are they serious about not wanting to be involved?
I think Europe's serious about not wanting to be involved. I mean, they haven't gotten involved. They haven't sent their men to die in Ukraine yet, and that I feel like would be something they'd be much more likely to send their men to die in Ukraine because that's their continent than they would to actually be to send men to die in the mountains of Iran. I mean, they could justify as if we don't stop Russia at Ukraine, then they're going to reestablish the old Soviet Union. They've done it once, they could do it again. That's a much more likely thing that Europe could justify as a threat and sacrificing men for that as at least plausible than, oh, we have to sacrifice Iran. They can't say, oh, Iran's going to expand into Europe. Like, what are they going to do? Like, Iran's not going to conquer Europe. Like, that's not even something they could try to spin. So if they were going to use troops, they'd be sending men to get slaughtered by Russia, which would just be absolutely horrific for humanity to see that. I mean, that's absolutely what the powers that be would want. I mean, they'd love to see the Goyim slaughter each other in mass, but that's absolutely exactly what they want. The whole clergy plan, everything, but we do not want to see that. We want to see these wars end. It's completely ridiculous. The will of the European people to get involved in Iran is about absolutely zero. I mean, I just cannot see anyone. I mean, you probably have a few fringe people. I mean, there's a difference between being anti-Muslim immigrant, which versus actually sending people to die to fight in Iran. There's a complete difference. I don't see any support for that whatsoever in Europe. It's even less than it is in America.
Yeah, ultimately.
So funny you should
Oh,
say that about Europe. Just let me read this really quickly. The Times reported today the UK will join the war and will try to open the Strait of Hormuz. UK's Royal Navy will lead efforts to reopen the Strait of Hormuz and ensure safe passage of merchant ships. The plan is under development by the UK and France and seeks the support of the US. I did read this earlier on today as well, that France and the UK are working together. The Times are reporting this. It is a Rupert Murdoch paper. I don't know if it's true or not. We'll have to wait and see. I wouldn't put it past Keir Starmer. He is that stupid. So let's see. He is that stupid.
yeah, on that whole thing there, Beatrix, that's just saber rattling and just bravado. That's just talk. It's not going to happen. It won't happen. It hasn't happened. When it comes to stepping up in the batter box, they won't be there. They may show force, but like for example, the Royal Navy is on patrol 24/7 with U.S. Navy or submarines.
Breaking news. Explosions in Israel. Explosions in Trump, get this ceasefire written. Israel, go away, get us this ceasefire quickly. What are these anti-Semitic missiles hitting Tel Aviv and hitting Jerusalem? Go away, go away. But anyway, back to you, Andrew. Sorry about that.
Goy vey,
Guys,
wait,
I'm just
wait.
a bit excited because I don't think the ceasefire is going to be agreed upon, but it kind of just proves our point, what we were saying. It's like vindication. It's like Suleiman apology form, like we were right about everything form, like we just never get anything wrong form. Like this is just like complete and total vindication. But anyway, sorry, back to you, Andrew.
Yes, amen. Absolutely. That's why we're rejoicing. This is vindication for 25 days. And beginning even before then, Suli, we've been saying over and over and over again what's going to lay out here is the US will be totally, they have no option here. Iran definitely has the power. They're the power broker. They've got the aces in this hand, this poker hand. So of course we're going to see back and forth, back and forth. And what I was going to say, Suli, is, oy vey, you can't do that. Come on, stop, Iran. We gave you a piece, please. We gave you a plan. Stop it, please.
Yeah, it's like Keir Starmer literally thinks that the British still have an empire and that the Royal Navy is some fighting force. He's completely delusional, and that's what I really respect about Restore. Rupert Lowe has come out and said like our infrastructure is rotting. We should not be spending money in some wars. I mean, like we have to fix some stuff back in Britain. I think he did say like we're not an empire anymore. I saw some tweet where he said that recently. Like yeah, yeah, Britain is not an empire anymore. And I wish the U.S. had I wish Trump would say that too. And I mean, that's what you have James Fishbeck saying. Like, we need to people should not be dying for Israel. It's ridiculous. You had one publication say the Free Press ran by Barry Weiss. James Fishbeck is a moderate in is pretending to be a moderate and extreme, but he's really an extremist. So we're extremists because we don't want to die for Israel. It's completely ridiculous how the extremists are the people that are running our country and sending us to die for a foreign nation. Those are the extremists, and they completely co-opt it by calling us extreme for wanting to put our country first. That's the gaslighting they use. And now everyone's waking up and realizing that we've been ran by extremists ever since JFK got killed.
Yeah, TT can really lay in heavy on that. DD's going, go away. Our vengeance is here.
Well, I was going to say as well, I think it's good for humanity to have a better balance across the world, right? I think we've just gone far too to the left, let's just say, and the US is genuinely like the US and Israel, the entity are just bullying the world. And I just don't think that's good for anyone, right? And I think a big part of if we get to a position which we're going to have to eventually, we can't fight this war forever. There's going to have to be an agreement at some point. And I think a big factor in that is the fact that Iran was on its own, but as the war has gone on, they're not so much on their own today. Like, for example, I'm not as in tune with the sort of Iraqi news, but I can see there's a lot of support from Iraq today. I can see that they've mobilized. I can see a lot of videos coming out of Iraq. I mean, this is not something to be taken lightly. You've got, I mean, Iraq and Iran have every reason to be allies and to work together. I mean, they have been always in that position. And I think multipolarity it's good for the world. I think we gave way too much power to one entity, and I just don't think. I think that's always bound to go wrong. I think having balanced powers across the world is healthy. It's exactly what we need, and which is probably the reason why, like, you've got resources in the Middle East. I think the way that God intended it is that we've got resources in the Middle East, so we can use that to our advantage. You've got other countries have other things. Some people have geographical positions that they can use to their advantage. Like, there's naturally a balance in the world that we've kind of messed around with. We've ruined it by giving too much power or by becoming too greedy. So I think post-war, this is a really good thing for everyone, not just for Iran. I mean, Iran just wants stability in the long run, but I think it's good for the world to have different factors and different powers balancing each other out, not always living in the fear of America is gonna, try and kill your people or attack you or destroy your country or look at what they've done to Cuba. Like, look at what they've done to Iran. Like, they've caused all kinds of evils because they have too much power. So there's and just to your point, Andy, that's how you stop these forever wars, is to have that balance, I think.
Yeah, great points, great points. We just want to read some of these super chats. It says, this doesn't make sense. 1 month ceasefire. How do you implement all that in a month? Plus 12, Channel 12 Israel source is not the best. Yeah, this has been reported by them, Axios, and a few other outlets. And of course, it could be fake, but that is very much pro-Iran. The US is in its 15-point plan mentioning nothing about Israel, which means Israel can continue the Great Israel Project. Lifting the sanctions means nothing. I mean, I disagree. I think this would be monumentally problematic for Israel if Iran's allowed to keep its ballistic missiles, if Iran's allowed to trade. Iran doesn't want war with Israel. It's the Israelis who want war. How can they expand if they don't have the ability to do so? So I don't agree with that. This whole time the U.S. troop buildup was never meant for Iran. It's likely meant for Iraq and Lebanon. I'm wondering if anyone on the panel could compare the proposed plan to the GCPOA. I'm curious if at the end of all of this, Trump regrets ripping it up. Funny you'd say that, Dynamic, because we've got a video that's come out. The tweet is in the nest. I do break that down. I do explain how Trump tore up the GCPOA, and it was a much better deal than this proposed plan. Sully, if you become Viceroy, how do we address you? Your Excellency, Lord Protector, the Right Honourable Supreme Steward Suleiman, first of his name. I like that. The Right Honourable Supreme Steward Suleiman, the first of his name. Golden. Golden. I like that. This is what, Beatrix, this is how you should address me from right now. It should be Your Excellency, Lord Protector, the Right Honourable Supreme Steward Suleiman Ahmed. And the tweet's in the nest. And it
In
does
your
break it down. It breaks down
dreams,
the
in your
15-point
dreams,
plan.
that's going to happen.
It's the 15-point plan breaking down in that video. Beatrix, tell everybody the video and tell them to go there and do address me in
Yeah,
the way
guys,
that you're meant to.
no one can address you in that way, Suleiman, right? Forget it. In your dreams. What did somebody call me the
Do
other
it.
day? And I said to you, I said, you got to address me like that. And you were like, hell no. What did somebody say? Something really nice to me. I can't remember what they called me now. But anyway, look, guys, this is really good, right? I can't wait to watch it. But I'd like everybody on Twitter to go up to that tweet in the nest. The nest is above where you can see myself and Suleiman. We've got over 3,000 people on this space, guys. We run this space. Sorry? Who spoke?
I don't know. Someone said something.
Yeah, I think it was Conscious. Conscious, did you? I don't know. Anyway, let me just start again. Conscious jumped in there. And now he's not speaking. I don't know what he was trying to say. Okay, guys. So what I was saying is start again. This is about the 15-point plan that Suleiman spoke about earlier. So please, can you go in the nest, which is above where you can see myself and Suleiman, on your X space. We've got over 3,000 people here. I'd like everyone to go to that tweet. It's a short update video. You want to know what the 15-point plan is about. It says Iran has won the war, 15-point ceasefire plan breakdown. Iranian media is reporting this as well now, that these are the 15 points. Nobody's trusting Trump. So I want everyone on YouTube to calm down. No one's saying this is genuine. We're saying the proof is in the pudding, okay? Because he's still sending troops to the Middle East. But the fact that these are the 15 points that he's given, not only as demands, but as concessions to Iran, shows that to the world, at least, he's portraying that that is his weakened position. Right? And he's still sending troops to the ground. But this is going to be a fire video. So I'd like everybody on this X space, we've got over 3,100 people here, to please go up to the nest where you see that video, above where you see Suleiman, quote tweet it for me and retweet it and put a comment on there. So Dan Chesler's already said that explains why oil is crashing. Hazard Justice says peace is the only winner. And I'm seeing some of the quote tweets come through, guys. Simji saying Palestine and Lebanon are not included in the agreement. How can this be acceptable? The agreement text is a surrender for Iran. Iran hasn't accepted it, Simji. Iran hasn't accepted it. This is what Trump's put forward. So I'd like more people to quote tweet it. Andrew says this is huge update. US is conceding to Iran. It looks that way. So quote tweet it, retweet it, and then once you've done that, please, I'd like you to go to quote tweet it for me, and I'll read all the quote tweets out. I'd like you to click on that YouTube link that's there, and I'll do it with you. Once you click on that YouTube link, here we go. You go to the video. I want everybody who's on YouTube already in the chat to go to that video. Like the video. Let me like it. People aren't liking it. What's going on? I want everybody to give it a thumbs up. Press the thumbs up to like it, please. Everyone on the space. I want to see all the people on our panel in there as well saying hello. So that I've given it a like, I've given it a comment in the main section, and then I'm going to the live chat. Let me go scroll to the left, go to the live chat and say hi to everybody. More and more people are joining. Thank you, everybody. Come on over. I want more people in here. This is huge news, guys. This is huge news. Even if he doesn't agree, even if he doesn't see it through, it doesn't matter. The point is, he didn't start with demands. His 15-point plan is full of concessions to Iran, to pacify Iran. They weren't demands for America. They were concessions for Iran, and that's huge. So I'd like everybody from our main chat, right, let me just get them over here as well, to come on over. Give me a second. Let me go to the main chat. We've got more super chats coming in as well. Really appreciate you guys. Guys, come on over here. Press the link in the YouTube and click on that video for me. Open it in a separate tab if you have to. Give me 1 second. There we go. I've put it in the main chat. Everyone come on over, please. I want to see everyone saying hello over there. That'd be
But
great.
I have a question. If the U.S. lifts sanctions on Iran, then that means China can't get Iran's oil at a discount anymore, correct? Inevitable?
Oh yeah, that's probably true. But here's the thing: the discount is a lot of the time factoring in the shadow fleets that Iran has to use, as well as the stationing of those shadow fleets and the maintenance of them, usually around like the Malacca Strait and in Shandong
Yeah.
province as well.
Yeah,
So there's
but
an
with
additional
oil
cost and risk
with
premium.
oil
Oh, go
back
ahead.
down to 60 or 70 a barrel, I mean, it's not like they even need a discount. That's so cheap anyways. It doesn't matter because oil's going to go back down to that price soon anyways.
Yeah, it's
Andy, Andy, get in the chat. China, get in the chat.
Tell him, Andrew. Tell him. Darkside, what is the oil prices after that announcement?
Hold on. We just reopened again after the afternoon break. We're currently at
So that did drop it, right?
89.49. Yeah, well, we dropped about $3, a dollar coming into the announcement, $2 afterwards. But I think it's pretty much a wait and see at this point. Yeah, I just want to say I really do appreciate Beatrix your comment that you love America and you love American people. There's nothing more patriotic in America than criticizing your government when you disagree with them. But I do want to say, I love this country. I love our Constitution. I love our founding principles, and there's nothing wrong with criticizing your government. I'll land it there.
Yeah, I agree, Dark Side. You know what? I've spent, like, I lived for 6 months in Atlanta, 6 months in Boston. My family and I have holidayed there. I've been to the West Side, to the East Side. I love America and I love the American people. And from a young age, I'm quite blessed to come from quite a well-traveled family. So I've traveled a lot around the world. But I've always said that if there's any country where I thought could be my home if it wasn't the UK, it would be the US of A. Apart from the mosquitoes, I do get bitten a lot over there. But apart from that, I love America. And I want America to be safe. I hate what's being done to America. And I feel it for the American people. And I think that's the majority of people that come on our panel, Dark Side. We don't allow anybody, that doesn't feel that way. And I think everybody on our panel feels that way. I think watching Israel committed genocide makes me feel very much different about Israel. Very different, to be honest. I can't feel the same about Israel in any way, shape, or form. And I have visited there. I have holidayed there, Palestine, Jerusalem, Iraq, but no.
I think, Mr. Chinaman, how are you letting them talk this nonsense while you're on the stage, bro?
Sorry, I was looking for the button. No, look, I definitely don't think I don't even think America and China are natural enemies either. I think that if anything, the multipolar world order would be a great thing for Americans for a myriad of reasons. The Even just like the change in the dollar status, right? Obviously, it's going to come with some pain, but if the dollar loses the world reserve primary currency status, it would have effects on it would prevent this like global military industrial sorry, military industrial complex grift. Basically, it's like this racket that's existed for decades and has grinded Americans bones to dust. And the productivity that has waned from America over the last like 40 years, especially in manufacturing, a lot of the economies or a lot of sectors of the current economies in America really don't add genuine value, not even to Americans, let alone the world. And I think after like all is said and done, America absolutely has a place in the incoming world order, and I'm excited for it. I'm excited for people who live in America. I think they should be, but it's going to require obviously some extreme transitional pain, in the process. But that's again something that was coming anyway. So hopefully, once certain lobbies and like the fifth column, the Israeli fifth column is divorced from the America and what it is. I think its identity that inspired Sun Yat-sen back in the 1890s and influenced him to go to San Francisco and read people like Adam Smith and John Locke and get that sort of sense as to like how to reform China. That was again the inspiration to the people's, or rather to the Republic of China in 1911. And he's considered a national hero in China, believe it or not. Even if he's not a communist, he's still considered like basically the founding father of modern China. And he had so many great ideas that came from America. So yeah, there's definitely you know there's a lot of mutual love that exists, but it's that fifth column. I think that's been like a parasite.
CCP, inevitable. China is on this stage. I don't agree with him whatsoever. I don't know why he's trying to harm China. I disagree with him vehemently. And boost my TikTok. I'm on the European edition.
Oh, no wonder you said you're in the European edition. Yeah, that's gonna get you some. No, I'll leave it at that. Let's just say there's a lot of European technology that there's a back end. There's a Chinese back end, and I'm not
Listen,
trying.
Mister. Wait, what? That sounds like a threat. This guy sounds like
No,
Israeli to us,
no,
bro.
not
What are you
anyway.
trying to say, bro?
No, No, look, I'm just saying, look, if you look at Nexperia was pretty exposed, if you will, technologically, and I don't think that's going to. No, no, listen, listen. I'm sure you're a star in China, Suleiman. In fact, you should visit. I think you would love. Where would you like? I think you would like Shenzhen. You would love Shenzhen.
I'm going to Xinjiang. I'm going to Xinjiang, bro. I'm going to go to
Ooh.
Xinjiang.
Yeah, man, it's one of the most, and I actually have not been to Xinjiang, but it's like one of the most beautiful sites. Like I have to put that's on my bucket list. It's pretty high up there too. It's like one of the most beautiful stuff you'll ever see.
Well, they're gonna put. Well, you're probably afraid to go there because they might put you under one of these slave camps.
No, they're gonna hire me at one of these camps. Nope, just kidding. They don't exist.
Oh
Sorry.
my
Whoa,
God!
whoa, I didn't say
See what I
that.
mean? This
I
is why
didn't
never
say.
trust the Chinaman. Never trust the Chinaman. Okay. Guys, thank you so much for watching the video. Appreciate it. Do let your friends and family know about this video, about the negotiations. Big things and big moves are going on. I want to thank Pimu says, why would Iran agree to a plan where Israel, so US and Israel don't negotiate in good faith? All they do is sabotage. This is a good point. Like this is what if you remember my interview with Professor Morandi, this is one of the questions I asked him. I said, like, how could they even? Because I'm not sure I could ever trust them. So it is it's a very valid point. Yeah, and someone said, Sule, you should have a super chat leaderboard. Imagine a whole board of super chatters around the world competing for the #1 most super chats. Yeah, that'd be golden. I don't know how to do it though, but you have to tell me. But yeah, thanks for that. Back to you, Beatrix.
What did somebody call me the other day? Did they call me like some royalty name or something? You have to refer to me that way going
Definitely said
forward.
like Hasbara agent or something.
No, they did not. I told you what it was afterwards, and you laughed and said, I ain't ever going to call you that. I can't remember what it was. But let me give some news really quickly, and then we'll go back to the conversation. There's a lot of news coming out as well. Look, guys, no one's buying this plan, all right? So calm down. Somebody made a really interesting point on the YouTube chat and said what Trump's going to do is Trump's going to say that, oh, look, you know what? I gave them 15 concessions and then they still hit back. Like, how's Trump even going to look normal saying that? Iran has every right to defend itself, every right to defend itself. So, yeah. Look, I'm going to ask the mods on YouTube while I'm reading the news. Please be extra cautious on YouTube. Anyone complaining, just give them time out because I haven't got tolerance for anybody complaining and, you know, wanting this and that for the space. Like you guys aren't running spaces 20 hours a day. You've got no right to sit there and just complain and whinge about it. Anybody saying anything about the host, just give them time out. Completely.
Wait, why are
Okay,
they
mods,
attacking me?
please
Listen, when I
take over.
become the viceroy of Europe, you're all going to be taken down. I'm going to rule with an iron fist. But yeah, back to you, Beatrix. I'm going to be worse than the Chinaman. There's going to be massive slave camps everywhere. But sorry, back to you, Beatrix.
He meant the Japanese, by the way. He meant the Japanese. Go ahead.
Yeah, so people, you know, you guys are asking for Ryan Dawson. He comes on. Ryan's brilliant. Last night, right, just after I went to bed, and this has happened 2 or 3 nights running, Ryan Dawson's come on. And last night, Dan Bilzerian came on, Grant Cardone was on, Ryan Dawson was on, and I went back and listened to it because I always go back and listen to the space, and it was like a party. It was fire space. They were all giving their perspectives and stuff. And so, guys, it is a recorded space. It's also on YouTube. Go back and listen to it. It's brilliant. MJ says Viceroy and Duchess. Okay, let's move on, guys. Suleiman did a brilliant interview today as well with Captain Aguilera. So that's on his YouTube channel. Do go and watch that and listen to it. So let me go to the news. Some of this has already been covered, but for those who haven't heard it, US officials say 3,000 troops from the 22nd Airborne Division are expected to be deployed to the Middle East. So he's sending at least 3,000 that we know of to the Middle East. Boots on the ground, guys, boots on the ground. Um, Iran says, you struck our hospitals, we did not do the same. You struck our energy emergency centers, we did not do the same. You struck our schools, we did not do the same. But if you strike electricity, we will strike electricity. If you strike electricity, we will strike electricity. Good on you, Iran. Okay. The Washington Post says, this is funny, don't blame Trump for his foolish war with Iran, blame Israel. This argument points to the fact that the United States' unconditional engagement in Israel's policy may push it into complex conflicts for which it will be difficult to find a clear exit. Don't blame Trump for his foolish wars with Iran, blame Israel. Let's have a look. This is not recent news, but I think it came out earlier in the day. Trump said that the Iranians targeted the aircraft carrier Abraham Lincoln with 100 missiles, 100 missiles. If he's saying 100, it must have been 200. The Financial Times in the UK says the world. This is really funny, right? I laughed. Right, listen to this. I laughed when I read this. They are thinking like we are thinking. The Financial Times said the world awaits Iran's word to distinguish between Trump's lies and the truth. Literally, the British newspaper says that the world is experiencing a strange situation, they called it, where it must wait for statements from Iran to determine whether the statements from the American presidents are accurate or not. That is fire. Like literally British media saying we have to wait to see what Iran says and then we'll find out what the truth is because we can't take Trump's word for it anymore. I was like, way to go, Trump. Like, what a disgraceful reputation to build yourself, where even Zio Rag, like Financial Times, is saying, you lie, we can't believe you, we believe Iran. The Pope has called for a ceasefire in the war on Iran, urging parties to hold talks. I mean, I don't know if anybody listens to him, but still. The US is preparing for options for military escalation in Iran, including potential boots on the ground. This is Axios reporting. In case peace talks fail. No, it's not in case peace talks fail. They're doing it. A White House official says the situation is fluid and Trump wants to see if Iran will make a deal, but if not, we'll go back to bombing them. Those are Trump's words. Arakshi says, the foreign minister Arakshi says the Strait of Hormuz is not closed to those who respect Iran's navigational rights. So this is Nawaf Al-Thani, who I do read some of his posts out. He's linked to the Qatari royal family, the Thanis. He says Axios, citing two Israeli sources, reports that Netanyahu is concerned about any agreement that could limit Israel's ability to carry out strikes against Iran. So Netanyahu doesn't want a deal. He doesn't want to be limited in any way, shape, or form. I hope Iran mashes up Netanyahu and all of those Zios, man. Saudi Arabia has denied reports that its leadership is seeking to prolong the war against Iran. The 15-point plan is linked to a 1-month ceasefire. They'll never accept that. So Arakshi, the foreign minister for Iran, has said international law is dead in practice, driven by Western double standards on Gaza versus Ukraine and the silence on Israel-US aggression on Iran. Still, credit to President Steinmeier for condemning the violations against Iranians. Those who value the rule of law should also speak up. This is Germany's President Steinmeier, who called US-Israel war against Iran a violation of international law. So the new leader of the IRGC has posted, he says, for years we've been awaiting the Americans' entry into the designated points. And for over 2 decades, we've been training with the asymmetric warfare strategy for this very moment. Now we have just one message for American soldiers: come closer. I can't believe Trump's doing this. He cannot send Americans to their death like this. It's disgraceful. Trump was asked, are you going to send Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff to do direct negotiations with the Iranians? And Trump said, we're in negotiations, as it turned out. Now you've seen what I said yesterday was exactly correct. They're doing it along with Marco, JD. Jared Kushner, really? And Steve Witkoff, that's when you know that things are not right. This is about Trump and his empire. That's why he's sending his son-in-law and Witkoff like real estate merchants. He's not sending people from within the government, which is what it should be, because this is about America as a country, not Trump's empire. He was asked on who is winning the war, Trump, and he said, if you read the papers, you think we're tied. You think we're in a tough battle. We're roaming free over Tehran, the city, Tehran, as opposed to Iran. We can do whatever we want. Today, we were going to have the privilege of shooting down a very big electric generation plant. Okay, well, he didn't. And Iran's told him, you do it and we'll do it back. So that's probably why he didn't. What was the turning point to make you want to pursue a ceasefire? A few days ago, you said you wanted to continue bombing Iran. So he says, the fact they're talking to us and they're talking sense. And yet the Financial Times says they have to wait for Iran's statements to actually find out what the truth is. He says they shot 100 missiles at USS Abraham Lincoln and every single one was knocked down on the sea. Like, that statement doesn't even make sense. Did he go and check 100 missiles were in the sea? Axios says even senior Trump officials knew little about outreach to Iran. Witkoff and Kushner reportedly dealt directly with Trump, and hardly anybody else was in the know. And that J.D. Vance has been floated as a potential chief negotiator for the U.S. in possible Iran peace talks hosted in Pakistan. Nonetheless, Steve Witkoff is also preparing for potential talks in Islamabad. I'll stop there for now. Let me have a look what else there was. Yeah, let me stop there for now. I mean, if you have to send Kushner, Witkoff, and J.D. Vance, then you know that there's something wrong. There are such intelligent people in America, yet it seems to me that the top layer of American government is always a bit low on IQ for either parties.
It's a
We
slap
had
in the
Biden
face
and
too.
Kamala in the last one.
Yeah, and
Say that
Beatrice,
again?
it's a slap in the face to Iran. It really does. They go to Iran and say, "Hey, this is what we think of you and respect you." It's a slap in the face. It's embarrassing. It's embarrassing.
This is actually
Yeah.
interesting with JD Vance, because Fuentes on his show last night said they might throw JD Vance in as a negotiator and then use that and say, "Oh, JD Vance made a deal," and use this in a desperate bid to try to resuscitate his political career. So, and be like, "Oh, look, JD Vance, look, he's the peacemaker. He's not a warmonger." So if they try to spin this, I mean, if they try to spin JD Vance the peacemaker, we got to be very careful to push back against that and remind everyone that he was clapping along to this war and that he's not a peacemaker. If they try to actually get a deal done and portray JD Vance as the guy that brokered the deal, we got to be careful to push back, because we know exactly what he is. He's the Peter Thiel puppet, and he's no peacemaker. So they might be just using this to try to resuscitate JD Vance politically for 28 if he runs.
That's an interesting
Yeah,
point.
I think I don't think. I just think that Iranians are too smart for that to believe all this. I just don't think that this 15-point plan is an act of desperation by the United States. And I think
Resistance,
that
your mic is really bad. I don't know if it's just
Oh,
for
I know
me.
the
It's
Iranians are too
muffled.
smart to fall for it, because they've been bombed during negotiations twice.
1 second, Andy. 1 second, Andy. Andy, can you hear me? I'm just trying to get Resistance to fix his mic so he can finish what he was saying, and then you can jump in right after him, Andy. It sounds like he's
give me 5 minutes.
underwater. Okay.
Give me 5 minutes. Give me 5 minutes. Let him speak.
Okay.
Thanks.
Okay, no problem. A chick would take a minute literally to fix her mic, but you guys can have your 5 minutes to fix your mics. It's okay. We'll let you go. Go ahead, Andy, jump in.
I'm driving.
Yeah, we multitask better as well, Resistance, but it's fine. It's fine. Go ahead. Andy, jump in. And Resistance, when
Yeah,
you've
I
done
was
it, just
saying that
come
the
and
Iranians
jump
have
right
already
back in.
been bombed during negotiations twice. So even if they are negotiating and they're going to be on red alert for any type of attack, they're not going to be caught again, and they were ready for this one. I mean, they were caught unaware in June, but this time they knew they were probably going to be bombed during negotiations, which is why they immediately responded within an hour to getting bombed this time. It didn't take them a whole day to respond like in June. They responded immediately, and there were missiles flying towards Israel in the Gulf states literally within an hour of those initial strikes. So they're not gonna be tricked. They weren't tricked in February. So yeah, but if this negotiation actually passes and Iran can get those sanctions lifted, that's absolutely incredible if that can actually happen. But they're not going to be tricked and caught off guard. The RGC is going to be on full alert for anything and any potential traps. They're not going to get caught and bombed unaware again.
Well, Andy, if they rope in, oh, sorry, go ahead. Someone was. Oh, well, I was gonna like Andy, if they rope in JD Vance, um, so you said he's like really linked with Peter Thiel, and I've heard that before. Peter Thiel, that is the Palantir Peter Thiel, the Palantir that he says he defers to Israel regarding their genocide in Gaza when he's asked, well, oh well, what are you going to do as far as strategy as it relates to the IDF and their usage of Palantir? Apparently, he said they defer to Israel, meaning every bit of war, all of the war crimes that were used and all of the facial recognition technology used by Israel was essentially just like completely of that advent. And you have to imagine that Iran knows that. Not only that, but JD Vance being implemented, you just have to imagine that they're not going to trust that. They're going to look at him and say, well, yeah, you're like basically a product of the people who were enabling the genocide of many, many Palestinians. And look, Iran has, tried in good faith many times, obviously, to negotiate with the U.S. But like you kind of said, that it seems like the bridges have been burned in a substantial way, to where there's going to be a lot more on the table. So I do think that's interesting. It's interesting. I didn't really hear about that idea that perhaps they'll shift to Vance and pivot and try to make him the sort of good cop, I guess, to Trump and Netanyahu's bad cop. That's interesting.
Yeah, Vance was. I mean, Peter Thiel is Vance's top donor in 2022 when he ran for Senate. He donated over $15 million to the Protect Ohio's Value PAC that supported his campaign. He was Vance's top donor in 2022, so he was the architect behind Vance's entire political rise. So yeah, we know exactly what Vance is and who's backing him.
And
So
Palantir's. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, no. Sorry. Thank you, Inevitable. I was just going to say, I think this agreement between the US and Iran is going to be less about trust, because I don't think there's ever going to be trust between these two states. I mean, naturally so. Look at what's happened just in this past 12 months alone. I think it's more about getting to a place where you have a bit of a better balance between the two, and you have more dependencies on each other. So then you can't do essentially what they've done in these two rounds of wars, where they've just illegally have attacked Iran. I don't think any agreement is going to ever be made by these two countries based on trust, because there is no trust. And like Andy said, I think they're always going to be alert and ready to fight back, because that's just what they've got to do, right, for their survival. So I think moving forward, it's more about not treating Iran like an inferior country, because they're not. I think, and this war was about that showcasing that power, right? Balancing that power between the two countries, because neither country was ever going to be annihilated. It was more about who's stronger here and who can really stand up for themselves. So then moving forward, when you have agreements and when you start to trade together and when you have more dependencies on each other, then it's a more balanced relationship and a fairer game. And actually, that's the kind of thing that long term will deter wars like this, because I don't think there's any amount of missiles or tanks or fighter jets that are going to stop countries from attacking each other. It's more where you have dependencies on each other, where you have diplomatic relationships, where your people, your nations depend on each other, and then trust can get built in the years to come. But no agreement right now is ever going to be based on trust. There is no trust between these two countries.
You know what? To your point, this might not be true, but I've heard I've heard that when Trump and Putin had that conversation regarding potential remediation with Iran, the offer was made by Putin to hold Iran's enriched uranium for them. Like, hey, we'll hold it, we'll take care of it, and the quip was that we'd be willing to store it in a briefcase in Moscow. And Trump didn't take that the right way. I don't know if that quip, I didn't see much because I tried to look, multiple sources when it comes to that. But I don't, I honestly think security guarantees have to come from um, a mutual agreement between the U.S. and probably China. To be honest, like I think even with Russia, especially with some of the attacks that have taken place recently, I don't think the U.S. can make an agreement, even if it meant a mutual engagement with Russia, in which Russia, maybe as Iran's sort of like, I don't want to say guarantor, but maybe like their backer or their ally. I don't think that would be enough. And I think that's why Trump has postponed that trip to Beijing. When we see a new date set, I think that's going to be one key indicator of potential finality. Because again, the entire reason why this was rescheduled was because of the lack of leverage. And until Trump can find some means of leverage to be in Beijing and have talks, and obviously these are going to have way bigger implications than any of us can say for sure. I think that's going to, like, China's going to have to be probably involved for a surefire ceasefire, and if not China, maybe Russia too. Maybe Russia can be that as well. But the aggression has only escalated over the last week against Russia, especially with the attacks that took place from Ukraine against their oil port last night. So. Um, yeah, like there's no trust for sure, and there's gonna need to be like an international probably agreement between major powers. That really seems like the only surefire way that this ends.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Because if I were to look at the relationship between China and the US, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, I don't think it's based on trust. I think it's just based on mutual respect and boundaries for the right reasons. And that's exactly what we need between these countries, because they're never going to love each other. There's always going to be competition between them, but you need to have enough boundaries, and you need to be able to manage risks in a way that we don't give so much power to one state to be able to essentially bully the other one. So yeah, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong on that, but I feel like their relationship is definitely not one that is based on trust or built on trust. It's more just that mutual dependency and mutual respect. Even if they were to go to war, they would still have to trade, they still have to depend on each other, which means that there is no real benefit from, trying to annihilate each other or try and cause damage.
No, exactly. Like it's a pragmatic relationship. There I can count maybe on like on one hand the amount of things that the U.S. or rather that China needs from the U.S. Another factor too that is a major influence, to be honest, to be totally honest, is frankly China doesn't really need the U.S. not nearly as much as it did even 10 years ago. Right now, there's been a major de-hedging that's taken place, and that influences the amounts of give and leeway in agreements. Like 10 years ago, China's economy remained pretty heavily oriented towards the US market, and US bound exports accounted for like 20%, of China's total exports at least. Whereas like now, there's been just like insane economic de-risking, and like there's been like maybe now about like 10% of US exports, like exports from China to the US, are only like 10% of Chinese exports, and many of these have been diversified into Asia and Africa, and even like Latin America a little bit too. And yet, despite that diversification, the trade surplus increased and raised by like 1.2 trillion, or it's at 1.2 trillion as of last year. So just that alone, you can imagine then China's not going to look at any negotiation from a position of weakness. And perhaps if Trump came into talks with Beijing with the intended goal of taking Cuba, Venezuela, and Iran, if he had it his way, yeah, he'd be able to ask for much more, probably even the rare earth restrictions on U.S. military, um, industries being overturned. I think that was probably one of the main things that Trump wanted out of that meeting in Beijing, and he's not going to get that. So until something can be accomplished there, especially as it pertains to Iran and security guarantees, perhaps as well as just like economic, I guess maybe like just normalization going forward. I really don't think we're probably not till the end until we reach that point.
I just wanted to chime in, because there had been talks in the panel as well about deglobalization, and that countries are talking about domestic production, domestic stockpiles of things as a result of this war, and that it seems like this fantasy of alliances such as NATO and these defense agreements, like you can talk about Pakistan and Saudi Arabia. They have a defense agreement. And I know, Beatrix, you were talking about how Pakistan has been very eager to mediate between the two. But I just think that Pakistan is literally thinking about themselves. They don't want to be caught in a between a rock and a hard place, whereby Saudi Arabia are going to invoke that defense agreement and ask and basically demand Pakistan to fight their battles for them. So if they join the war, what does that look like? If Saudi Arabia decides to join the war, what does that look like? That looks like Pakistan really attacking Iran. And so I don't think Pakistan wants to be in that position. They thought of a defensive agreement whereby someone else, some other actor like maybe Israel, would be attacking Saudi Arabia in that scenario, not someone like, or maybe UAE, or maybe some other country, not someone not a country as formidable as Iran. So anyway, going back to these alliances, there's a lot now. There's a lot of talk now of domestic stockpiles, etc. So I think there's an element of alliances amongst the East Asian countries and certain honest actors, I believe, like Iran, China, BRICS nations, but Brazil, Russia, Iran, China, South Africa, not India. And that's where you got. So there's one side of the world, the BRICS, and the partner applicants, or people that want to apply, or countries that want to apply to BRICS. They want to follow the rules-based order, international order. And then you got the West of the world, which is the West, and that's the laws of the jungle. And the laws of the jungle is anything goes, might is right, and hypocrisy is in full swing. And so as you can see, there's internal chaos. There's lots of bickering, fighting amongst the countries, divisions in the EU, disagreements. Um, Obviously, when it comes to Ukraine, Russia, there's disagreements between Europe and America, etc., Canada and the United States, and so on and so on, Denmark and US. So you got all of these because there is no law. There's no, this is all a fantasy, and it was just laced with sort of it was laced with imperialism that was cloaked by deception, in my opinion. So all of that is out the window in the West, and that's why the West is facing chaos, and in the East are actually fomenting, in my opinion, the Asian countries, Iran, China. They are, because when you are honest and you are dealing with honest actors, then rules can be established and trade agreements can be ratified for the long term. And so then, and in crises, you get to see the real colors of the country, of the nation, of the people, and that's what we're seeing. And we're seeing a disintegration of the United States and Israel and the Gulf GCC countries and Europe as well. Look, Mark Rutte said, the half the EU, or a lot of the EU countries, are coming to open the Strait of Hormuz. Where are they? Where are they? It's all a facade. So all of that is ridiculous. So there's on one side there's deglobalization, which is the West, and it's because there's the laws of the jungle there, and so you can't have globalization when there's laws of jungle, and in the other side you have alliances, and because you're dealing with honest actors, because they follow international law and the rules-based order that the West sort of created, but just didn't follow. So it's good in that sense, and I'm glad that Iran is following it in the most honest and moral way, and just showing up everybody else, including the GCC, especially the GCC. And regardless of whether Israel is there or not, I still wouldn't trust the GCC countries. I just wouldn't, because look at what MBS is behaving like. I mean, he's literally goading United States to further attack Iran, and the United States are desperate to just end this war, right? And so that's one point. The second point I wanted to say originally to Beatrix is, and Sully, because I think you brought up the 15 points and you discussed it, is I personally don't think, if you look at the first statement that Trump made last week about, oh, we've got 48 hours, and then all of a sudden he says, oh, we've made a deal, it's 5 days, etc. But if you notice, he said in that Truth Social post, that Department of War will stand down, will cease military hostilities, right? And I responded to you, Sully, but obviously to your post, but obviously you never respond to your minions, so it's fine, Viceroy. I said, but that means it's just only United States and it's not Israel. And it and now we've got the 15-point deal. And so far, it just seems like Israel is not a factor in this. Israel doesn't seem to be a factor in these negotiations. And people could say, "Oh, well, it means that Israel can go on and fight on and do it alone." But I honestly take it in a different way. I think who is behind Israel? Who's steering the ship? In my opinion, because it's not Netanyahu, definitely not, because, and it's not some of the the National Security Council, because they're all gone, and Mossad and the 33 officers, David Barnier, and all of them are gone. I just don't believe all that. So, and that stands to reason. This is one of for me, people can call me crazy, but if they're not there, and remember, Netanyahu for 35, 40 years, he has cultivated immense power between Israel and United States, bringing in his billionaire friends like Larry Ellison, and Miriam Adelson, and Sheldon Adelson as well, previously as well. That's who he cultivated. He cultivated these really powerful leaders, powerful businessmen, really, that are interconnected into the financial fabric of the United States and the West, in order to leverage that in order to give Israel power in the region. And now that he's gone, and I believe he was the most powerful man in Israel, in my opinion. And you can talk about Mossad, and of course they are powerful, right, in Israel and their alliances with the CIA. But it just doesn't look like the United States are conducting this with any care for Israel, or any sort of consideration for Israel, right? And this idea that Qatar comes out and says, "Oh, Netanyahu is worried that they're not really that they're going to be left alone to do the airstrikes," I just think that's all a facade. I think that's all smoke and mirrors. I don't know who's controlling Israel right now. I certainly I still want to know, why was Scott Besson taken from in the middle of an interview and come back all shaken up and incoherent, couldn't even string two words together, right? I still don't know all that stuff. I don't know why there's AI videos there, but it doesn't seem like there is a force behind Israel, except for maybe some of the Jewish lobbies like AIPAC and all them lot, that are really sort of giving any sort of uh, push behind this military this military campaign with the United States. So that's my opinion on it, and yeah, I'm happy to be ridiculed for it, but I just don't believe that there is any force behind it. And this 15-point plan absolutely did not factor in Israel, didn't even talk about Israel, or anything about Israel. And so for me, I think the United States now are conducting this on behalf of themselves. And I'm not seeing where Witkoff and Kushner coming to Israel and having meetings with Netanyahu. I'm not seeing Netanyahu, whatever, going to United States. Now, I mean, he should be. If that's the case, if now after the 15-point plan, if they were worried, a real Netanyahu would go there and start lobbying everybody to push Trump to retract that 15-point plan. But what's happening now? No, it just seems like United States are just conducting this negotiation on their own. That's my piece on it. But anyway, I'm happy to hear everyone else's thoughts.
So just before, because there are a few points there, right, to talk about, and I want to touch on it, resistance. Some of those points we did talk about earlier, but there are some other things, especially when you talk about Netanyahu going to America. I just want to deviate away from this for a second. Freedom Nomad on the YouTube was talking about a serious development in Israel, and I just think it's important to mention that. So, the Knesset, which is the Israeli Parliament, National Security Committee, has approved tonight, excuse me, a proposed bill to impose the death penalty on Palestinian quote unquote prisoners, and we know that means any Palestinian they pick up, because administrative detention is something which is a law in Israel, only applies to Palestinians, which is they can be held without charge, without trial, without a lawyer, without even their families knowing. So if we were Palestinian, they could come, take us off the street and hold us in prison for any length of time without any crime being committed, and they don't even have to tell our families. And you know what happens in those prisons. We saw the right to rape protests and things like that. So the Knesset has approved tonight a proposed bill to impose the death penalty on Palestinians, advancing it to the second and third reading. And the proposal says a mandatory death sentence without requiring unanimity. So basically, even if one person thinks it, they'll give them a death sentence. Execution by hanging to be carried out by the prison authorities, implementation of the sentence within a defined period of up to 90 days, no possibility of pardon. And the bill's going to be brought to a vote in the Knesset next week for its second and third readings. And this is really worrying, because the fact that they're doing this right now during wartime, it shows that Israel's not going anywhere. In terms of its terrorism against Palestinians. I remember 3 or 4 years ago, when this was first floated, The Guardian in the UK done an article saying that there have been 5,000 cases of terrorism by Palestinians against Israelis, like normal civilians they were talking about. And what they were saying is that there's going to be, and this is the fruition of it now, this bill, they were saying that Israel's proposing the death penalty for all such cases. When I read that article, about 5,000 plus cases of 5,000 and something, it was 5,102 or whatever, I can't remember, but it was just over 5,000 cases of terrorism Palestinians committed. I pushed back. We pushed back at The Guardian and said, this is disgraceful. Like, what is this? What's the breakdown of the 5,000 plus? And do you know what? They then clarified it in a link in small print that of those 5,000 and something, 4,300 or 4,400 of them were literally kids throwing rocks at IDF soldiers. That's what The Guardian had listed as terrorism. The rest of them were burning tires, evading arrest. That's not terrorism. Nothing there would be defined as terrorism of those 5,000. And those are the people that Israel, this was about 3 years ago, was saying we need to give them the death penalty. And here we are today with this reading passing the Knesset. So I wanted to mention that. And I'm going to give the mic back to you, Resistance, because I know you want to comment on this. But also on your thing about Netanyahu, I've got loads of thoughts on this, right? You're right. It takes out Israel from the loop. Now, one of the things is if it leaves Israel and Iran fighting, I'm fine with that because somebody needs to get rid of Zionism. And if that's Iran, then I big up Iran to do it, right? I'm more than happy. My concern is if America says we're not part of this war, but then America carries on funding Israel. I mean, America cannot have any part of it. No funding, no military aid, no military equipment, nothing. Clean break. America focuses on fixing America first. I don't
Well,
think it's going to work like that. I think that's just a fairy tale. It's not going to work, right? I don't trust Trump. He's putting boots on the ground. He's going all in. When you say Netanyahu, like he would be there, I don't think Netanyahu's alive. I think this is some gay little body double that they're using. And I've said this from day one. And I think the more I see of this guy, the more I'm convinced. He went out with his sunglasses on to a bomb site, and when you look at the video, this was a place that hours before, apparently a cluster missile from Iran had fallen, and there's just ruins everywhere. And Netanyahu stood in the middle of it, and they don't even like to show us their ruins, with his sunglasses on, or the body double stood there with his sunglasses on. And when you watch it, there's no background noise, like zero, nada, not a crane moving, not a brick moving. Like, this is a site. Are you not doing any evacuation? You're not doing any searches? You're not doing anything? Like, there's zero background noise. So I don't buy any of this, but I do think that there could be a small possibility that Israel went ahead and did that strike initially, to kill Khamenei, and Trump didn't know that they were going to do it. I don't think Israel has any respect for America or American leaders. I think it's a case that they think they can dictate and not say, not consult, so to speak. So yeah, that's the thing. And yes, you're right. It doesn't mention Israel at all. And we did talk about that it's actually just America saying this. I don't buy it at all. Like, America and Israel are in this together. And it's sad because I want America to just say, look, here's our thing with you. You know what? We want no beef with you. You want no beef with us. We're happy to have cordial relationships with you. This has nothing to do with us. We're moving aside, and let Israel deal with Iran, because Iran would bish bash bosh Israel into kingdoms come, but it's not going to happen, and it doesn't mention Israel. So yeah, it's a bit confusing. But back to you, Resistant.
Yeah, so let's talk about the Palestinian thing quickly. So they got so for children, for adults, it's a 97.3, so 97.2% conviction rate for adults, and for children, it's 99.7% conviction rate for children, because they just throw rocks and that's it. It's easy to detain them. So of course, but I as soon as you said this, it harks back to what Norman Finkelstein said about the psyche of the Israelis. For a long time, they've been trying to quota the Palestinians, right, and make sure that the Palestinian numbers don't outpopulate the Israeli numbers. And now what we're seeing is mass exodus of Israelis from Israel, and it's going to continue, right? And I think that personally, part of that is, well, how are we going to? They're probably thinking, well, there's going to be at least 1 million leaving Israel, probably more, probably 2, whatever, depending on how things go. And so we'll definitely be a minority Jewish state, old Jewish country. So if that's the case, how do we try to legally eliminate these Palestinians and keep the quota as low as possible, right? And also ensure zero tolerance of any sort of backlash. Even though we know the settlers, and we support the settlers causing mass chaos and evictions and so on and so on. So I'm thinking this is one of the steps that they do. Because taking the Palestinians' land is not enough, because they're still going to reside in Palestine. They're not moving anywhere. No country appears to want to take them, take these people anywhere, and they're not willing to leave. So that's one factor. So they're thinking, okay, well, how do we get rid of them? How do we sort of vaporize them? So let's just introduce the death penalty for them. And if we've got a 99% conviction rate for women and for adults and children, it's fine. We just kill them all. It's not a problem. And we'll just say that's our the United States have got a death penalty. Loads of countries got death penalties, and they're terrorists. And we'll just again categorize them under terrorism, and that's it, and that's how we kill them all. And we can sort of trying to control the numbers that way, and then encourage Israelis to come, or Jews or whatever aligned with or Zionists, to come over to the country, knowing that actually the Palestinian population don't really have any rights, and they're going to be subdued and succumb to our occupation. And that way there won't be a threat to us. There won't be a threat to the population, to the new so the new settlers that are coming in. So that's what I think from what you said there. Going back to Netanyahu, Israel, etc. The first point about, oh well, I just hope that United States stay fully out of it. Well, okay, well, it's just going to, if they don't, then they're just going to behave the way they did in the 12-day war, where they support refueling of the F-35s and so on, but they don't really launch any attacks from the Gulf GCC countries. So then it just allows Iran just to solely focus on Israel and just batter them to oblivion. So in basically accelerating this war to the point that the Israelis will have to actually indirectly talk and make agreements with Iran and not United States, because United States have already made a deal with Iran and they're out of the picture. So now what can the Israelis agree? Right? They're going to use obviously United States as a mediator, but we don't trust. But Iran and everyone in this panel, everyone in this space, clearly don't trust the United States as a mediating party, anyways. And this 15-point rule, I 100% agree with you, Khaleesi. It's not really workable. It's not ratifiable. It's not. There's no guarantees in it. I don't know how you can place guarantees on that. I'd also want to put penalties in there for if the United States decide to pull out, such as will close the Strait of Hormuz, will prevent any U.S. ships or any U.S. affiliated ships from entering the Strait of Hormuz, things like that, and maybe get involved China and Russia to impose restrictions on the United States for breaking the rules as well. I'd want some penalties in place for the United States, right? Not just to have some sort of semblance of guarantees there. Now, so yeah, I don't agree with that, but I'm not that bothered whether the United States are supporting Israel in this war or just fully backed out and not, because to be honest, I do want Israel to continue. I do want Israel to be battered to oblivion, and having to negotiate with Russia potentially to on Iran's terms. I personally want that, and then Iran can take their pick of what terms they want, whether it's for Hezbollah or on behalf of Hezbollah or on behalf of Palestine, as well as themselves. So yeah, it doesn't bother me. But again, this whole idea that Kushner and Witkoff and the same lying, two-faced crooks are part of this negotiation team. I don't know how anyone can believe that.
So what do you think the plan is? And then Titi, did you have your hand up? Because I can't see any hands. No, Titi's not there.
I actually didn't, but is it okay if I add something really quickly? Sorry, it was more to do with the globalization point that you made.
Yeah, jump in, no problem, jump
Oh,
in.
perfect. Thank you. I was just going to say, I think one of the reasons I think the world is kind of shocked about a lot of things that have come out from Iran. And I've reflected on this a little bit recently. And I think a big part of why Iran's society is the way that it is, in terms of like, you've got the unity, you've got education, you've got jobs. Like, if you're talking about a free market, Iran is definitely a free market, like by its true definition. It's the type of place where if you work hard and if you invest in the right things, and if you're planning to build a life, build a business, whatever it is that you're trying to do, like, you will definitely see results. Like, it's not a place where you're restricted in what you can do. Unlike like the country that I live in the UK, I feel like there's 100 million different like things that you've got to do, and then in the end you get blocked from actually being successful. I think one of the reasons why Iran is in such a strong position from like a societal standpoint is because due to the due to the sanctions and due to the villainization of Iran over the past 40 something years, I believe it's kind of saved it from that globalization. So some of the negative things that have come from, like, you know, like in the UK, we're making people, like thousands and thousands of people redundant. to offshore their roles because it's cheaper for us to do that, right? Like we've created this situation in the UK where we've destroyed a lot of jobs, we've destroyed a lot of work, like the pipeline of work for young people, which is really disappointing to see. And literally the only reason that we've done it is just because it's cheaper. You get that one-time saving of moving expensive jobs from here to a different country, I mean, in my opinion, you're exploiting those people too because there's no real progression for them. There's no real benefits other than the fact that you just get that saving for them. Iran was genuinely saved from that, like because not many people came to Iran, and we couldn't trade with the world. Like they became very self-sufficient, very independent, which meant that there were a lot of opportunities that came from that. Although, I mean, don't get me wrong, it wasn't always easy in Iran because of the sanctions. I mean, sanctions are not just about oil and gas and energy. I mean, sanctions have an impact on everything from your banking to your medical industry to like everything. You name it. Like if you're under sanctions, there are so like even doing a GoFundMe page. Like I saw a tweet earlier where someone was like, as a joke, they said, "Oh, does Iran have a GoFundMe page?" If you're literally raising money for Iran and the word Iran shows up anywhere, like on PayPal or whatever it is, your accounts will get closed because of sanctions. Like even at work, whenever we go through anything, like we have to go through the sanctions list and just figure out like who can we trade with and who can we not. So I think Iran, there was a positive in that aspect where we genuinely developed this like pipeline of skills, pipeline of work, and a lot of entrepreneurs, a lot of independent businesses. Like we were kind of saved from like the big brands and the franchise that you see around the world. And I think we're kind of seeing the positives of that. Again, I think there are always positives and negatives. And just your point about globalization is what kind of like triggered that in my mind, resistance, which I think is a really positive thing. I think it was really good for our country, despite all of the bad stuff as well. Of course, I'm not going to just act like that. There were negatives to it.
No, I mean, I'll just make one final point, and I think the IRGC, the Supreme Leader, and his companions, they really did. They really did embark on some really, really good, thoughtful projects. Whether, first of all, it was their manufacturing base. As soon as again, the West tried to hinder Iran's progression because they encouraged Iraq to invade Iran, and then they forced it. Well, they encouraged them also to launch chemical weapons on Iran. This is how much they really don't care about brown people back then, and they certainly didn't want Iran to develop. But despite a lot of their obstacles, they developed their own manufacturing base. They developed the institutes, whether it's science, maths, STEM. STEM was a big thing for the Iranians. I've got an article I've been reading. It's by an Iranian. It's really, really interesting on how the STEM program developed in the 80s and 90s, and that led to lots of innovations in technologies such as their own car industry, so their own medical equipment, and obviously the missile programs themselves, and their own chemical chemical division as well. So oil, gas, but also medicines that they've really cultivated those industries very well, despite the crippling sanctions. You look at other countries under the same sort of sanctions, but they didn't have the foresight. So, for example, the one I compare to is Syria. Syria has got oil. Syria's got lots of natural resources as well, like Iran. It's smaller, so it's a smaller population, smaller country, but a lot of oil reserves and a lot of other natural resources. And so it would, from a strategic point of view or from a logical point of view, it's easier to manage that. But they didn't do that. They didn't do any of that. And you could say, well, the close proximity to Israel is a hindrance, blah, blah. No, they didn't really have any sort of foresight or thinking or anything like that. Whereas the Iranians did. The Iranians, I mean, 5,000-year-old civilization. You got to respect that. You got to respect their heritage, the history. They're they're an ancient people that are very, very clever and very resourceful, and that's shown in their. This is their makeup. This is their ideology, right? So
Yeah,
that's what I just
yeah,
want to say. And the plane
yeah.
there.
Resistance. Yeah, resistance. Adding on to you and what TT has said, he's like my adopted son. He is like my son, my very, very own. He's Iranian, Swiss Iranian. and brilliant PhD scientist, molecular biology, and his mother a scientist, PhD. And the tradition and culture, when we talk, I often have to tell him, please, I need you to put that in plain English so I can understand what you're talking about. And even when he breaks terminology down to where a 6-year-old can understand it, it still has so many levels of complexity. And one day I asked him, I said, hey, let's really talk about Iran right now. I know I'm still saying Iran, I'm still learning, but I said, let's really look at that, the mindset of this people, and that there's a saying, we all know it, is necessity, out of necessity comes genius. In other words, necessity is the mother of genius, the lack of. Well, what they did, I don't think the world understands that. And when I started this whole thing, when we started to analyze it, back when I was on staff of Commander Submarine Force Atlantic, we were studying this. Literally on the staff, we were doing forward projection plans in the Middle East, Fifth Fleet, submarine support, using Fifth Fleet assets, Seventh Fleet assets, and of course, intervention and blocking from the Sixth Fleet. So what we realized, this is not a conventional war. They perfected this to levels that were astounding. So we had to go back to the drawing board, but we were already behind the power curve. And I would say years behind the power curve. And a great man, I'm so sad he passed away recently, 3-star admiral. I love him dearly. And he said, before he passed away, he said, the thing is, we have to really understand the capability of what Iran's doing. They're so overlooked and they're always put into this box. But he said they have to be really reckoned with. So I'll just say this. It's where we witnessed a major global shift in this multipolarity world. I posted a thing down there so people can really understand what's happening. It's already happening. It's not going to. It's already happened. And in many ways, it's already happened. Iran is in the power position, and that's a fact. And now the U.S. has no choice but to accept it. The hardliner, America's number one forever. Well, they're going to figure it out one day. Just be patient with them. Maybe they won't. But the world is really recognizing what's already happened.
Yeah, and I'll just add to that, Andrew. I mean, if you know Iranians, and if people do know Iranian people, they're very kind. They're funny people. They're really easy to get on with. They're opinionated, but they are clever in their a lot of the time. Anyways, I've known a lot of the Iranians that I speak to. They're very diverse in their thoughts, and they very much like they like the American people. They like American culture. They like European culture. They like all of that. It's just not talked about enough. They're demonized a lot. The country is demonized as one sort of country under this dictator, etc. But it's not the case. Even the government, if you speak to the government, they would love to do make deals and make trade agreements with the West, but they're never given a chance. They're always demonized because of Israel. They're demonized because of Israel. Israel is the thorn. Israel has they created this SWIFT network, this global financial network, which alienates Iran because Iran, they see Iran as a threat to them, and it's not just Israel. It's Saudi Arabia. It's Qatar. It's UAE. It's a lot of these Arab countries that are that are are threatened by Iran, not just because of the fact that they have resources, but because they are intelligent people that are resourceful, right? And it harkens back to after the revolution, and the supreme leader and his companions. They said, "Look, the West is going to be against us, right? And we have to internalize everything. We have to domesticate everything. I know the sanctions are now crippling us. This is 1983, 1984. Everything we need to retrofit. We need to reverse engineer anything that we get and then figure out how we can improve upon that. And everything they do, they reverse engineer. Or now they're in a stage where, well, that was back then, and then in the end, they developed their own ideas on augmenting those engineering principles and the technologies that they incorporated, whether it's from the Libyan missiles that they first got and reverse engineered into their missile program, and so many others, some of the French cars that they got and reverse engineered those. Lots of things that they reverse engineered and then augmented with their own sort of ideas and ingenuity. And that's why countries like China and Russia, they get a bit annoyed. I hear it quite often. They get really annoyed because they send them things, and their natural inclination is to reverse engineer things and then improve upon it. And then they do, and then countries like Russia think, oh wow, that's a really good drone that you've got there, the Shahid. Can we have the can we make it? Can we have the plans for it? And the Iranians say, yeah, absolutely, take the plans. They sold so many, they were effective in 2022, 23, and in the end, the Russians made their own out of the Shahid blueprints, because they know Iran does the same thing, and so they were fine with Russia doing that. And so, and the Chinese are the same. The Chinese love to, they reverse engineer things and they make it better, right? DeepSeek better than ChatGPT is one of the classic examples. But again, now the EV technology is far ahead, the best technology in the world, right? They're self-driving systems, so much better than Tesla's. Any Tesla fanboy, they are deluded if they think that it's better than BYDs and some of these others now, right? I'm sorry, it's night and day. I've driven in a Tesla, I've driven in BYD, and it's just, there's no comparison in terms of technology and price performance ratios. Lots of things that they incorporate, and their ability to engineer such superior technology now. China was in the 90s and 2000s regarded as having as producing or like really cheap NAF products. Not anymore. Not for the last 10 years, in my opinion. And now it's becoming it's becoming well known. My company, we sell to China, but because China's not just a producing market, they're a consumer market as well. But their technology, we help provide certain things, and when we see the plans of their technology, because we have to provide certain equipment, etc., for them, the plans, the blueprints are unbelievable, off the scales, and we have the same for American plans. And there's no comparison in terms of detail, in terms of ingenuity, in terms of and the same sort of technology for China is like 1/3 the cost of what's in America. And but we stay silent. I mean, we stay silent, but we can make our observations and say that the Chinese technology is far better, much, and for the price as well. It's great. America has got into the habit of just producing overpriced, mediocre stuff in a lot of things, but in a few things they are still leaders in. But they had to spend billions or tens of billions of dollars to do that, and it's just going to be downhill from now on, and that's the problem. So I'm just going to land the plane there for that.
Yeah, well, we saw the same thing happen in America with Japan, and those are the older generations like myself. In the 1980s, Japan brought the American car industry to its knees. America ruled by General Motors, the big three, Ford and General Motors, Ford and Chrysler. But so Japan comes along because of the United States investing billions in building up Japan's economy industrial base. Japan said, yeah, let's compete. Next thing you know, the U.S. is like, no, stop. Their cars became the standard. Now we see China rising in that. When I went to China in 2010, I was just shocked. I was in Beijing. I was shocked. I was like, what? Overwhelmed by it. But back to Iran, let me just say this. So the U.S. Navy had to adapt its blue water navy. We've always had our blue water navy, and we know that it's been now obviously clear the United States Navy cannot fight in that battle from Iran in that asymmetrical Persian Gulf. That's a no-go zone. So that's made us go out to the deep water, blue water, and there's where we rule. The United States has rule out there by our submarines and make that very clear. Russia knows it, China knows it. But this again, okay, so we control the deep water so we can sink anybody we want, Iranian ships coming in and out. Now we got a problem. China has now risen to the point where now they're now coming into they're formidable. Their submarine forces can't match, but the Russians are getting very close to that. So we got another problem, and that's mutually assured destruction with the nuclear proliferation and all that. So the only way to win this war is just totally annihilate everything. Game over. The whole existence is now finished. So we can't fight that. So we're going to have to negotiate and come into this multipolarity, polarity of the big three: Russia, China, and the United States, but certainly now Iran is going to step into dominance in the Middle East. And everyone's concerned about Israel. I mean, once Iran's armed with a nuclear capability, which they've always should have been, no doubt, that will put Israel in check. They can't be going around saying we got to remove Iran. Okay, well, try that move. So we're seeing this shift. It's already happened. Get used to it, world. And the United States will fumble through this eventually. And Trump every day is looking like a fool. And America's in derision, and so is Israel, which it should be, because God will not be mocked. God will not allow a nation to, in the name of Jesus, kill innocent women, children in Gaza. The genocide that we've witnessed, and they use in the name of God. How dare these reprobate? And they're bastards in the biblical sense. They think that they're doing God's work. No, they're doing the work of Satan. So I'll end it there. I'm happy to see all this happen because God will not be mocked.
Yeah, I remember when
Let me
go ahead.
just yeah, no, Inevitable, I'll give the mic right to you. I just want to give a bit of news really quickly. So this is I think I read this earlier, but Iran states that it's been preparing for a ground invasion for over 20 years. They said for more than 2 decades we've been preparing for this moment. This is thanks to Sadat for pointing this out, but the American army has raised enlistment age to 42 now. And they've removed a waiver for marijuana possession as well. So if you've had a conviction for marijuana possession before, they'll even waive that, and you'll serve up to the age of 42. You can join. Disney is reportedly exiting the deal it signed with OpenAI, where it pledged to invest $1 billion in the company. I'm not sure what that's about. This I did want to read to you. This is really a fire statement. I don't know where Germany suddenly found its spine, but it's found a spine from somewhere. The German chancellor said about the war with Iran, he said, and this is Friedrich Merz, he said, this is a dirty job that Israel is doing for all of us. We too are victims of this terrorist regime, which has brought death and destruction to the world.
Hold
and he's
on,
talking about Israel there.
hold on. Didn't they say this is didn't they say at the beginning of the war, this is a dirty job that Israel's doing us a favor for because they're cleaning up? Really? Do you remember that? Do you remember Mertz saying that?
No, I don't.
Oh my God.
No.
Yes.
It's a famous statement. He said Israel is doing our dirty work in the Middle East.
Because there's been a couple of statements from Germany today, and they're calling out Israel. And I think maybe, just maybe, it's because of the pressure on them now by Trump. I mean, he's dragged them. He's dragged Spain. The Israeli ministers today, I don't know if you were here when I read the news out at the beginning of the space resistance, but Israeli ministers, I think it might have been Katz or somebody, really dragged Pedro Sanchez, the Spanish prime minister, really dragged him. You know, like, oh, your name's now written on missiles that fly from Iran to kill civilians. How do you feel about that? And, you know, how dare you? And, you know, they've made like horrific statements about him. And I was like, well, that means he's on the right side. So maybe Germany's just trying to find a spine. I mean, I don't trust Germany at all, but.
Yeah, I didn't know that. I didn't hear about that. But I heard the Spanish minister yesterday. We're not going to follow you anywhere. We're not going to follow you around the corner, you genocidal maniacs. That's what he said.
Yeah. So, mediators from Turkey, Pakistan, and Egypt are trying to broker a peace deal. Brokers from Turkey, Egypt, and Pakistan seek to hold a US-Iranian meeting within 48 hours. Wall Street Journal is reporting this, so make of it what you will. Tehran informed the mediators of its deep suspicions towards Washington. That's so funny. Tehran basically told Turkey, Egypt, and Pakistan that it's very suspicious of Washington. Yeah, Tehran's right to be. I mean, look, I'll ask that in a second, and then I'll give the mic right back to you, Resistance, because I do want to ask you. Actually, let me just ask you now, and then I'll give the mic to you. So we're looking at this 15-point plan and we're thinking, yeah, something fishy, it's not going to go through. Trump can't be trusted, blah, 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 blah. Surely the Iranians will have everything prepared for the ground invasion and every eventuality, whilst Trump is like sucking up to them, saying, I'll give you all these concessions, let's talk. Surely they're not going to buy Trump's kind of fake appeasement, are they? Back to you, Resistance.
Yeah, they've called up 2 million people, 2 million soldiers. We know from General Qasem Soleimani, he wanted around about 200,000 to 300,000 at the border permanently trained for 20, 30 years. So he wanted them for the next 20 again, from 2015 onwards, right? And part of that was, again, he was deploying Vietnam tactics, and he was training Hezbollah as well on these tactics. So create tunnels underneath, all across the western border, and also the east, but predominantly the west, because that was the biggest priority. And then they'll create ambush strategies. And so, as long as they are, and as soon as the war started, then they're immediately stationed in their tens of hundreds of thousands. So I'd expect all across the border, there's probably something anywhere between 200,000 and 500,000 there, at the border, waiting for these 2,500 soldiers. And they'll be waiting underground. They'll be setting so many traps. So any of the strategies that you see Hezbollah has been deploying, where they launch small rockets, invite the injure a few soldiers, injure a tank or whatever it is, or some military vehicle. They come over to retrieve them. They launch the bigger missiles, and a lot of them are wiped out. It's the same sort of strategy that Hezbollah deployed, or they jam the whole area first of all. So they come in, they don't jam it first. They allow them to come in, then they jam the area with their jamming, the anti-jamming the jamming technology they have, and then all of a sudden no one can radio in, and then they basically come out from underneath wherever they are, and then they just ambush them, and they either capture or kill them. So they'll have lots of POWs and lots of dead soldiers, and they'll paraded on TV.
Resistance, can I jump in on Beatrice? On Resistance was talking about, he took from Vietnam that tunnel system, how it worked with the Vietnamese and what happened with the U.S. The Cu Chi tunnels. For listeners that are coming in new, haven't heard this, please bear with me. I've been to the Cu Chi tunnels in Vietnam twice. This was dug by hand by the Vietnamese, by hand, and it goes down 20 meters deep, and it's elaborate. It goes over several kilometers deep and all over. When the U.S. bombed with B-52 raids, then our Marines went in to clean up and mop up. Our Marines were getting wiped out left and right. People, the Viet Cong were popping up out of holes, and they didn't realize they walked into a massive slaughter fest, and it was a bloodbath.
Yeah, and you know what? There's a few things I know and I've seen, in terms of strategies, ambush strategies, and things that Iran and Hezbollah is doing, have done in the past, and I think Iran is going to do, but I just don't want to say right now until afterwards, until after they go, and then I'll say. But happy to DM you, Beatrix. But yeah, I mean, I just don't want to say it because, yeah, I'm like Ryan Dawson. I think that the American military are just dumb. The top brass, the so-called think tanks there, they're not very clever, given how they've conducted this war so far. So, and if they're so foolish enough to do that, yeah, I just don't know how. I don't know how they're going to land. I mean, I know they're going to parachute in, most likely, but will they be shot? Will the aircraft be shot down? Who knows? Will they even get to Iran? Maybe Iraq will do it. I don't know. Who knows?
Resistance, we really want to know now. Now that you've mentioned it, we really need to know what you were about to say. But also, my question is, how are they going to get out? it's one thing to get in, but how are you going to get out when you get into a country that has 2 million people waiting for you? I mean, that's just the number of people that they've declared. I mean, if you look at the Iran and Iraq war, we had, I don't know what the exact number is, but the majority of young people signed up to fight. I mean, these people are fighting for their land. It's not a joke. You know, you're dealing with a country of 92 million people. 2 million is nothing when you think about the bigger population.
TT, you said it. You said it. That's I believe that the Iranians will, the IGRC will allow them to come in to a great extent. Okay, but how do you get out? That's the trap. That's what happened to the United States Army 9th Infantry in the Mekong Delta. Our young men walked into kill boxes in those rice paddies, kill boxes. It was a slaughter. But see, the press hid it. They kept it hidden. But I know about it. Well, okay, let's talk about again the Coochie tunnels. The Marines, they blocked that out. It was black. No one knew about it. No one heard about it. I didn't know about that until I started reading about it after I had already been in Vietnam. Actually went to the tunnels themselves, read the documentary, talked to actual veterans that were there. It's a kill box. You can't get out. They won't let them out. And then they'll try to resupply or try to come in. Oh, snap. It happened in the movie. Watch that movie, Once We Were Soldiers, by Colonel, I just drew a blank on his name. He made a movie out of that. We were getting wiped out. The only way we survived, just a few soldiers survived, was we had air superiority. Now we have no air superiority. None. It will be a total annihilation. And any military officer that receives those orders, the Lord rebuke you in the name of Jesus. I can't. You have blood on your hands. If you dare follow those orders, I stand there and say, you rebuke you. You have no moral conscience.
I think less even, Andrew, again, sorry, I'm actually really not a war sort of expert here, but even less about just like how many people will die. Like if you come into Iran and you're in another country's land, you're going to capture these people. It's a whole other thing, right? Like you've got so much more advantage at capturing prisoners of war. Which then puts us in a completely different league. Once you've got people that are alive and you're holding them and you have every reason and you're in a legal position to capture them, that's the kind of leverage that I just can't imagine that they want Iran to have.
I was just about to say this, TT. I think there's greater political currency by capturing them and detaining them. And we know Iranians are not savages like the Israelis, right? And so they'd much rather, if they can, contain them. So there's lots of traps. I don't want to say, but there is, whether it's in mainland Iran, Khark Island, Kish, whatever it is, Kushum, all of these islands, it doesn't really matter. They would have set traps. Remember, they planned for this. They started. Look, they've already had plans, and they already implemented these strategies during the Iran-Iraq war. They had mines during the Iran-Iraq war. You know, they laid the mines. They set traps for the Iraqis. They did similar things, but they've had like 25, 30 years to advance those strategies. And yeah, General Qasem Soleimani, he was a genius when it came to military strategies and networks and augmenting all different military ideas from history, as well as his networking capabilities. But yeah, he did that, and I think that obviously that's his legacy. And so it wouldn't be the biggest irony that Trump killed Qasem Soleimani, but it was Qasem Soleimani's legacy tactics that actually that killed and captured so many US soldiers that it probably led to the impeachment of Trump. Isn't that the greatest? Could be a really good irony there.
Resistance. I wanted. Oh,
Let
go
me
ahead.
just no, I'm going to come to you, Inevitable. Let me just welcome Gary. I know he's probably been on before, but I wasn't on at that time. I just want to clarify something here. Read Germany. Arcos has just joined the YouTube chat and is asking some good questions, and I don't want there to be any confusion. So there's been a few statements in the last couple of days, and it seems like there's either been a stance shift in Germany. So the German president a few days ago. So let me just retract that. The statement I read just a little while ago, people on YouTube were telling me what you were telling me, Resistance, that it's referring to Iran. So it says, this is a dirty job that Israel is doing for all of us. We too are victims of this terrorist regime, which has been brought death and destruction to the world. That was referring to Iran, apparently. But, and I say but, on March the 24th, Reuters said that the German president said the Iran war is a disastrous mistake that breaches international law, Germany's president said on Tuesday. Also, very quickly, this is Germany's president today, Frank-Walter Steinmeier, on Iran, says this war is a politically disastrous mistake, a truly avoidable, unnecessary war if its goal was to stop Iran on its way to the atomic bomb. So, just for clarification, I hope that helps, Arcos. These are the statements that were made that I have from Germany. Back to you, Inevitable. And Gary, chime in anytime. I'd love to get your take on this 15-point plan. I don't know if you've seen it, but whether you think Trump's actually going to negotiate or whether he's he's actually sending military there anyway. So what you think his thoughts might be? So I'd love to hear that. But Inevitable, let me just let you finish first. Go ahead.
Sure. Yeah. No, I just wanted to raise an idea that I had spoke about a few days ago too. Just in response to what Resistance was saying was there could be a potential chance that, especially with 82nd Airborne, they may attempt to drop them in over territory where they may have more proxies, being the United States, like Balochistan. I think that was the idea. I don't know, Baluchistan, Balochistan, that southeastern area of Iran, due to like this sort of like long-standing buildup. It kind of borders Pakistan to the east and Afghanistan to the north, and it would give the U.S. kind of like easy overland to air access via possibly friendly or semi, permissive territory, specifically for resupply and really anything else they want. I guess my theory is that like they're going to possibly send assets to if this is not a blood sacrifice, if this is just a straight up like, if this is an actual serious excursion that they're making, then perhaps they could try to go for like that group. They have this like group that existed for a while, but last year they were rebranded into the Popular Fighters Front. And I think there's pretty good reason to believe that they are assets for the U.S. And they've had kind of like attacks on the IRGC and police targets that they've kind of focused on, and just their stance. It seems like what would help the U.S. if they choose to do that is to expand their asset network. Because again, if you like, regime destruction seems to be the play, right? The regime change is one thing, but to completely disseminate or dissemble the IRGC from within would have to start with having expanded assets from within, and they've already had quite a few from a covert level, but the Baluchistan area might be able to then foster in the 82nd Airborne folks, or possibly even the MEU, maybe one if not multiple units. I think it was the Tripoli and the Boxer. If they get units in there, then they can kind of maybe secure like a small airfield, or like a desert strip, maybe like for drones and special operations aircraft, and maybe just like link up with networks that are already active um, against the Republic in and of itself, and then that would kind of expand their human intelligence footprint pretty deep into Iran's periphery, and maybe just like get targeting data and anything they really want. But I think that that might be the option, and it might come into play. Regardless, I think wherever we see people enter might be from a friendly standpoint. Like I think wherever you see the 82nd Airborne folks drop in, you're probably going to see them drop in areas that were already harboring assets for the West to begin with, and that would probably serve America's greater strategic goal of like like really just decisive degradation of the republic's ability to threaten the region. In their standpoint, like the GCC especially has this disposition, from my understanding, they have a disposition of Iran being a threat. They believe that Iran, and they're trying to make the world believe that Iran is a regional threat and not a regional power, right? That they're holding the world hostage, and that if they get nukes, then a breakout would just like completely threaten the entire planet. So it just seems like to me, and maybe Resistance or whoever, or I know Gary was going to get in there, but like it seems to me that they have assets that are harboring, or rather they have like sentiments on the ground from specific points like Baluchistan, and that might be where the IRGC needs to direct attention. I can't imagine that they don't already know this, but that is all the more reason for the IRGC to possibly try to meet the MAU and the Tripoli with resistance in the Arabian Sea before they can even get anywhere near the Persian Gulf. I think they have to start attacking while obviously they're out on the open sea as opposed to getting anywhere near through the strait. They have to. Otherwise, it's just going to be like, I like the idea of them even getting close to Carg Island. Just sounds like an improbability. But I don't know. I guess I was trying to ask
I
a
just want
question with that,
to,
but like I'm
yeah,
just kind of laying my case out. Go ahead.
I know. I'm just, what's the military objective of going through Balochistan? Like,
I think
what
they want to get coordination with Kurdish groups in the West, but they can't. Like, it's going to be
the,
difficult for them to do that. Go ahead. Sorry.
yeah, the problem is that Balochistan is like 1,000 kilometers from Tehran, like 900 from Isfahan. If you want to talk about Natanz, it's like 800 miles, 800 kilometers, 850 kilometers. You're going to go through so much difficult terrain. And where, how, what are you going to go through by vehicles, or you're going to walk all that way? These troops, what are they
Great
going to
question.
do?
I think it's probably just them trying to like, I guess station or no, it's like stage. I think that might be the purpose. Is like, staging from within Iran's borders for the purpose of again, mostly expanding their asset network and getting intelligence and
They'll
possibly
be,
spreading their containment and influence. Go ahead.
they'll be droned to oblivion. The whole of Balochistan, everything will be wiped out. It's shorter. They don't need to use missiles. They'll just be droned to death everywhere in that region. Any fighters, any uprising, they'll be droned to death.
See, see.
Look what they
Sorry.
to the Kurds, Kurdish rebels that thought about it. I mean, they only launched like a few drones just to prove a point. Just to prove a point. This is on the on the western border, just to say, look, don't you dare. And then they stopped, and then they said, yeah, good idea. We're not going to do anything. I'm just thinking, what is the military objective here? Like having a base there isn't enough because you're a static force, right? And you're sitting ducks. Like you're not going to bring in any heavy artillery. You can't bring anything heavy with you, and you're just going to so you're basically defenseless. So these troops are coming in with light weapons and are defenseless against a barrage of drones, and then they'll just deploy 200, 300,000 fighter soldiers from the east all the way down to southeast. I just don't get it. Like, the nearest missile city was probably 50 kilometers away from them, and with the base, with all the heavy munitions, with the APCs and the tank, and the light tanks and some of these other.
We're literally exposing ourselves to having no way to back out. Like it's like the story you're pitching is compelling, I must say.
It just sounds ridiculous.
Well, I guess and those are all fair, like completely good and fair questions. As you're saying, like I think the Tripoli itself, I like to compare the idea of like Balochistan, which is again like southeast Iran. If you compare that to Karg Island is this outpost deep in the heart of the Gulf, the Persian Gulf, and that seems like an extremely unlikely like scenario. And I'm not saying that the US can't capture Karg Island with that Tripoli. What I'm saying is that it would be way more costly as opposed to like censoring yourself in an area like Baluchistan, which one does have a hostile I guess contingencies within it, like hostile forces to begin with that new what are they called, the Popular Fighters Front, that's like this like resistance group or whatever they're called, like proxies that are Western. But another thing too is they think that Iran's drone stockpile is depleted. That's what they think. I'm not saying that's true, but they think that because, and it is true, there's like well over like 1,000 drones, probably close to 1,500 that have been used in coordinated waves. But In their view, they think the mobility of the Tripoli and potential like air cover might be able to help protect themselves, and maybe potentially with like layered warship defense, that they might be able to use their like escort destroyers in order to take on whatever drone offense remains, and then wall within. And that's why I think like I doubt the Tripoli is just going to try to storm in to the heart of the Persian Gulf on like day one, like on Saturday morning. It would just be so far fetched. It seems like they might try to set like a presence, right? And then potentially amidst that, possibly drop folks into the Balochistan area. And just the geography timing, like look at Karg Island, to your point, is like it's only like maybe like a few miles from the mainland, but if they position the Tripoli farther offshore and maybe use like early warning aircraft to detect launchers, then they have this sort of like, which is what they're going for, like light and quick, as opposed to aircraft carriers, which are huge and slow and sluggish. And then obviously, if they do like a Shahed barrage, I'm not sure to what extent their assets that are within Iran would be intermixed with like just like civilians, for example, right? And obviously, I would hope that Iran has plenty of eyes and assets, and I know they do, like in the Balochistan area. But if they can integrate themselves enough to harbor U.S. assets, they might be able to encroach further and eventually be able to like form a consistent sort of like outpost in that southeast Iranian area. But that's just like that seems to be again, and this is just stuff that I've looked into and kind of heard about anyway in terms of what they might be planning to do. It's just I guess the reason why I come from this is because it's very hard to believe that one, they would announce the Karg Island mission ahead of time, and two, go through with what has been pre-announced without expecting everybody that is sent there to die. I guess that's where my thought process comes from.
Yeah, I mean, just to put it into perspective for the Americans, right? Iran is 2.5 times the size of Texas. It's a huge country. The scale of it is vast, and unlike Texas, it's a very 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 mountainous a country. Most of it is just full of mountains, right? From whether it's north, east, south, west, most of it is full of mountains, right? And you've got a few deserts there, which is sand dunes, which is another problem all on its own, right? And so whether it's Natanz nuclear facility, if you want to go, if it's the nuclear angle, Natanz is 800 kilometers. Fordow is 1,000 kilometers. Tehran is 1,000 kilometers. Isfahan, the second city, is 1,000 is 950 kilometers. There's no objectives, and then you've got these. It's like asking. It's like having and you say that you want to create a base. So imagine that you got, for example, Texas, and you got this group of rebel fighters in Texas, right? That some foreign army is going to come in with 2,500 soldiers and really, fortify a base in Texas. Do you think what would, like, imagine, like, what the United States do, or say the United States was 2.5 times the size of Texas? What would they do? They would squash that whole entire region straight away, right? And you don't think that Iran doesn't know about the Balochistan fighters? They don't know about every possible threat in Iran when it comes to fighters that are known to be armed. Not talking about Mossad cells and things like that. That's different. I'm talking about well-known armed fighters, armed rebels that are historically not aligned with the IRGC, right? Of course, they know about them, and so that idea of Balochistan, I, I think that should be taken with a pinch of salt. Khark Island, there is some sort of strategic value in that, but it's got its own problems,
But it
and
would
that's
be
probably,
infinitely more difficult to get to Karg Island, right? Because they have
yeah.
to go through the strait. Go ahead.
Well, I mean, I don't know how you're going to get to Balochistan. I just don't. I mean, you're saying that, oh good, Iran has really left a part of its nation really unguarded there. Let's go that area. It's
Oh
just
no, well,
it's
and yeah, I think to your point, like I'm sure I know for a fact that Iran has uh very much like eyes in that area for the reason that this is a long-standing thing, that that offshoot, that group of the Popular Fighters Front, um that group has been around. Like they only rebranded last year, but they've been around for like well over a couple decades, and that's always been something the IRGC has been privy to. However, just I guess the comparison of getting MEU through basically through the strait to Kharg Island deep into the heart of the Persian Gulf, as opposed to getting through the Arabian Sea. This is why I'm hoping Iran engages. Well, not hoping, I guess, like maybe the better word is it would make more sense for Iran to engage as soon as they get towards the Arabian Sea, and even come close, like the Gulf of Oman, basically, like from there. As soon as they get through there, like I think that has to be where Iran starts to engage them, because from if they get through like by the southeast, through the Bolok shores, like the southern shore there area there, they can actually kind of easily get an aerial assault in, like, or not assault, but an aerial entry, like whether it's through 82nd Airborne or whether it's through the like the Ospreys that they might be carrying on the decks of the Tripoli, for on the deck of the Tripoli, for example. That might be like just one of many ways that they can go in through that standpoint. So I guess that's why I bring that up. Is
Sure.
yeah, go
I
ahead.
just want to say to you, if I'm in Iran, I would first of all fire maybe 10, 12 missiles at the Tripoli. They'll start backing off into a standoff position, maybe 600, 700 kilometers away. Those Ospreys will be absolutely useless because their range, I think, is it 300 miles? So they have to make a decision. If you go there, you won't come back. So so you're going to kiss goodbye to those assets. And what are they going to bring? So basically, you're admitting that they're going to come in just very, very light. These soldiers, no light weapons, nothing else, backpacks, and that's it, right? And
Well,
they're
I
going to
think they
expect,
think that they have help from inside. I think that's kind of what might inform that attempt. Go ahead.
yeah. But what do they have? What do the insiders? What did these fighters have? Again, they've all got light weapons, right? They don't have the level of artillery. If you look at any videos of these missile bases, the nearest missile base, I'm pretty sure, because every province has at least one or two missile bases. So if you look at how big these missile cities are, sorry, missile cities rather, missile cities are, each province has got a missile city, one or two, right? If you look at them, you'll see how much heavy munitions they've got, how much the number of like vehicles and missiles, drones, you name it, they've got it all. So, and not to mention the ground troops as well.
No, so your
So
point, the Popular Fighters Front, like they're not like. Oh,
Let,
sorry. Go
let
ahead.
me, inevitable, let me just jump in. No problem. Let me just jump in 1 second because YouTube chat saying, right, and I see their point. They're basically saying that America wouldn't actually hype up Kaj Island. That is to fool the Iranians. They've got another plan. I think what Suleiman was saying, right, yesterday or the day before, that they wouldn't say we're going there. That's our entry point with that many troops. And that's kind of like the kind of distraction for the Iranians, but the entry might be somewhere else. And the Kaj Island is a distraction. But I also want to, Andy, did you want to jump into the conversation? And then you can, and then Inevitable just chime in, and brothers and sisters just chime in after Andy's
Exactly. All
spoken.
of this just makes no sense. I mean, we have the Millennium Exercise from 2002, back when Iran's missiles were so primitive compared to what they have now, and it showed that we cannot bring ships into the Straits. So this idea of trying to escort a Marine unit to this island, and if we somehow got it to the island, our troops would be completely destroyed and killed in the most horrific ways imaginable on that island, is just foolish. And to see these MAGA influencers pushing this, like what type, I can't imagine that. I mean, some of them probably are that stupid, but the fact that they're posting this stuff, literally promoting this taking of the island to get our troops killed, is just horrific. And I mean, I have to assume that when this goes wrong, assuming Trump's actually stupid enough to do this, I mean, I hope they feel guilty for promoting this, that are going to get our troops killed. It's just horrific. I mean, you look at the geography of Iran, there's nothing they're going to do. I mean, sure, like, what are they going to do? Try to get the Kurds in Azerbaijan to invade? Like, I mean, th- I just don't see how they're going to accomplish their goal.
Andy, I'm
There's nothing they can do.
yeah, I agree with you 100%. I mean, Andy and Beatrix,
we weren't actually talking about Clark Island. We were talking about Balochistan because we thought
Yeah,
that Inevitable said
that's on the border with Pakistan, right?
exactly southeast.
Yeah, I was looking at the map. It's like in the southeast Gulf of Oman, right?
Exactly, and then Inevitable is right in the sense that you can probably you can use that as a base and maybe back up the militia there that are already there and that not really they at best tolerate the IRGC and the IRGC tolerates them. But again, we were talking about the terrain there. Yes, it's easy to land there, but then once you get from there, where do you go? Like, because everything is 1,000 kilometers away. Every strategic asset is 1,000 kilometers away, and then on top of that, you got something that's 50 kilometers away is a missile city with so much heavy munitions, equipment, vehicles, military tanks, everything. They're all there in that missile city with maybe I don't know 50, 100,000 troops ready to be deployed against what? A band of rebels that are amassed to 5,000, 10,000, and 2,500
I
Marines.
don't even think we can land there. You have to remember, Iran has not as many long and medium range missiles, but Iran has a ton of short range missiles. So they would be completely decimating our troops with short range missiles the second that we landed on that beach.
Well, they've got 200,000 drones, and they've used what? How many have they used?
Yeah, like
5,000.
1,500, I think.
Sorry,
Exactly, and you have these idiots online saying, "Oh, they've used most of their drones and it's completely
no,
decimated." It's they. I know they haven't, but
reported.
I'm just Trump's government and the Israeli narrative, and it's going to get our troops killed, and it's horrific. I want to see a deal made that ends this and puts Iran in a stronger position and puts Israel in a box. I don't want to see thousands of Americans die to get us to that point.
So if you go online or you ask ChatGPT or any AI, there was how many missiles does Iran have? This is as of mid-February. They'll say between 1,200 and 3,000 missiles. They've launched, I think, something like 2,700 missiles so far. I think is it just on Israel alone or something? I can't remember. Or is it just all of them? And all the bases. I just think that, and it doesn't look like Iran are going to be depleted or running out of stock anytime soon. So that's these numbers. You shouldn't take them with a pinch of salt. Those numbers, because remember, this missile program started in 1980s, right? They started manufacturing the Shahabs, which is in 1999, and then ever since then it proliferated to all the different types, the Shahads, the Imad, Sajils, and the Fatah, and all of them, right? And they've just been producing missile after missile, and then they started producing the drones, and the drones are so
And Iran probably has some of these shorter range drones, like some of the stuff we've seen in the Russia-Ukraine war
low.
that we haven't even seen that yet. Like think about all the drones that Ukraine has used to like to kill Russian troops. There's
Yeah.
probably a short range stuff from that missile city that's 50 kilometers away that they would absolutely use to massacre our troops the second we tried establishing a beachhead. Like we're not even factoring that stuff in. The second we are on their territory and they're not attacking a base. We are on their domain. They are fully on the defensive then. So then they can unleash all of their short range stuff that we haven't even seen yet. We don't know what kind of advanced short range weapon we have. And that is the scary thing.
Well,
Well,
even the 350. Oh, go ahead.
look what Hezbollah has been doing to the IDF, and yes, they're nowhere near as good as the US troops. Absolutely, I'm not denying that, and it's so obvious, right? But look at what they did. They jammed them, trapped them, and now they've captured them, as well as killed so many. Right? That the Israelis are underreporting how many deaths there are over there, and that's just Hezbollah. And Iran, whatever Hezbollah can do, Iran can do 100 times more, and much more effective with much more much better technology. So I just think this is a fool's errand, and they're unfortunately sending those troops to the slaughterhouse, and it's such a so
So,
sad to hear.
so Rootsy Vibes has said, and guys, do follow YouTube, please. The YouTube link is in the nest. Make sure you subscribe to Suleiman's channel. It's free to subscribe. Just press the bell icon. Go to his channel. Press the bell icon. all sorts of news, videos, interviews, everything's on there. And the chat's on fire. So Rutsi Vibe says the IRGC said, quote, we have 6 months worth of drones and a year and a half of missiles, and we are still producing deep underground.
I bet
So
the
just wanted to give
IRGC
you
has
that
more
quote
than
and then
that.
pass it back to you.
I bet they have even more than that. That's what they're just saying. I bet they have even more.
No, for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And remember, I mentioned this before, like to Inevitable and a few others in the panel, like last week. I said they've in their missile cities, they've got their own manufacturing base. Because again, it goes back to the Iranians' mentality of being self-sufficient and internalize everything. And then they implemented that mosaic defense system because every province is self-sufficient. So it all goes back to this lattice defense structure that they've got. It's designed so that way it gives independence to each of these provinces, but at the same time unifies them with this mosaic system. Once they reconnect, reestablish contact. And so each province is self-sufficient, and no matter which area of Iran, they can take care of it. So I'd imagine that whatever province whether it's in Balochistan or wherever, they'll have certain certain military strategies in place, as well as the technology as well
Well, yeah,
to be able.
they definitely have plans. It's just like Sistan and Baluchistan is it's pretty sparsely populated, and it's also not nearly as like mountainous and kind of like impenetrable per se as the like Iraqi Kurdistan area or the just the Western Front in general. And I think that like with that. And for reason too, by the way, just like the border with Pakistan alone, Pakistan, frankly, no country likes when you militarize any border with them, especially nuclear power like Pakistan, right? And then obviously, I don't think there's serious tension there. I'm just saying that to say that. But like the U.S. has like one thing we can say for certain is the U.S. has that entire sort of like Baluchistan area like mapped out in a way, just because of the fact that they've been able to already foment proxies there to begin with. The IRGC doesn't have this mentality of, hey, we're going to wipe out every single, resistance member down there or whatever they call themselves, like popular fighters. They kind of like let them exist because there's a lot of sectarian stuff that kind of has to do with it for one, and that stuff gets kind of inflamed, which the U.S. is known to do, kind of inflame tensions as it pertains to like Sunni and Shia differences. But like I think that the reason why they send something like the Tripoli or the 82nd Airborne, towards that area is like they're not going to necessarily try to keep a large footprint. They, their role is going to be quite limited. They're not going to need like super crazy like I don't know weapons, if you will, per se. But like they tried this model through the Taliban, like toppling the Taliban in Afghanistan back in like 01, 02, with like a really small ground footprint and local proxies. I'm more so referring to like over like early on, not the grand scale scheme per se, right? I don't even think the U.S. has a chance to leave this war any better than they came into it. Clearly, this was a mistake on the highest levels, but they tried this model a few times, like in Eastern Syria and obviously Afghanistan. So I think right now the U.S. knows that they cannot start with like this clean and swift, easy come, like sort of like a bank teller, right? They can't just treat it like they're going in and then going to the bank and then leaving with what they want. They have to treat this like a surgical expansion operation. And you are right, like resistance, like Iran is a huge country and they are quite separated from a lot of the other main assets, but Iran would definitely need to deal with maybe like splitting its forces across that space. I think they want Iran to send or to bring or yeah, like to send or bring their assets further east, especially like its advanced air defenses and large portions of like its navy and its senior commanders. Like they want the attention in every way to be diverted because that kind of softens the western area. I'm a little bit doubtful of this whole Iraqi Kurdish resistance towards, oh, we don't want to get involved, we don't want to go in. Something tells me they might just be biding their time. I could be wrong, but I'm very, very doubtful of believing anything that the Kurds say in terms of their reticence. I honestly think it's just, and I feel that way about some of the European countries as well. I think the US has this strategy of like not telegraphing, kind of like as the YouTube chat said, they've telegraphed Karg Island already, and it would be crazy to try to go through with something that you've given Iran, 2 to 3 weeks notice in advance. I get that you can't hide everything. I get that things like this are going to leak, but I just can't imagine you walk people into like literally through the watery valley of death, and then you slaughter them. Like that's just, there's nothing good that can come out from the other end of it. And granted, obviously Balochistan is not like anything good in the in the first place, but like I think a small presence and a limited presence in a remote province with terrible infrastructure, I think that might be how they want to get started. And they can't go in through Pakistan either. They don't want Pakistan does not want to be involved in this, at least not yet. But not by any stretch. They have their own problems with the Taliban. They've just got into an exchange like a week or two ago anyway. And I think like the Gulf of Oman ports, as well from Baluchistan, maybe perhaps they can try to interdict like any Iranian shipping. They haven't done this yet so far, but the pretense that the US kind of cares about like keeping the price low of oil as Ukraine sends missiles into, Russian oil refineries, right? The biggest one, I think it was one of the biggest ones in Russia that just got hit yesterday. Just the fact that they would do this kind of shows, all right, the pretense is kind of slowing down, and they may try to creep towards interdicting again Iranian shipping and naval bases and naval operations in the Gulf of Oman specifically to bypass the strait. But that could be that could be, I could be wrong for sure. And you absolutely have like tons of great points. Like if I were Iran, honestly, get them at the Arabian Sea. Don't let them even get that close. Don't let them into the Persian Gulf. Don't let them get past the Strait of Hormuz. You have the options to do it. You can launch 358s from the beds of literal trucks and control them to their destination. Like they have
Exactly. If
so
I'm
many
Iran,
things. Yeah.
yeah. If I'm Iran, you can easily sink the Tripoli out at sea. Like, why even letting them land? Like, just you can sink the thing in the sea and basically say, "This is our capabilities. Don't even test us."
Yeah, and we're all just sitting in our sofas, just debating this. We don't have battle plans, maps, terrain, access to all sorts of military strategies that the Iranians have. Absolutely not. These are just obvious things, and I
I'm
just
on
don't.
Google Maps on my laptop, and I see a lot of mountains
Same,
in Iran. That's all. It
that's
looks
it's
really nasty.
same. You look at the terrain in Iran. And also if they're going to create a beachhead in a flat area, easy to bomb them, easy to take them out with drones, right? So it's just so easy if they're gonna give themselves a chance and stay in the mountains at least, but they're not. Again, it's so sad. It's so sad. Honestly, it's more sad than anything else because these troops are literally going into a meat grinder. That's what it is. That's what I feel. And I'm like Beatrice. I like the United States. I like American people. I can see myself if I wasn't here, I would be living in America as well. I do. It's just I feel so many nice people in America, and for them, and I know soldiers as well, not in America but in UK, and they didn't sign up for this, they didn't enlist for this. So, and I think that Gary,
I think they should revolt. I think now they know enough. I think they should just refuse. I think they should do a Muhammad Ali and say, "Do you know what? We ain't fighting this
Well,
war.
isn't that what we
We're just
think
not fighting
happened
it."
on the
And I think
fort?
they
Isn't
should
that
just
what
say
we
no.
think? Isn't that what we think the laundry room fire was them revolting because of the long deployment? Isn't that what we thought that fire was?
I was
I don't know, Andy, because they're saying 200 sailors got hurt in that fire, which makes me think actually Iran successfully hit it
absolutely
because 200. Yeah, is that what you think?
hundred
Resistance.
percent, 100%. Even Anti Aguilar said the same thing. He doesn't
Did
believe.
Iran though claim they hit the fort? I thought they only claimed they hit the Lincoln.
No, I heard it was a Ford. I heard they would because I remember
No,
they
there's no.
all
So it was two
don't
separate things. So they hit the Lincoln, and that's why the Lincoln had to retreat, and they're just lying about the reason why. Trump said today, "Oh, it was with 100 missiles, and they all missed." Yeah, so why did your Lincoln run away? And if things were going so well, and they got zero hits, So obviously he's lying about that. In terms of the Ford, it's actually, I think it's equally important. I actually think it's more important what happened to the Ford. It wasn't a direct hit. It was mutiny on board the Ford. The people have revolted. The sailors have revolted. They're against this plan, and they've let it know by taking out the Ford themselves from within.
No, but the damage is pretty extensive, Sully. The
Yeah,
damage
it
is
was
so
done
extensive
internally.
that, yeah, I don't, but it just doesn't look like it's just an internal fire.
But Iran's never said that they hit the Ford, and I think mutiny on board is huge. So it shows
I need
that.
to check. I need to check that because I think there was four missiles launched at the Ford. I need to double check that.
You check it. I know you're wrong about it, but the point being, coming back to the point that I was saying, I think it's huge. The fact that there's such extensive fires and destruction on the Ford shows that the American sailors are not with this war. They know this war isn't for them. You think
Exactly.
those
So this
American
idea
sailors
of
who
yeah.
basically went to war with, who those Americans who decided to serve the country, decided to put their country before anyone else, decided to risk their lives for their country, have been part of the a part of the American Navy for a very long time. Somehow, what you call it again? What changed? Well, what changed was because they know that this war specifically isn't for them, it isn't for the American people, and they don't want to die for Israel, and so they did extensive damage to the Ford.
It's
There's
because the
mutiny on
deployment
board,
got
and
extended.
people need
It's
to realize that with there being mutiny on board, that the American soldiers who are dying, they're actually being killed against their own will. I think this is even bigger than the Lincoln being hit, because, like, okay, an American soldier being killed is really bad. But if you're an American and an American soldier is being killed, but he doesn't want to go there, and he's saying to you, he's pleading with you. He's saying, please, don't send me to war. I don't want to go to war. I think this war isn't for our country, it's for Israel. We don't want to die for Israel. And then because of that, they've been sacrificed. I think that's really bad. But go on,
well,
Andy, what
it's
were
the
you gonna say?
longest carrier deployment since Vietnam, and they schedule these carrier deployments to be 8 months or less. So weddings are planned and births are planned. So they get back from their carrier deployment. So people are literally missing the birth of their child. They were missing weddings that were planned. So they're like, "F this." Trump screwed us over because they think about it. The Ford, I believe, was positioned off Israel to help try to shoot down some Iranian missiles during the 12-Day War, and then it was off in Venezuela on that whole mission, and then it was going back to the Middle East. So they're like, hell no, we're not doing this. So yeah, I don't blame them. I think they are patriots for doing what they did.
Yeah,
They
that's the
were
point.
lied to
That's the
because
point. That's the
because
point.
people
Go ahead.
because people, a lot of people enlisted, the newer enlistees under Trump, people are like, yeah, they believe that Trump was the strong commander in chief, and it was like, yeah, Trump's getting this wokeness DEI stuff out of the military. We're only going to go to war under Trump if we're attacked. Trump promised no new wars, and we had way higher recruitment under Trump than we did under Biden because it wasn't the DEI and the trans stuff. And then it was a complete lie, and Trump's serving Israel, not America. So the soldiers are waking up, and I commend them for that. You pledge an oath to America. You don't pledge an oath to one man. And the soldiers are executing their oath to our country and our Constitution instead of blind loyalty to Trump. And that's exactly what they're supposed to do.
Yeah,
Andy,
exactly.
but yeah, and Sully, weighing in from the United States Navy, I spent over 20 years active duty, did several deployments, two Sixth Fleet deployments, in which one went 10 months. Right up, we were creeping right up to the 10-month point, just shy of what the Ford did here. But here's the thing. There always will be malcontents, we call them, and sailors who are like have a grudge or have problems and understand, and it really is heavy. But who cares the missed weddings and divorces? We had our divorce rate went 20%. We got back. Who cares about that? It doesn't matter. We're doing our job. But here's the problem that Suleiman is highlighting here. I hope people understand where there's smoke, there's fire, and no pun intended. There's too much leaking out that there was some serious problems there. So they're going to lock that down hard. The NCOs will, the commanding officer, they're not going to mess with that. But the problem is if it reaches such an extent where that ship, the commanding officer, has to tell the type commander we're combat ineffective, then these fires break out. And come on, I've had two laundry fires, one on a submarine, one on a surface ship, because lint builds up. I won't go into that, but that doesn't shut a ship down like this. So there's stuff that needs to be examined, Sully. You're right. Stuff's going on, and it deserves our attention.
And they're
Yeah.
not going to throw these people in jail for that because then they'd have to because then the people in the military tribunals will testify on that. So they kind of have to, if they find out who did it, they're gonna probably end up letting these people walk, because it would be a worse PR story when these to throw these people in jail and then have it come out that these people did sabotage the ship because they didn't want to fight a war for Israel. So that it'd be better PR to just go with the laundry story lie than let it be revealed that their soldiers mutinied.
Yeah.
Sully, what did Anthony Aguilar? Which ship did he talk about that he doubts it was a fire?
He
Didn't
said what I said, which is that the Gerald Ford was basically mutiny on board, and he doubts that there was a normal fire, as in it was a natural fire. It was something that was done by the sailors on board.
Yeah, I just saw an AI. It was not of the Ford. It was an AI. So the extent of damage is not real. That one. There's a picture of the Gerald Ford, but it's actually AI. So yeah, it's not as bad as I thought it would be.
Yeah, but it still was bad.
Yeah.
And but for me, it's a bigger story. So for me, like out of the two, the Gerald Ford is the bigger story, Resistance, because it shows there's mutiny on board, and it shows American soldiers are actually being sacrificed for Israel when they don't want to go to war. I think that's something important to note, and we should be highlighting that to Americans, so they realize that actually their soldiers are not only being sacrificed for Israel, but they're being sacrificed for Israel against their own will. David Z.
And you know what?
David Z be like, yeah, you're all gonna die. The Russian Empire's coming. Go ahead.
Before David Z says, I just want to say about the oil fires. Do you remember you got 4 drones that were, I think 4 drones were stolen from Fort Campbell just recently, right? And then all of a sudden we get this fire in Texas, is it, in one of the oil refineries, and we got another fire in Russia.
So the one in Texas, Resistance, Ryan Dawson said, and I didn't see this myself. I didn't get time to look because I've been on Spaces quite a bit, and I kind of like, when I'm on Spaces, I'm speaking to people on the ground and then researching and then putting the videos. Anyway, I'm doing all that. But the point is, I didn't check this myself. I need to double check it. But that being said, he said that the day before, Israelis were saying on Telegram that there's going to be something like some kind of big targeting in Texas. And then the next day there was the fire.
Oh, not only that, Sully. In Israel, there was a spike a week before of that oil field, of that oil refinery in Israel, in Google searches.
I don't doubt it. Do not doubt it.
Yeah, and I suspect it's the same in Russia, and it's Israel causing it.
Well, the Russia one, Ukrainians are in bed with them anyway, so that.
Of course, yeah, you know that.
The Ukrainians apparently helping. Is it Qatar? Or they're helping Qatar as well, or UAE? Or both?
Yeah, Zelensky's been whoring himself out to Saudi Arabia because basically because they want their expertise, Ukrainian expertise, for drone warfare. So the Ukrainians have produced some decent drones, and they also have got strategies on repelling Russian drones as well. So they're bringing their expertise, and the Saudi Arabians are paying for Zelensky to do that. So and UAE as well. So that's the story there.
I completely agree. Completely agree with you there, my brother. Yeah, and it shows like everyone's like, oh, Ukraine and all this kind of stuff, but yeah, you learn painful life lessons. Painful life lessons. David Z is gonna be like, I told you all, man, them not listen to me. I'm doing a non-Irish accent. I'm doing David Z. Just take over, bro. Pull out the Irish accent and tell us why. You know why you were.
Just before David does, can I just say something? Welcome, David. David, I can't actually see mic requests when I'm co-hosting because on Android, if you're not an iPhone user, you can't see them. So you did the right thing. I sent you a mic in DMs that I can do. So if you're ever trying to come up and you're having difficulty, just DM me and I'll send you a mic in DMs. It's not a problem, but I can't see mic requests. So I send it inevitable. Oh my God, no, don't listen to him, David. Seriously. I've sent it to you before. You're so bad, Suleiman, like so bad. Don't listen to him.
I'd love to try and hear you do an Irish accent, Scouser. I mean, I say it'll be just horrendous. Just horrendous.
Wait,
I just want to go.
Z, I am like 12% Celtic, all right, so it runs deep in my veins.
It doesn't surprise me, sure. The most common name Jamaica's Murphy, and like we're just everywhere. Anyway, you give us 10 minutes and we'll have a descendant popping out in 9 months. I don't know what the hell is wrong with us. Look, I just want to go back to a discussion where you're all discussing, soldiers arriving on the ground at a designated point on Iranian territory. The salient point that you all seem to be missing is that the second they step into a boat or the second they start to move anywhere, they're already known. So this thing about them sudden arrival, surprise, we're here, is not going to happen. There's eyes everywhere. There's eyes from Syria to Jordan to Arabia to Kuwait, everywhere. I mean, look at Bahrain, look at Qatar. Anything that moves, you can rest assured that if there's any troop movements, any logistics, any armor, it's known in Tehran within 5 minutes, within 1,000 miles. The Chinese and the Russians are giving them full surveillance mode over the entire region. They are reading everything down to the size of have you got your phone on or not. I mean, we see the Chinese are giving us those pictures, and they give a caveat on it that this is the low resolution. And you look at the low resolution, you can read the numbers on the wings of the planes as they're sitting in airports. So imagine what the high resolution is. They know everything. They're listening to, look, for 2.5 years, the Chinese were listening to the FBI, CIA, NSA telephones. They were listening to 3 apps that they were using to communicate amongst themselves in America. And it was only found out at the very last minute when somebody made a mistake. So for 2.5 years, the Chinese listened to everything. And that was one of the things that they had an issue with Bashar, because they told Bashar what the communication was going on between Saudi, Qatar, and the CIA. Hey, guy, you're going to get thrown off the short plank here. Idiots still went ahead with it, and we know what happened. So you need to understand, there's no surprise attacks coming on Iranian soil. Secondly, if you look at what Iran is, we've been hearing for 4 years that the line of contact in Ukraine is 1,100 kilometers, like give or take from Zaporozhye up around to the border to Belarus and at the 12 o'clock position. 1,170 kilometers, give or take, the longest front line since World War II in Barbarossa. Well, the front line on Iran goes from London straight line to Crete, not to Paris, not to Rome, not to Sicily, not to Athens, to Crete. Like, they see everything. Number 3, by the way, with that, you cannot do a surprise attack, believe it or not, on that size of a border. And for this is the third reason. The Iranians have mapped every valley, every crevice, every cliff, everything all along that line. They have pre-targeted, if they know in 5 minutes what's happening. Boom, there's Shahed drones going. Boom, there's artillery going. Boom, there's small missiles going. And this is if all their intelligence of surveillance fails, which it can't, because it's 3-tiered layered, by the way. Satellite, radar, infrared, and the Chinese system as well. So they have 4 layers of detection on anyone who's coming up close to their border. So to think the possibility that they're going to have a surprise attack now, the big salient thing here is as follows. There's 90 million people in Iran. At the moment, between the ages of 21 and 45, actually, there's grandfathers up to 50, 55 volunteering still in Russia. There's 12 to 17 million men that have served at least a year to 22 months in the Iranian army. There's still guys, officers in the Corps that would have served, like Professor Madani, that served in the Iran-Iraq war. So there's very highly tuned and well-trained people. There's men, butchers, teachers, dentists, doctors who would have served military service in Iran that can run back home to their wardrobe, put on their khaki uniform, their boots, their shirts, their belts, grab the AK-47 at the local, wherever barracks they go to, and they're straight into a tank, artillery, surveillance, whatever, instantaneously. This has been planned and trained, notwithstanding the fact they have a 1 million man army, a 1 million man standing army. And like, the basic rule of thumb is that when you're going up against your assailant and he's entrenched in a fortified position that you cannot take, remember, level ground. This is not Alexander the Great going up against the Persians. Let's just use that one. Like on an open field, you see everything in front of you. These are hidden. I mean, we all know the stories of Vietnam the rat holes. I mean, I knew a guy that was a captain in the Vietnam, big tall guy. He had a platoon of 20 odd guys with him. 3 of them were designated as ratters, which are the guys who go into the tunnels. Right. The most dangerous thing in Vietnam was booby traps, IEDs, and tunnels. And what we have here in Iran is it's 90% of the engagement. It's all tunnels. It's all covert positions on a terrain that nobody knows anything about. But hell, the Persians have been there for 5,000 years. They know every stone and every grain of dust that exists on a beach. They have already pre-targeted places that would have endangered, so for a fast assault system or something. But everything along that line, I know it's crazy. 2,000, I did a rough guesstimate. I didn't grok it or anything, but it was 2,700 kilometers, London to Crete. And there's no way you can, they see for 100 miles, hundreds of kilometers, I should say. The second them boats leave the docks to go across the Persian Sea, they're tagged. And the geraniums are launched straight away. And some of these geraniums, by the way, they have 3 new types of missiles in Iran. This is rumored now. 2 of the ones are shoulder mounted. They're between 1.2 and 1.5 meters long on a tripod. They're up to 11 to 15 kilometers, and they will take out a small boat as it transits across at 100, 120 knots, because they have the Hader 100, and they've also managed to create a missile to take down the fastest naval boat on the sea, which is their boat, the Hader 100. So anything that comes across there, if you remember, Andrew, remember in Kherson 2 years ago, where the Ukrainians were throwing thousands of men across the river into the swamplands, going into Krinky. And if you read the reports, 80% of those that went from one side of the bank never made it to the other side. Never. And this only came out recently. So it was complete attritional warfare, decimation. Only 20% got there with enough for a couple of clips of magazines, food and a medical kit and a gun. That was it. Nothing else they had. So what are these people going to do? They can't bring tanks. They can't bring artillery. They certainly can't bring any drones with them. They have no heavy munitions with them because they're coming across on boats. And let's not forget the thousands of semi-submersible drones and 2-man crew boats that Iran has that can launch. Like, if anyone's ever been to Ibiza and danced with glow sticks on the beach, you know what I'm talking about. There's little sheds that you don't even see until you're actually standing on them, that the lads have boats on them. If Ibiza life, you don't understand what I mean, check a YouTube video. It'll bring you back to your teenage years. So that is what Iran is. It has that capacity for covert launching of boats and surveillance. So it's futile. I'm not being derogatory to you, but it's futile to be talking about, where the Americans can attack, because they're detected. There's what are they going to do? Disguise themselves as camels and walk across the desert? Johnny's in the back and Paul is in the front.
Don't get these
these
Arab countries excited, David, but do continue.
Camels, is it? I know. I've been on a few spaces. Jesus, they don't go half mad about camels. 2 humps and they're totally
David, just before you continue, we've got breaking news. The Senate in America has rejected a resolution to block President Trump's Operation Epic Fury in Iran. So the Senate has just voted and rejected the resolution to block Trump's Operation Epic Fury in Iran. Crazy, crazy times. Yeah, sorry, David, do continue.
They all want the money. I just seen a report, is it new, that there's been a new fresh wave of bombs on the Russian port owned with Iran on the Caspian Sea just in the last hour. If so, that is just pure hell. The Russians are going to go Vesuvius mode, because they've already warned about the previous hit. So I just see it now. It's just on 2 of the big channels with the breaking news that the ports have been hit again on the south side of the Caspian Sea, which is, and one of the ports is co-owned by Russia. So, I mean, that's it. It's just, these people are just poking. They just want war. There's nothing here to say that they're going to desist. And that 15-point plan that you posted, Suleiman, I mean, nobody believes that. Absolutely nobody. It's a joke. I watched the response going over on it on the Russian channels, and they're just saying, no, Iran is not going to take it. Look, but do you think, does anyone here believe that Russia would desist from their primary requirement of demilitarization of Ukraine? I mean, that's why they went to war, to get NATO out of Ukraine, to make sure no missiles are coming closer to Moscow. So, I mean, if the Iranians are playing the same game, why the hell will they desist? I didn't read in any of those 15 points that America was pulling out on its military bases or its military position. So it's going all the way. Going, by the way, like the news I'm hearing, I have brothers in Australia, like there's 12 days of fuel left in Australia. 12 days. 30% of petrol stations, we call them petrol stations, car service stations are empty or closed in Australia as we speak, mostly along the eastern coast up to Darwin. Perth, which is the Irish side of Ukraine, is still not suffering as much because there's only 3 million people there. But when you hear that Australia is currently, 12 days away from chaos, and there's no tanker on the high seas coming to them, there's no refinery booked with an allotment to them. Australia, like this is serious stuff because they are, the delivery of iron ore and many other minerals to China. And furthermore, we just heard there today that Slovakia have just put a quota system on what you can get at petrol stations, car service stations, 30 litres per car, 30. And then we now just hear, I believe, I was on that space talking about it, one person said, and I believe it, that Hungary and Slovakia are now going down to 50 litres per car per day. Now, that's just a start. Imagine what it's going to be in a couple of days. So, what we're looking at here is a mass ripple effect immediately, currently happening within the European nations. They are, and by the way, your ex-land, Suleiman, Britain is already putting quota systems out. They're notifying the population that fuel savings are about to be enacted. And there's no North Sea, there's no refineries. Rotterdam is empty. I know, yeah, get your bicycle. Your bicycle and your red and yellow Rain Max, and you'll be fine. But that's where we are. And Hungary, and never mind, Hungary and Slovakia are threatening to do a military invasion into Ukraine to turn back on the oil pipeline. The Russians have it ready to go. The Ukrainians have it turned off because they want their 90 billion so they can buy their Ferraris and yachts in Monaco.
Hungary's supporting Trump in this war, though.
I know, yes, they're also supporting Israel. I mean, screw me if we understand it. I mean, one side he's on the open plains, but on the other side, I mean, the guy is what is he? Is he family related to somebody in Israel? I mean, does he have the look of it? I don't bloody know. But what they're saying and doing is not working well. I mean, then again, the Poles are the same. And it's the Germans. I mean, the Germans just said today that Volkswagen is going to be making military munitions for Israel. Volkswagen. 1930s all over again. It's, except the opposite way. I mean, this is Europe is failing. And the Irish economy is teetering, is absolutely teetering. The government did an emergency plan today to placate the people, and they took 25% off their excise duty on fuel, which went down 15% cents, which will be back up tomorrow. So there is no answer anywhere. All the governments in Europe are absolutely failing. They're all in denial. Go Google now and find out how many European governments are having emergency midnight meetings. 0. 27 in the EU, 0. 14, 15 outside, 0. There's something wrong. There's something intrinsically, structurally wrong. That maybe these idiots, like what Macron said today in Rute, they're now sending a cavalry John Wayne of 22 countries to open up the Strait of Hormuz. Can someone please tell me how? they're idiots.
Thing.
Say again?
David, I was asking the same thing. Like, where are they to? We're waiting for them. Like, where are they?
There isn't any. What we're listening to is complete and utter, excuse the French, bullshit. I mean, there's nothing. There's no substance behind anything that is being said here. Nothing. Germany is closed. I mean, what we are looking at here is a complete destruction of the European infrastructure. And there is nothing to it. And I have to say, Suleiman, the laughter, the smiles, the pleasure, the vodka is rolling in Moscow and everywhere else, laughing at the Europeans. They're laughing at all this. There's actually news coming out in the capital budget that certain restrictions are to be enacted next month because of the high inflation, the high interest rates, which only came down today 0.5 point. They were expecting 1 point. They are just saying, well, we got the money. We don't need to do this anymore. And things are going Monte Carlo style crazy in Russia. 200 million a day is pouring into the central bank. And they're making more friends every day by saying that one for you, one for you, one for you, as in there's a super tanker, there's a super tanker, there's a super tanker. And the Ural trades, by the way, the barrel is up 68% in 3 weeks. I mean, we need to think what this is saying. But again, I go back to the start. Australia is saying 12 days, lads, you'll be having Barbies and no fuel. I mean, that's where Castlemine 4X won't be getting brewed because there'll be no frigging energy to bloody distill it. That's what's happening. Foster's is to be forgot. It'll become gold, literally drinking gold down in Australia. I mean, it's crazy that those points are being said. So those little lads in Tehran are stopping alcoholics in Australia, and they're stopping cars from driving all over the bloody world, and they're completely deconstructing the American military empire. And again, I would say an amazing piece of military capability and structure. We have not seen this in quite some time. But they're not going to give in, Suleiman. So I say again, leave this on the note you love me to say. The Russians are backing them. I'm just about to post 3 of subtitled stuff coming out of Akhmad, and 2 of them are dealing with Iran on that account. And I just read the notes on them, and they're all saying, that the Satanists are not going to win, and the Epstein army is going to be defeated. That's what the Russians are calling it, the Epstein army. That's the American army, the Epstein army. So those guys are on your side. Chinese, of course, are not saying anything like that. They're holding their cards close to their chest. But it has been said in Russia that the association is now tungsten built, is not going to be demolished, and they are going to give whatever is needed to them if it goes further. But if that port is real, if they have just hit that port again in the last hour and a half, that's going to have massive repercussions. Thank you.
Appreciate you as always, Dave. Some breaking.
Can I jump in quick? I'm about to get out of the car and go to the gym, but right before the war started, gas in our area is about $3, and the gas stations are now showing $4.49. So that's $1.50 increase, just for my personal experience.
Welcome to the Israeli Zionist-run world. So we got some breaking news. First of all, guys, there's a tweet in the nest. It's a clip from Professor Morandi and his interview with us. He was so gracious to do the interview. I know he's extremely busy. And he said this in that clip. He said, Iran will strike infrastructure of the Gulf states if America and or Israel strike their infrastructure. It would be not a smart decision. And he also said, actually, in the same video, if they try and invade, if they try and hit Iran's infrastructure, the Gulf states' infrastructure will be open season. So we love Professor Morandi. His tweet's in the nest. It's also in the YouTube comment, I believe. Let me put it in again. But like it, guys. Tweet it, reshare it, let everybody know about it. Professor Morandi is a legend. Let's put it that way. I'll really have a lot of I look up to him quite a lot in terms of the way he has been, the way he's been now through the war, through every single scenario. So legend in my eyes, legend indeed. So yeah, do that for me, guys. That would be awesome. I like it. Let's try and get 100 likes on there if we can. And lots of comments as well. Let's give it the bestest comments ever, because it's Professor Morandi and he is a legend. Okay, I know we've got some breaking news, but I was going to actually go to. This is from the Hatem al-Nabi spokesperson of Iran, and he said the following. How have the US bases helped the Gulf? He said, quote, what good have the US bases brought you? If Israel attacks you, will the Americans fire a single bullet to defend you? Let me repeat. What good have the US bases brought you? If Israel attacks you, will the Americans fire a single bullet to defend you?
This was a statement by the spokesman of the Khatam al-Nabi headquarters in a message to the Arab and Islamic world, urging the creation of a regional security alliance independent of the US and Israel, stressing that the US and Israeli aggressions against Iran mark a new phase and that Iran stands at the forefront of defending the Islamic nation. He called on regional states to avoid reliance on external powers, return to the teachings of the Quran, and building a collective security system, declaring Iran's readiness to form a military and security union with regional countries without the presence of the United States of America and Israel. Dan Bilzerian tweeted as well. We had him on last night, as you know, he's a great guy. He said, quote, Trump, he's quoting Trump, saying Trump, we are winning this war. Iran is out of missiles. Iran shoots down our jets and continues to hit Israel. Trump, you have 2 days to open the strait or we are going to obliterate your power plants. Iran, F you. 2 days pass. Trump, you have 5 more days. It's all bullshit, is what Dan Bilzerian is saying. Shout out to Dan. We like him a lot. And he's on these spaces. He could just come up on the spaces whenever he can. Okay, it says this is the Air and Space Forces magazine has confirmed that the F-35 is now one of around 20 US aircrafts known to have been damaged or destroyed in basically within these 3 weeks of war. So they've taken out 20 American fighter jets. That's kind of a lot, boys. That's kind of a lot. The IRGC said vessels have been turned back at the Strait of Hormuz over lack of permission. Iran's Navy said it forced the container ship Selene to turn back from the Strait of Hormuz for failing to comply with legal protocols and lacking authorization to transit. The small feeder container ship flagged in St. Kitts, traveling from Sharjah, UAE towards Karachi, Pakistan. AI's tracker data confirmed the ship reversed course near the entrance of the Strait of Hormuz and was reported stationary roughly 10 to 20 miles off the Iranian coast on Tuesday. So it's quite clear. Follow and obey, or you will not be able to get through the strait. So yeah, that's let me see if there's any more news. There's a lot of news actually. Lots of news. Former U.S. National Security Advisor Jack Sullivan says U.S. negotiators Witkoff and Kushner did not understand Iran's proposal in Geneva, which went a long way towards resolving the nuclear issue and decided to attack Iran. Well, he's saying they didn't understand, but I mean, we know they understood by the Jewish Zionists. Okay, that's just some of the news. I hope you all retweeted the video, right? Or do I need to get a chick to tell you to do it? Are you Sims? We've got a couple of collabs coming up today as well. We've got a collab with Rathbone and possibly Ryan. We'll see about that one. But anyway, let's go to TT. TT, jump in with your thoughts.
Hey, thanks, Suleiman. I was just going to add a small point to what David raised, which, as he was talking, I was just thinking about, how Iran is set up as a country. I think when people think about, when we think about Iran, they kind of see the big cities, like you've obviously got Tehran, you've got Shiraz, you've got Isfahan, and they're all standalone cities that, run really well, and you've got a strong presence of both the government and the people. But I think when they start thinking about other places in Iran, they kind of think, I mean, I don't want to put words in anyone's mouth, but they don't understand that the government has a strong presence in every single place all across Iran, even though Iran's a really, really big country, which I think most people can't really appreciate how big and how vast it is as a country. So when we were talking about those distances, like where Baluchistan is, for example, is literally a 20-hour drive from Tehran. So that can give you kind of an idea of like where it is. And not only is it that it's huge and these cities are like very, very far apart from the borders to like some of the main cities, you're also dealing with really hot weather. You're dealing with really, really harsh weather that is especially in the south of Iran. The terrains, I mean, that's already been mentioned. And also just the fact that in all cities in Iran, which I think is actually quite a unique feature, in all cities around, no matter how big or small, you've got a really strong presence of both like security forces, such as like all of the civil servants, like the police and the government. Like, it's not like you can go into places and they're completely abandoned, or it's like the Wild West and you can do whatever you want. Like, it doesn't feel like that at all. Iran has like a really cohesive society. So wherever you go, you have the same feel of, you know, there's a strong presence in all cities, and it feels safe and it feels similar. And I think that's just the point to raise here, because a lot of these like small towns or cities, I mean, Iran's got 1,200 cities, which is the most any country has in the world, I think. But there is a strong presence across all of them. There is infrastructure, there are organizations, like
TT, I
it's
got
a
some
very
breaking news.
robust.
I'm going to give it straight back to
Of
you.
course, yeah.
Apologies. And David, I need you to come on this once TT's finished what she's saying, which I think is also important. But breaking news, Israel strikes Russian-Iran weapon supply line in the Caspian Sea. Israel strikes Russian-Iran weapon supply line in the Caspian Sea. David, once the TT is gone, you're gonna have to give a response. Your boys are getting smashed up. Go ahead, TT.
I think I'm pretty much done. I think I'd love to hear what David's got to say. All I wanted to just highlight here is that, like, for example, in the UK, when you leave London, you feel a drastic decline in quality of life and in the presence of life and facilities and so on. Or at least that's my opinion. But like when you leave the big cities, you see a huge difference. And don't get me wrong, in Iran, you do see a difference, but it's not in the way that people think. There is a really strong presence of both the society, the community, the government, and security forces. So there are no places in Iran that are just kind of, you can do whatever you want. There's a strong presence and surveillance of security forces, which is just to reinforce what David said, that wherever you are, there will be eyes on you, and it's not just that you can do whatever you want, essentially, which is what I was trying to say.
TT, Doncaster is such a great city, honestly. Don't try to minimize all these other cities. Ask Sully.
Sorry, what city was that, Resistance? I missed it.
How dare you? Don't even insult Sully further.
Wait, what? She
Oh,
attacked us. What? What?
sorry, I just realized what I did there. I'm really sorry. But it is true. I
What
feel
did
like
she
it's one of
attack?
the biggest. I said when we leave London, it feels like there's a huge decline in quality of life.
Oh my
But
God!
it's just,
Listen, we got the best
I
quality of life, right? During COVID, you guys were literally all scared about walking out with your little masks on your face, too scared to even interact. We were licking lampposts, like we weren't scared of nothing. The North always wins. The North always wins.
you're absolutely right. I take back all my comments. You're absolutely right.
See, this is like the Americans and Israelis attacking the poor old Palestinian Iranians. Like, we're just simple people, living the simple world, getting our fish and chips. And these guys are like, oh, you gotta be woke, you gotta be posh, we don't do none of this la-di-da business. We're the North, and we
chips
will.
and gravy,
Sorry?
isn't it? Chips and gravy,
For real,
Sully.
chips and gravy, bangers and mash. Anyway, let's go to David. David. Where art thou, David? What is going on? The Israelis have
Well,
attacked you. What
sons of
is
bitches.
Putin gonna line up all these Jewish Zionist oligarchs, or is he gonna take it?
He got rid of quite a few of them down to Kensington and Knightsbridge many years ago. That facility is like a free zone. There are Russian officers and Russian agents, advisors on location at that area, including, guys that handle the port duties on behalf of Russia. It's like a customs clearance position for what is going on. It has been for the last 2 years. So depending on how hard they have hit it and what, there could be Russian casualties there. I'm just checking on it now at the moment. They are talking about it, but they're just repeating exactly what you were saying. BRICS News just posted it, and they are saying possibility of casualties. So it depends how hard they hit and what they hit. But if they have hit and wounded or killed even Russian personnel there, wow, the gloves will come off. Not in the fact that they will hit Israel, but you'll see a lot more planes going that won't be empty. I don't know what they will do over it actually, But I mean, Putin has warned it twice in the last couple of weeks himself directly. Medvedev has said it. And now they were warned yesterday after what they did, and they've come back again. So these guys are, I don't know, cruising for a bruising doesn't even take it that far. These guys want to drag everybody into their bath with them. I have, it's ridiculous actually. But you know, we're dealing with a nonsensical entity. But yes, they have hit, and it is there are Russian personnel on site. So what more can I tell you? We won't know for a couple of hours, Suleiman.
Oh my God, David, that sounds like such a weak response. I thought you're gonna be like, they will suffer the consequences. They will.
Joe Stalin type.
Sorry.
Joe Stalin type. Put the hammer on
Exactly.
the
That's what I
podium.
expected of you. You're just like, oh, they kind of killed some of our Russians. Goive. I don't want to be anti-Semitic. Come on, David. Come on. Where's the brutal statements you've made in the past?
Well, if I was there with my AK-47, I'd probably say something different. But what we're looking at here, like, is they have hit what is deemed to be Russian area. This is Russian land on the Russian agreed area at the port. It's like hitting an embassy. That's exactly that's exactly how the Russians now would perceive it. They made this area known that it was non-touchable. So if indeed they have hit it, you know, it's the same as hitting a diplomatic embassy. Nasty.
Russia has a right to defend itself, but if I had to hazard a guess, they ain't gonna do nothing against the Israelis. They're gonna take it. If I had to guess, but let's see. Let's see what.
You're really inciting it now, aren't you? You really are.
You listen. You saw through me there, David. You saw through me, guys. The video is in the nest. Professor Morandi, and he's saying Iran will strike infrastructure of the Gulf states. How come we've only got 26 likes? Are you guys Zios? Are you guys camel lovers? Or are you guys part of the resistance and you're going to like it? Go and like it. Demonstrate you aren't Zios. Demonstrate you don't like camel beep. Demonstrate you're all about it. It's so funny, right? Like, some of these Arabs have put me on some of their group chats, right? And I was thinking, like, normally over the last 3 years during the genocide, I used to always leave every group that people put me in, because, like, they put me in loads of groups. And this time I was like, maybe I should just stay in this group and just, like, put the tweet of the space out in one or two of them or whatever. And, bro, these Arabs are cooking so hard to American Israel. It's unbelievable. Like, these Gulf State Arabs, they're cooking so hard. I'm like, blood, what is going on? Have you got no dignity? Craziness. Tom, jump in, give us your thoughts.
Hey, what's up, Sully? Guys, what's going on? I agree completely with what David was just saying. Look, this entity, as he called it, is as ridiculous as it is dangerous in the way that it's behaving. But look, here's what I think, guys. I want to share a theory with you. It could be totally
Broken
mistaken.
news. Sorry, Tom. I gave it
Yeah,
to
go
you and
ahead.
then
Go
I
ahead.
straight away interrupted you, so I apologize. We got visual images now of confirmation, and this is why we say there's a lot of hits, but we don't always get the visual. So, about an hour ago, there was a hit. I'm sure Beatrix told you guys about it, and now we've got the visual. We managed to get a visual of Kiryat Shimona being hit by Hezbollah rockets. Direct hit, direct impact. But sorry, back to you, Tom.
Demona was hit again?
No, Kiryat Shimona.
Oh, okay. I misunderstood. Yeah, I stepped away from the phone for a second. But yeah, look, here's what I think is going on. I'm going to share a theory with you guys, and it could be totally mistaken, but no worries, because if I'm correct, then it's worth sharing. So what I think is going on is that since this operation looks like it's clearly going to turn out to be a death trap for the folks that parachute in, make their way to the shores in whatever way they do, that no sane military strategist would ever devise or authorize a plan such as the one that we believe is being currently developed, whether it's for Carg Island or whatever death trap they want to parachute these guys into. But there's no question that they're not going to have the right kind of air support. As Andrew said, they're entering the world's most well-prepared kill box, or area full of kill boxes on Earth. And so the thoughts that I'm going to share, whether right or wrong, are important to at least consider due to just a multitude of factors that I'll share later, maybe, but I'll leave out of the conversation just to keep this as rapid and expeditious as possible. Look, I believe part of the logic with respect to what the intentions behind engaging in complex operations on unfriendly ground, packed with extremely stoic, well prepared, extremely motivated soldiers, looking at this war as an existential fight for survival, is to succeed in doing with our armed forces. The intention of this, I believe, is to succeed in doing with our armed forces what they have not successfully done with the American people. And that is to make us see Arabs, Persians, people from the Islamic world as enemies. If you can get a bunch of like thousands of troops to get really messed up badly, and a lot of that ends up getting filmed and shared on the internet, that could actually create the kind of real, organic enmity that the Israelis desperately want, not only between US citizens and the Arab world again, not going to be an easy sell. People are well aware of the psyops. But if they can get a bunch of US troops with family members, thousands of them really badly hurt, it could succeed in getting the armed forces activated, feeling real, genuine animosity for the Middle East, the Iranians, et cetera, again. So that could be what they're part of what they're trying to do. But I don't know. So I can't discount the possibility that these guys might actually want something even darker than that. For example, let's suppose that what's going on right now is the Jews versus Rome, as Netanyahu proudly said recently. Wouldn't you want to take out our top level, top tier operators? Wouldn't you want to set them up so that the United States is basically devoid of people that could defend the home front? I don't know. I see this as all very suspect, guys. I'd be thrilled to hear if you guys think it's a ridiculous notion or if there's something to this theory that I just shared.
I said it a couple of hours ago. Andrew was there that they may sacrifice the first round of men landing on the beaches in order to incite a nation's resolve and send 100,000 more. Because with 1 million men in Iran, the war of attrition, the ratio is that you need 3 to 5 to 1 to beat them. An embedded enemy needs 5 to 1 in Ukraine. That was the general rule, but now that has reversed. So with 1 million men in Iran, you need 3 million Americans to go in and have a go at Iran. At minimum,
Yeah, good
3
point.
million.
That's
Well,
very
I'm glad
true.
other
That's
people are
very
coming to the same conclusion, man, because I actually do believe there's a higher than, I could be wrong, but if I'm tracking things the way that I've been tracking things for the past few years with a lot of success in prognosticating things accurately, I'm going to use the same logic I've used to determine whether or not the war in Iran was going to happen, whether this or that was going to happen. And at this point, I'm leaning toward being 80% convinced that that's the kind of disaster that we're going to be looking at. And that's the intent that the Zionist influence, neocon influence, and the Israel First guys are are working with. And they can pressure Trump. They can do whatever they want with Trump. Trump is basically an extension of Israeli power right now. So very bad situation. Yeah, that's it, guys. Thank you.
Thanks for that. I've got some breaking news, but I'm kind of typing it out at the same time. Uh, okay, so just let me finish this tweet. It's a bit longer than normally do. Resistance. Let's go to Goy. Go ahead, Goy. Goy there. Okay, let's drop him. Don't request again, please. Resistance. What's your thoughts on this Russian?
I've got some news, Suleiman. Can I jump in with
Oh,
some
golden.
news?
Yeah, go ahead.
Is it golden?
Yeah, tell these
Nice.
Sims to
Oh,
like the
look, Brother
video as well. They
Sleepy.
listen to chicks.
Yeah, our usual mods aren't on there, and I know you're restricted for how many mods you can have, so maybe we need to change them. But guys, look, Professor Morandi is really busy, and he came on, and Suleiman booked him so that we could hear him, and we're not asking for a lot. It's a short clip. We're asking you to go to that short clip, watch it. It's a short, right? So that's been posting the link. Bless his little cotton socks. Let me post it as well. You just have to go to it. It's a short. It's very short. Just need to go and let me share it as well. And go to it. Give it a thumbs up, like it. Give it a comment. Let's see if we can get to 100. This is crazy that we can't even get to 100. I just don't even know why he bothers keeping the YouTube channel open, to be honest. If we've got 700 people on there and we can't get 100 likes on this, it's crazy. So that's sharing it. Thank you. Can the mods please share it on there? If there are any other mods on there, I'd be grateful. Let me just read this news and I'll go to Brother Snoopy. I have some news. Okay, so the US bases on Suleiman already read out. Iran has proposed regional Arab Islamic alliance. The Iranian seal of the prophets addresses a new message to the Arab and Islamic nations, calling for a security alliance away from the United States or Israel. And what they say is, this is a statement by, it's a long statement, man. The spokesperson for Iran's Qatam al-Nabiyya headquarters. It's a long statement. It's a long statement. Let me just skip through it really quickly. It's 1 o'clock in the morning. It's a whole essay. Basically, it's time for us to return to our roots. We Muslims must return to the words of God. You shouldn't surrender. Muslims are forbidden surrendering affairs to infidels and commanded us not to pin our hopes on the enemies. Basically, let's unite against aggression is what he's saying through this long speech. So we'll leave that. Completely unrelated news, but I think it's just interesting, so I'm going to say it. Keir Starmer, the wet blanket that's our bloody prime minister, is set to ban crypto donations. You can't donate in crypto because one of his gay reviews concluded that they risk foreign interference in UK democracy. It's okay that we've got Israeli interference, but we can't have it through crypto. It's crazy. Anyway, that's that. The former U.S. National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan says U.S. negotiators Witkoff and Kushner did not understand Iran's proposals in Geneva, which went a long way towards resolving the nuclear issue. And because Kushner and Witkoff didn't understand it, they decided to attack Iran. True. I think Suleiman touched on this earlier, but this was reported, CNN reported this, that Iran says it won't negotiate with Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner, deeming them, as the UK did, apparently UK said this as well, that they're foreign agents serving Israel. And instead they demanded to negotiate with JD Vance, because Vance positioned himself as against the Iran war, but supportive of the president. And then GOP sources contested the veracity of CNN's reporting and said, no, this is not true. This is an attempt to divide Trump's negotiations. Like, what negotiations? I mean, seriously, I have done some negotiations, but this is not a negotiation. This is a car crash, what Trump's doing. Fire has broken out at Kuwait airport following a drone attack. This is, I don't know if Inevitable's on the panel still, I think he is, but JP Morgan CEO says the US needs to look at their own shortcomings in respect to China. So the US needs to look at its own shortcomings in respect to China. That's the CEO of JP Morgan, Dimon, said that. Kash Patel's girlfriend says that Mike Flynn, Tucker Carlson, Joe Kent, and Candace Owens are all tied to a foreign influence operation. She said basically they're working as foreign agents, and she's done some long speech about it, long tweet about it, long thread about it, even actually, to be honest. I'm not really interested in what she has to say, but I just thought I'd say that. Canada strongly condemns Israel's plan to occupy territory in South Lebanon. Canada says Lebanon's sovereignty and territorial integrity must not be violated. Hezbollah's attacks on Israel must cease and they must disarm. Oh, shut up, Canada. Like, like, why would Hezbollah disarm? Like, you can have whatever you want in your country as long as you don't attack anybody. Now, Hezbollah are in their country, and the only people that are being attacked by Hezbollah are those people invading their country. Tell Israel not to invade their country, they won't get attacked. It's simple. Even a child can figure that out. So there's that. I said this earlier, but I'm going to just repeat it. Effective April the 20th this year, the US Army is increasing the maximum enlistment age from 34 to 42 and eliminating waiver requirements for a single conviction of possession of marijuana. So if you've had a conviction for marijuana, criminal conviction, is fine. And you can serve. They want to raise the age to 42. Something gives me a feeling that the Army is struggling to recruit people. They're really struggling to recruit people. And that's it. That's it from me for now.
Sounds like they're going to need people.
Yeah, they are. They are. They're going to need people. I mean,
it's a trap. You know the Chinaman love sending the 1.4 billion everywhere.
Hey, well, I don't think we're sending anybody to the America's military. It sounds like they're giving themselves permission for I guess a draft.
True. That is so
Oh,
true. Chinaman don't want to fight. But you'll do the intelligence though, innit? Just some more breaking news, important breaking news though. First one is IAEA are aware of reports of an incident. Wait, have I done this right? Oh crap. Brav, I flopped on this tweet. That's so annoying. Okay, give me 2 sec. 1 second. Let me just verify it. Okay, but it was an important tweet. I just need to verify if I did the right thing or not. So the IAEA are aware of.
While you verify it,
Yeah.
Iraq grants paramilitary groups right to respond to attacks. Now, guys, this has been misreported, right? So what Iraq said was to its paramilitary groups that you've got a right to respond if you're attacked and defend yourself and defend your territory. And the way some people have positioned that on social media is to say that Iraq has said that we are entering the war with Iran. They didn't quite make that declaration. I guess it kind of is that through the back door, because if they're attacked, they will fight back. So maybe, I don't know, but that's what they said. They've granted paramilitary groups the right to respond to attacks. Oil prices are down by over 5%. And American assets and a UH-60M helicopter got attacked by FPV drones. They targeted this in the Victoria Base in Baghdad. This was. Let's have a look what else. Suleiman already mentioned the bombing of Kiryat Shimona settlements with heavy missiles. Pope Leo has renewed his calls for a ceasefire. I said this earlier on Iran, which he did for 3 years and nobody listened to him on Gaza. So it's fine, thanks. There's still explosive going off in East Tehran, massively. Kuwait claims nuclear leak. Kuwaiti authorities have issued official warnings through the media regarding the possibility of a nuclear or radioactive leak near neighboring countries. And there's also something happening in Jordan capital Amman. Shrapnel's falling. Saudi claims it intercepted ballistic missiles. Oh, this is one that I wanted to read to you guys, right? Which is quite funny, actually. I don't know, bloody hell, did I actually just send it to Suleiman instead? It was funny because Trump is basically saying, let me see if I can find it. I probably can't find it. But it was just a statement from Trump where he was asked, and he just said, "We've won. Like we've literally won the war. That's it. We've won. There's nothing going down. We've won. We've won." And I'm thinking, what is he going on about? I can't find it now. It was just a short. He was on video saying it. Yeah, we've won. Like there's nothing else to talk about. We've won. But I can't find that now. I'll see if I can later. That's it from me, guys. Should we go to Suleimani? You ready with your poster? Should we go
Just
to
2 important ones. You actually mentioned it. One is that there is claims that there is a nuclear incident in Kuwait, that the nuclear facilities have possibly been hit and there is a leak in their country or in a nearby country. And the IAEA are also saying that they've got they've got like a complaint or a kind of escalation from Dimona, that Dimona was also hit. So just to let you know, those are the 2 latest news when it comes to nuclear, as well as obviously before that Iran's nuclear facility was hit. So this is likely a retaliation, just so you're aware of what's going on in terms of the hits on nuclear positionings. I think that's quite big. Let's go to David. David, go ahead, give us your thoughts. Defend Russia, bro. They're looking really weak right now.
I know, like it's very frustrating. Most of the Most of the Russians are saying that. When you have Stanislav back on again, he will be able to advise you. Or have you had him on yet? Have you
I've
done
not
a?
had him on. I messaged him. He was like, "Oh, next week," and then he went on Mario. So I think a lot of these guys prefer the Zio platform, to be honest.
He hates Mario. He has cut the back off him, and he said, "What will I do?" This is last week. He DM'd me. I said, "Go in and kill him." You know, but the narrative come out of Mario like he's just getting paid $7,000 a post. I mean, there's nothing more to be said. It's not news anymore. It's just pure propaganda.
Yeah, that's why no one should go
This
on.
is a. I know. I do agree with you. I even said it, and is Ritter actually said to Ryan that you know, I go on just to break it. You know, we can't leave these idiots, you know, keep on doing
No, you can't, because they don't get any
propaganda.
views. Like, they don't have really real human beings. The
I know.
only real
I've
humans,
told
the
everyone.
only real humans who go there is if someone like Ritter goes on, or if there isn't, there's like 0 views. I check it.
I mean, Davis goes on like, and he has such a big channel now, and I told him it's all bots, but he said, David, my when I go in there, I get huge views. Right, I won't say no more. This is a bit of
No,
news.
those views are fake though. In terms of in there, like, of course they like this shows a high number, but they're not real.
All right. Okay. Well, I have told him. I did tell him directly. Here's a bit of news from the Ruskies, and it's coming from one of the top tier Russian-backed or Kremlin-backed news channels. And this is, I'll just read it out. The US is trying to deceive Iran. There are signs of preparations for a ground invasion. A top political Russian source told Iranian media that the latest diplomatic signals from the US are part of a deception strategy. A number of signs of planning a ground operation for a US invasion of Iran have been identified. So if you read between the lines on that, you have a top-tier political Russian source advising Iranian media. I don't know about the Iranian media part, but when it goes to that level, and it's on one of the main channels, and this channel in itself does not bullshit. It is linked to the Kremlin. Anything they've ever come out with has been 1,000% correct. It has 1.5 million subscribers, and its affiliate has over 2.8 million subscribers. And they're also affiliated with the MOD one, which is the proper Russian Ministry of Defense one that everyone really follows. So, I mean, that news is just out. It's just out at 23:41. So it's
sorry. What did they say?
They just said that a Russian top political source has told, aka advised, Iranian media that the latest diplomatic signals from the US are part of a deception strategy. Now, that's an indirect way of saying, you know, they're coming for you. So exactly what that notification earlier, Suleiman, that our mutual friend heard is exactly this. Is just being backed up now by what the Russians Russian intelligence is saying. Why they say it went through, and maybe it's just translation from the Russian to the English here on this channel, because it is translated from Russian. So the media, I'll have to check that. If I give it to somebody, maybe they will verify that maybe that name has been, that word is not clarified. Maybe it should be Iranian state, that the latest diplomatic signals from the US are part of a deception. Well, joke on us. You know, we haven't seen that before, have we? Yeah, we go to peace talks and a missile comes through the back door. So as you're sitting around the table. So this is part of their plan. They are going in. I mean, the note that we got earlier, you know, 100% confirms it. The one we got 10 days ago when they were on the move confirms it. I just don't see. One of the people in the bubble below did ask, what about paratroopers? You need to understand, what have they got? We all saw the film with Tom Hanks, Saving Private Ryan. When you land on a beach, you don't just go in like with boots and a carbine. You go in with tanks, munitions, flamethrowers, heavy machinery, heavy armament. How the hell are you going to get it across that Persian Gulf without being seen and without having the semi-submersible drones hit you? Remember, last week we just saw breaking news that the Iranians have these torpedoes. They don't need a submarine to launch. They launch from a beach. They basically launch the same way you would throw your little 25-footer off for a day's fishing. And they can go for hundreds of miles. And they're self-tracking. Self-tracking. I mean, how are they going to get ships across? It's impossible to do this. So what's America going to do? Paratroopers in. It does look like what I said earlier, Andrew, that, you know, they'll send the DRGs in, the advanced grouping, and They'll create a load of body bags and then do 9/11, saying these sons of bitches just killed 500 or 1,000 of our men. Are we going to leave them off with it? And then send in
Absolutely, David.
50,000.
Absolutely, sir. And by the way, we're very honored, blessed to have you in here, sir.
I wouldn't say that. I'm Irish. I'd go anywhere where there's a bottle of whiskey, and I don't even drink. More fool am I. So basically, that's what the Russians are saying as well, and that's been voiced for quite a few days. That America has got the wish and the method to go in. What it's going to be is catastrophic. I mean, it is pure catastrophic. You can be seen for hundreds of miles. It's flat open desert in Iraq. They can't go to Pakistan. They can't go through the Caspian. They can't go through Afghanistan. Kabul is gone. They can't land there. So where are they coming from? Where are they coming from? It looks like a slaughterhouse intended. I mean, didn't Iran, Iraq, if you look at some of the battles that took place in that war, I mean, that was something from like sieges that went on with Alexander as he was going across his escapade in the Levant, where there was just literally small urban combat. It was large open plains with chemical munitions and tanks, artillery, what's happening mostly in Ukraine. You can see for 15, 20 kilometers into the distance. I mean, but this is the surveillance level that is in and around this area is off the charts. How are they going to do it? Scratch my head. It does not make sense. And it's been voiced in all of the military analyst channels in Russia that they don't see it feasible. So if there have been 4 years in war, Andrew, and gone through every perceivable, way of attacking an enemy, and as you know, in Ukraine, the pictures you see, they're wide open farmland. I mean, I know some of the recent attrition has been urban combat, but 90% takes event on large open fields with the tree lines, which are embedded in trenches. And that's where the majority of the action has taken place. But where is that in Iran and Iraq? It's not. You have a sea and 2,700 kilometers of a border that is under massive surveillance. This looks like a cult attack where they just don't care the first movement of men. I don't know what any other way that it looks like.
But David, let me bring in another angle to this. The U.S. has defense agreements with Egypt, Turkey, Jordan, and Saudi Arabia and other countries. Can they really, I have been thinking about this land invasion idea. Can they use troops from these countries? I'm an engineer. I don't know anything about military, but the idea of all these experts saying that you need hundreds of thousands of soldiers and all of that, and yet all what we hear, as you were just saying, that there will be ground invasion. Are we missing this, that maybe there are thousands or tens of thousands of soldiers at the disposal of the US? But I don't know if the agreements which they have with these countries imply that they can use their troops or not.
I don't honestly know, but let's just look at the practicalities of it. We have a reference for this in Ukraine. Ukraine in 2022 had 800,000 in their army. Russians had 1.4 million. And the different kind of attritional warfare has just taken place in Ukraine. Would or has Iran been advised of that same sort of attritional warfare that Russia has done? I mean, it's worked perfectly for Russia in Ukraine. So would they develop that with Iran? Have they advised it? That means that maybe they do have a northwestern defensive line and they have positioned, 100, 200, 300,000 men to hold that position. And we are going back to what it was in 1980s Iran-Iraq war. It's quite possible. It is really quite possible. If they do want, I mean, look at what Iran is. Iran will buy America out of their next depression. That oil, that economy, the Strait of Hormuz, completely controlled by America, will stop them self-imploding financially. for the next 50 years plus. I mean, the objective with Russia was to stop Europe and America imploding for the next 100 years, because they have $200 trillion of black liquid coming out, black gold coming out of the ground for the next 1,000 years. So that's what they wanted Russia for. And Iran is their next available. It is just as rich in oil and gas as what Russia is.
Yeah,
So
and it's exactly this importance. And today, actually, like when we were discussing this earlier today, I was checking the number of official states, like army people, not the reserves. Turkey has like 350,000. Jordan has around 110,000. Egypt, I didn't check particularly Egypt, but I think they would have maybe 1 million or something. Saudi Arabia has like 200 plus thousand. But like, are
yeah,
these?
but Constance, you're missing one thing here. Iran has standing with Russia and China. They're not going to let Iran fail. And Russia and China do have, really good partnerships with those countries you just mentioned. Russia with Turkey, Russia with Egypt, China with some of the others. I mean, we are looking at in that if they are stupid enough to develop that mass army attack and join all together, they'd have Russia and China on their necks.
Oh, I certainly hope so, man. I'm with you.
Well, then you have a
I'm just
ball of flame. The whole place goes up in a ball of flame.
No, I certainly hope so. But so far, Russia and China are playing in the background. I don't know how much involvement they would wish to have if something like this happens.
Well, until that genie ball is or lamp is rubbed, until that necessity is needed, they will come available. Like it is being said in Russia that Iran is the brother nation, and as of BRICS at the moment, that without BRICS, Russia is going to be ostracized and surrounded. I mean, Tajikistan, Turkmenistan, Uzbekistan, and Kazakhstan are all, lining themselves up to be anti-Russian as we speak at the moment.
They already are. They already are, David.
Yeah, I know. The CIA
There's
are well built in
massive
there.
CIA, Saudi infiltration into those countries.
Yeah,
They started
there
doing it
is.
in the 80s. They started doing it, start financing it, funding it through the madrasas, through various incorporations. What they did was they would also fund like a lot of these Salafist Wahhabis to come to Saudi Arabia to study, make them extreme mercenaries, and go back, manipulate the public into it. So then they would send CIA operatives in there to basically control them and manipulate them. And so 20, 30 years of this manipulation, and this is why you saw many of those people go into Syria in order to be paid mercenaries in order to do what they were doing. And so what you've seen is the culmination of that. And so I agree with you in terms of Central Asia is completely controlled and occupied by the Saudi Salafist Wahhabis, CIA, and this is why I was always saying, if anyone heard my analysis on here, I said that if Iran falls, if you look at it, it's basically a direct route all the way to China, because they already control Central Asia.
And that is one of the reasons that the Russians are facilitating the backup of Iran. So yeah, I mean, but here's my standback understanding on this. This was a discussion I had with Mr. Davis about a year and a half ago when we were talking about the rate of attrition that Russia is engaged in, and he was always questioning. McGregor was the same. Why is Russia not blowing the bridges? Why are they not attacking? Why are they not using World War II doctrine attacks and moving forward? Blah blah blah. Why is it not happening with Russia? So here we have literally the same envelope. That why is Iran not attacking? They have no need to. Their doctrine is controlling the situation. They do not need to attack en masse because they're handling it in a precise manner according to the use of their armaments. And Russia has not done it because it has NATO coming at them. Their doctrine is with Rostec, which is the Pentagon division type of the Russian army and the Ministry of Defense. They've been given orders to build up an army of 4 million men in and out of contract by 2029, 2030, and to upgrade over 80% of all munitions made to be put away and stored. Tanks, artillery, Katyushas, Tor systems, everything is all going underground. Iran is looking at this the same way. Will these sons of bitches come after Iran in this manner? The one question that Davis was asking me is that the rate of attrition is extremely high. It was a year and a half ago. And why is not Russia, doing something about it? You have to look at it this way, which is the way I use it, especially with the rate of attrition, 160,000 Russians dead at the moment. Russia is a country of 145 million people. It's been at war for 4 years. It's lost, say, 40,000 men per year. That's about the amount of men and women, indeed, who are lost per year due to workplace accidents, car accidents, suicide, accidents per year. I know it's a figure, still 40,000 men per year, but there's 145 million people safe. When you look at Iran, it's put up 1 million people, and if it would lose 1 million, 89 or was it 93 million is in the country, 92 million will be safe. They're going to sacrifice a lot. I said it weeks ago. The Russians have been saying this. We gave up 150,000, but we had a much better strategy and plan and structure than what Iran has. We had the USSR. We have had 50 years of building. We had the experience of World War II, where we lost 30 million people. We know the lay of our lands the same way that Iran does, all the way to the Polish border. The Russians know it. It's set out on, it's taught to all military cadres in the 3 top military schools in Russia from when they enter to when they leave, even generals. General Surovokin, that built the line in eastern Donbass, he brought in his teacher from the Moscow Military Academy to design the plans there. And it's the same thing going on in Iran. The same people that have learned. I know this because it's been talked about. It's not just the technicians that are there fixing up the electronic warfare, the radar, etc. There's men in there that are bringing the experience that they've had on 4 years of warfare, demolishing the NATO proxy army, and they're doing exactly the same for Iran. I don't have any apprehension whatsoever that Iran cannot handle a massive army coming at them, because ultimately the lads in Moscow and Beijing will not let Iran fall, and they have been given the best technology and the best guidance to do it. This is going to be a large-scale war. We are looking at, if indeed what we're now reading in the last hours, and it's coming through all parts, that they are going for a mass attack on Iran, ground boots, in order to take the rich assets of that country to keep their economy going. Then we are looking for Iran-Iraq war, 1980s all over again, multiplied by 2, if not 3. Remember as well, this is an existential risk to Saudi, Kuwait, Bahrain, and UAE. If Iran grabs the Strait of Hormuz, all those fiefdoms are gone. They're going to have, the new tri group of Russia and China coming in and demanding, that you bend the knee to them, that a new working OPEC group will accommodate, because Russia has been, even though it says it's in friends, if you look back, there's no friendship there. There absolutely is not. And haven't you said, Suleiman, that twice MBS went to the States and said, bomb the bastards in Tehran? Do you not think Tehran knows this? I mean, this is an existential risk for them as well. They have to cause capitulation of the entire Persian area. Saudi Arabia is gone. The Houthis are ready. And Iran is going to risk 1 million people in doing it. The same way the Russians have. Exactly the same way. They have learned. Look, Iran should be celebrating every night. No, they don't drink alcohol. Strawberry milkshakes, like what I do. They're celebrating every night that the Russians have delivered them the tech, the experience, and the knowledge of 4 years of attritional warfare against the greatest military force in the world, NATO. And the Russians bet their ass. So, they have a soft touch, but they're going to lose 1 million people once this starts. Because America, with 340 million, is going to go bankrupt unless it gets that oil and is able to issue those derivatives for the next 50 years and keep their economy from self-imploding. Thank you, Suleiman.
Appreciate that, David, as always. Let's get Genghis in quickly. Just to let you know, guys, we've got a couple of collabs coming on. We've got Simon Dixon with a market update, and then we've got Rathbone and then possibly Ryan as well. So just to let you know what the plans are for the rest of the day. But let's go to Genghis. Genghis, jump in.
How you doing, Sully?
Doing great. How are you doing?
Nice to see everyone. Yeah, it was nice when I first got on here over a week ago now, when this first started. I gave my basic, retired infantry guy, grizzled old guy living in the hills, verdict on how I thought it went down. and I just applied the most basic military principles of warfare. You know, if you can seize and hold the high ground before your enemy gets there, then it gives you a massive advantage that can only be countered by superior air support. That's the only way you can cancel that. So we know from history that forces that get up in mountain fortresses are able to withstand attacks from 5, 10 times their number. Right, guys are 500 dudes fighting off 5,000 men, no problems. The only thing that ever stops that from happening and evens out the score is close air support. And the American military are masters at close air support. But there's a reason why you haven't seen videos of Apache gunships and A-10s getting shot at by missiles yet, is because they haven't flown them close enough for that to happen. So if American ground troops are going to go in, whether they go in on the island or whether they go in on the beach somewhere, at some point they have to call in their close air support. And when they do, the real good stuff that Iran's sitting on, which is their close range ground to air missiles, the ones that fly so fast that there's no counter to them, that's the moment, because they'll have American ground troops stranded somewhere where they can't withdraw. You know, it doesn't matter whether you're on a beach or whether you're on an island, you're abandoning one of the main principles of war, which is always have a way to withdraw if it goes to shit. As a general, you always try and have set up not one but multiple withdrawal routes to get out of a situation if the battle that you're going to get involved in goes to shit, and you preferably have withdrawal routes that are undercover from fire so you can get your wounded out and resupply guys undercover. Well, you know, if they land on the fucking beach in southern Iran, or they try their luck going around the straits to get to that island, then there's no escape. There's nowhere for those guys to go. And if the only way they have, if they start shooting the boats, and the way they have, they get those guys out is via helicopters, and then they start shooting down the helicopters, you'll literally see fucking Black Hawk Down times 100. Now, people forget in the Black Hawk Down scenario, right? Once the fucking helicopters started to come down, they sent more
Genghis,
helicopters.
can I just ask you not to swear on the
Sorry,
space, please?
sorry, Beatrix, got carried away. Yeah, let me just
I was hoping she wasn't
finish and
here.
say, once they started bringing down the helicopters in Somalia, they sent their only reaction that they had was to send more helicopters. So then they started getting them shot down too. The first thing they did was they just said, "That's it, get out." All the air assets got pulled out, and it was literally every man for himself on the ground that had to get out with no air support. So you're going to have the same. At least they had a way out back in Mogadishu. There was a way they could go on foot to escape. But dump them on that island, there's nowhere for them to go. And if they can bring down that close air support that America prides itself on, it'll be an absolute turkey shoot. So all I've seen since the initial invade, or the initial shots fired, is just one thing over and over. It's Iran playing possum and just sitting there going, well, come into the larder. We're ready to go. Anytime you want to put boots on the ground, we're just waiting for you. They're not taking a single backward step. And we've just got the narrative coming out of the White House, more and more exaggerated nonsense that somehow they've got the box seat and Iran is a broken military, and it's all nonsense. I think everyone can see through it. The American people can see through it, but most importantly, a lot of the military guys on the ground over there can see it too. It's making it into their ears, and they're starting to question, maybe the orders that they're being put into that region, which is good. If the end of the goal behind all of this is we've got to try and stop a war. So however we can do it, whatever is happening and it's working. So hopefully this pulls up, or I don't know. There is no way forward with the ground invasion. That's just, suicide. That's all I got to say. Sorry about the cuss words, Beatrix.
Genghis, I got a couple of questions for you. Actually, I'm just a bit annoyed that you've come at the worst time possible, but let's try and get those questions in. One of the I asked Anthony Aguilar this question as well, and same question to you. If they were to, take these, if they were to try and come in early, and obviously, as you know, they'll have to do multiple drops over a wide range of time. And even if they were to first of all, A, would they escort those in, and B, if they were to escort those in, those drops, what are the chances of those people being taken out by Iran's missiles and drones?
Very high. Very high. If they're taking out F-15s, even if you're optimistic and said, okay, let's say just a couple of the planes that came down were accidents, there's no way you could seriously tell yourself that no, they're all accidents, and Iran never brought down a single plane. They're starting to knock down F-35s, and F-35s aren't operating where they were before. Now they're starting to pull them a bit further back. So when they start knocking down F-35s, you've got a real problem when you're looking at the 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 aircraft that they would need to launch any kind of airborne paratrooper invasion of whatever the hell they're planning. Anything like that um, is doomed right from the start because it's the same close air support because those planes. And they'll just crunch you when you hit the ground. So you want to avoid the sides of mountains at all costs. So then you go, well, where are they going to jump them in at? On the island, is there enough open ground there? And will they be able to do it at a point where the wind isn't very strong? Because the closer you get to the ocean, I'm from Australia originally, the closer you get to the ocean, the more windier it is. So you can start flying to that island and have it be perfectly good to jump your guys in. But then on the way there, the wind can gust off the ocean around that island and be so bad when you're coming in to jump them out that they can be blown completely off course and end up landing in the ocean. And if you're smart, you jump your paratrooper guys in at night, not in the daytime where anyone can pick them off out in the backyard with a rifle. It's just going to get
Thanks, though.
really ugly really quickly for them, depending on where they jump them in.
Appreciate that. Okay, thank you for that, Genghis. We have got an interview right now. It is a interview with Simon. Hi, Simon. How you doing? Can you hear me?
Hey, Salman, can you hear me okay?
Okay, cool. Guys, can you hear me on the... Yeah, I can hear you, Simon. Guys, can you hear me on the YouTube? Okay, brilliant.
Yeah, they can, Suleiman.
Brilliant. Okay, cool. Let's go for it. Okay. I want to welcome Simon Dixon onto the show, financial expert and Bitcoin OG. Simon, the financial market has been a roller coaster over the last few days since we last had our interview. And today, Trump said or tried to indicate that there was a peace deal in terms of there was negotiations for a peace deal. He gave a 15-point plan that seemed to reduce the oil prices. If you can give people an idea of what's been happening since Monday, when the 2-day warning was given and then a 5-day extension was given, and now we have this statement by Donald Trump.
Yeah, sure. So we tried to do a few updates, but we crossed paths. So much has happened. It's unbelievable how much has happened. So we know that there are now 3 strategic points at which Trump gets a knock on the shoulder from Scott Bessent and says something has to change. Those are oil that reaches $115, Brent crude oil that reaches $115 or above, even though WTI within America is slightly less because it's energy exporter and an oil exporter. But the bond market spoke. So Trump came out on Truth Social and said effectively threatening to target Iran's energy infrastructure, which I just want to remind everybody is terrorism. That is collective punishment, complete crime against humanity. But who cares about crimes, I guess, and international law at this point, because everything that's happening is in violation of international law. But anyway, targeting energy infrastructure where it has a collective punishment effect, and it really hinders the ability for a country like Iran to function, was his threat. And then Iran immediately came out and said they will do like for like on the Gulf countries. That led to a real issue within the bond markets. So immediately upon that escalation, and he said you got 48 hours to do it. He coincided it obviously 1 hour after the oil futures market closed. And then the 48 hours brings you to Monday. So clearly he wanted the weekend when the market was closed to play a game of chicken. But immediately the bond market leading into the futures went up to approximately 4.5% on the 10-year Treasury. And also 5% on the 20-year Treasury and 30-year Treasury. Once you hit those points, you start to hit the point where nothing works. And so immediately he had to do a taco. And the market opened with the futures market on Sunday night. And then going into Monday, there was absolute abnormal behavior in terms of short, volume that was massively disproportionate in shorting oil and going long on the S&P and the market. That was 15 minutes prior him to making an announcement where he said that with something along the lines of negotiations are going well, looks like we'll have a deal. We need 5 days. And that 5 day coincides with trying to get into the market cycle again. So clearly, all of these announcements are timed around the market, and there is insider trading when a new announcement comes up. And so somebody that knew that Trump was about to tweet 15 minutes prior made a lot of money, about a $60 million estimate, which the CFTC should be investigating in the future around those announcements. And so we know that as soon as the bond markets hits this 4.5% on the 10-year Treasury and 5% on the 20-year and 30-year bond or above, that starts to push American mortgages above and approaching 7%. It also starts to push gas prices within America around that, $4 or above. Once you have those prices, you have real problems in terms of the impact on inflation, the internal politics, and Trump has to do something. So we had that, and then immediately the price of oil came back down again. And then we also had a slight correction on the bond market. But it became apparent because the IRGC started making announcements saying we're not really in negotiations. And so then there was a lot of back and forth over the last day or so, where there was, who's lying? Is Iran lying? Is Trump lying? And the market slowly started to disbelieve the statements. And effectively, we got back where we were. And so the price of oil started to approach that, above $100 again. The yield started to approach that 4.5 and 5% again. And then we got this announcement today of, this 15-point framework, and then a counter announcement by Iran saying, we don't want to negotiate with Steve Witkoff or Jared Kushner. We want to negotiate with J.D. Vance because, We want somebody that they feel is going to be representing America's, even though there's deep Israeli connections with this funding from Peter Thiel and Zionist side. But anyway, they wanted the vice president to engage in the negotiations, not these Israeli lackeys around him.
According to CNN.
And so really, that's what the market is telling us. We know that Trump is running out of tools. He is timing around the market. There is insider trading happening, but we know the point at which drastic measures needs to happen. Now, we talked in previous updates that those drastic measures are releasing strategic petroleum reserve, which we believe America has been doing. We don't know what other countries are naturally and organically having to eat into their reserves. Many countries are getting at dangerous levels in terms of both LNG and oil needs. But we also know that there was sanctions relief for oil on water with Iran, and then also sanction relief for Russia. And then finally, the taco trade. But if the market, just like we had during the trade negotiations with China after Liberation Day around tariffs and various other things, eventually the market just doesn't react, and it becomes, it neutralizes whatever Trump will say. And so I imagine if we enter into another phase, it needed to have that two-way confirmation that there is the potential for negotiations. And because that's now confirmed, he might be able to buy the additional time, play the markets again. But the markets, they're not crashing. They don't believe what he's saying. And the markets and the bondholders are really determining at what price of the US debt and the Treasury do we have to get a deal. And that has become clear. So the market is really driving that there is no long-term solution here. The market doesn't like it, and he's running out of tools.
So you're saying the market thinks that there isn't going to be a solution?
No, the market doesn't. So the market actually does think that there will be a solution because they're not flowing out of the stock market, and gold is still correcting further as well. If the market thought that this would be World War III and it would be an absolute disaster and it escalates to the next level, you would expect the stock markets to correct significantly more and significant outflows into gold at the same time as oil rising, at the same time as the yield on the 10-year and 20-year, rising at the same time. At the moment, it thinks there will be a solution, but it's not trusting what Trump is saying, and it's only reacting to a lesser and lesser degree every time something is announced. And then it's waiting for Iran's confirmation. And once there is some kind of confirmation from Iran, it's staying at these points. But if it believes that those negotiations are going to go out of control, you'd expect the yields to blow above that 4.5 and 5%. And you'd expect oil prices to squeeze above that $115.
I mean, the way it looks like to me, and just give me your kind of thoughts or analysis on this, is the market or the oil market is kind of spiraling. And then what Trump has done is he's each time made a statement, which he's made a statement in order to kind of curtail the situation. But each time that statement has been escalatory. So first it was, we're going to win, we're going to end the war. Then it was actually Iran's got 2 days warning. Then it was 5 days warning. Then it was, guess what, there's a 15-point plan. So it came, there's an escalation. You create this kind of balloon, this bubble, which is growing and growing and growing. Now, it could be that there's a deal, which I don't think there is. But let's say there's a deal, then that's fine, it'll all calm down. But if it doesn't, now he's created such a huge bubble that if there isn't a deal, it's going to blow up and things are going to escalate worse than even if you'd done this. Is that right? Or is that, what's your thoughts on that?
Yeah, that's exactly right. So the bit that's not reacting in a really negative way, I mean, we've had trillions knocked off the stock market, so there has been real cost to this, but it's not disastrous. It's not like It's not like COVID where you get like a 35% correction or anything like that. We've just had a few percent correction. And also we haven't had a spike into gold. So that's saying, that's the thing that the market is saying they do think it will be a solution. But in terms of the short term, and these are the real big issues, the two markets that really matter is oil and bonds. And so every time he escalates, you get a spike in the price of oil, and you get those yields on the long-term bonds like blowing out. And then every time the market believes there's something that's de-escalatory, then they creep back down. But if there isn't a deal, then this is going to settle at disastrous rates. If there is no deal and Iran starts, retaliating with more significant damage upon energy infrastructure with the GCC, as well as America targeting more infrastructure on Iranian oil fields and any of that LNG stuff as well, then we're going to have that blowout above $120. And that blowout above 4.5 and 5%. That has a major problem with the mortgage markets. That means a lot of the refinancing deals can't be done. That means the artificial intelligence trade starts breaking, which was the source of all the growth. That means we get more stress in the private credit markets. And if any of those come to fruition, then we'll get, the recession environment after all of this inflation, which is unemployment, stock market crashes, negative growth, and that stagflationary environment, which is the real disaster scenario that any economist, Scott Bessent perfectly understands this. Anyone around Trump that is advising them, they will be fully aware of the disastrous implications of that. So he can't have a blowout.
Okay.
And the more he bluffs, the more likely we are to get that blowout.
So, like, from your perspective, next Monday is going to be huge, right? Because either there's a deal or there's no deal or there's Trump extension. Actually, that's possible. Like, it could be like, I gave them another week or something. So I guess all three scenarios are possible. You could have a delay. So actually in all three scenarios, okay, so if there's no deal, we know what's going to happen. We kind of discussed it. If there's a deal, we kind of know what's happening because, the market. But what if it's like another extension? How will the market react? Because surely this kind of, it's almost like a delay. Surely the market can't be that kind of so fundamental in the way that just by Trump saying extension, the market remains how it is. Or is that how basic it is?
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of the two-way confirmation that the market is putting, weight on. If you get something from America and then you get something from Iran, then the market is kind of staying where it is. But remember,
but like today we got nothing. But just a question on that. But today we got nothing from Iran. Iran actually denied it.
Didn't we get a confirmation? Maybe it's propaganda, but
it's from CNN. That was
from Iran.
That was CNN.
That they want to negotiate with JD Vance, or was that propaganda?
That was, well, I don't know if it's propaganda or not. Obviously, we just like disseminating the information, but that was specifically from CNN, which obviously is completely controlled. But that being said, doesn't mean it's false, but just it wasn't from Iran.
Yeah. So I think that was, unless there was something else I missed as well, because things are moving fast. I think the market took that as, okay, there may be something going on.
Right.
And so this 15-point plan has been put out there. And now they're requesting to speak to JD Vance rather than the, Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff lackeys.
I'm not sure about the veracity of that, but the Wall Street Journal reported that Pakistan, Egypt, and I forgot the third company now, Pakistan, Egypt, and Turkey, that they were basically negotiating, being mediators over the next 48 hours in terms of this negotiation. So maybe because those countries are mentioned, that added more substance. But what's your thoughts on that?
Yeah, if you combine the CNN announcement with the Wall Street Journal announcement, I didn't know that because things are moving fast and I haven't been able to keep up fully. But that sounds like reasonable news that the market would interpret. Now, if that turns out that that's just some CIA agent and there's no truth behind it, and this is just propaganda, the market ain't going to like it. So even if you use these shenanigans, tricks, and propaganda, there's going to be severe consequences in the market.
Actually, I just remember now, Simon. Sorry, the Iranians did deny it. I just remember now there was a statement by the Iranians where they denied it.
So I believe right now the price of oil is about $100. So this is still at the levels of, this needs to be for the market to actually believe that there's going to be a solution. The low that it got to in this phase was about $88.
Yeah.
So we're still at those levels where this could just be one-sided shenanigans being played.
It's highly possible, and it's actually possible there could be negotiations. I think the fact that they mentioned those three countries and those three countries didn't come out to deny it maybe added a bit more substance or credibility to the kind of argument, even if it may or may not be true, but maybe the market thought that as like legitimate information.
Yeah, if they don't, so we're really in that short-term news-driven cycle. We know the levels at which things are very problematic for US. They're really looking at the bond market and the oil market as those problems. And games are being played. And either way, they're either real or they're not. They all have consequences.
But what are those consequences? Because this is the bit I'm not understanding. Because if you actually look at it from a week ago to now, nothing's happened. In the sense of, I know Trump said 2-day extension, 5-day extension, something's going to happen, nothing's going to happen. But if you actually look at it, over this time, largely speaking, other than the allowance of the Iranian oil and the Russian oil, after that, everything's kind of just remained the same. If you look at the real substance of what occurred, if you take away people's statements and words, and what I mean by that is extensions and so on and so forth. And so if you look at it from now till a week from now, if it is that Trump comes on Monday and says, guess what, guys? They're being good. We're going to give them another week. Really, nothing's changed. But he's bought himself another 2 weeks. And in reality, 2 weeks, we've still had the Strait closed. We've still had all of the real situation happen. The war's still going on. So, but the market, so how is the market impacted by him just saying them? Because it seems like him just saying that actually does end up reducing the concerns of the market. So I mean, but is that wrong or right? Do you explain it?
No, it is correct. What he's saying is impacting the market, but it's having diminishing impact. And we saw this exactly like we did with the tariff war. The more and more you get these things that just aren't taken seriously, the less he has the ability to use that as a tool. And once you can't use that as a tool, you have to have substantial interventions. I still believe that if you remember, right when the price blew out to $115, we had an announcement in the Financial Times from COMEX, which is the largest, commodities exchange. And they were saying that the US government shouldn't be manipulating the price. To me, I interpret that the US government has a ginormous short position on oil. And so if that blows out, that trade can go wrong. And if that trade goes wrong, that will have knock-on effects in terms of needing a bailout. If those yields go up, you're seeing all of this business. Again, remember, you've got these. You're not going to see the impact of these things until 3 months from now, 6 months from now. Once you see the mortgage rate is going significantly above that 7%, then the refinancing deals aren't going to, work. They need interest rates significantly down. Trump's whole policy was to regime change the Fed, sue and create drama with Jerome Powell because he needed those interest rates down. That's all going in the wrong direction. Yeah. He also needed oil prices down to combat some of the inflationary impacts. That's all going in the wrong direction. In terms of what happens immediately is gas prices. The longer the gas prices are here, people seeing the expense of their petrol. That immediate has the impact. Then we have that funneling through into the costs of production. Then that funnels through into consumer prices and goods going up. Then you get that big inflationary cycle. That leads to the demand destruction. Then if you have stress in the private credit markets, stress in the mortgage markets, you have zero growth because of the AI trade. You have energy that continues up here. Then you're going to enter into that severe recession environment. If you get another quarters of that, then you're moving into, severe problems. Then you get the deficit issues that they're going to be coming. They've got 6% of deficit in GDP. That's going to put stress on the amount of interest that needs to be paid on the debt, and that can turn into a year, approximately 6 months to 9 months from now, into a doom loop that could literally crash everything if that's not resolved. That will lead to a ginormous print, and all of that is kind of baked into the equation. Every day that the strait isn't open, we've got more and more impacts in terms of the 50 different other types of things that need to get through the strait, as well as the oil and LNG. So every single day, the impact into the future is going to be more and more severe. And if you start to get, no deal being done, severe aggression, then if people think this is going to go to World War III, you'd see ginormous outflows from markets, crashes in the markets, and an increase in the price of gold.
Yeah. I appreciate that, Simon. This is interesting. Obviously, we'll get you back on today, tomorrow, the day after, for a detailed update, because this was breaking news. I think what you said was really interesting. I think everyone's understanding the kind of different games that are being played, the different maneuverability, and this is basically real-time, real news, and real kind of understanding of what's actually happening in the financial markets. So I really appreciate you coming on, Simon. I know people can find you on, well, your ex is, well, it's actually not that anymore, but your ex is Simon Dixon Twit. So everyone can follow Simon's ex, which is Simon Dixon Twit. And you can also follow Simon on YouTube, which is a very good YouTube channel. On Fridays, he does a very long explanation of the week's events from a financial geopolitical perspective. His YouTube channel is Simon Dixon 21. So do check out his YouTube channel as well. Simon, thank you so much.
Yeah, and I'll upload this to my channel. So, Suleiman, why don't you tell my followers where they can follow you?
Of course. Oh, I'm going to plug myself. Follow me on Suleiman Ahmed X. I give geopolitical news, real news in real time, break it down. We do videos of whatever's happening in real time with the breaking news. And then in addition to that, we do a number of interviews, such as this one, with experts. We've got financial experts, geopolitical experts, military experts. And then we also stream a live spaces on there as well. So do check us out on Suleiman Ahmed X. Thank you so much, Sam.
Yeah,
I really
I just
appreciate
want
it.
to say, on the X Spaces, if you haven't been joining some of the X Spaces, if you're on the wrong X Space right now, you literally will be like you're on CNN and Fox News. You will not have a clue what's going on here. You won't be prepared. You won't understand. It's pure propaganda. But when you join these spaces, we've been getting people 15 steps ahead of everything. It's not, and it really is a very important phase, because you at the individual level, you need to be preparing, and you need real information. You don't need propaganda. And so, the difference in the actual information that's being shared on these spaces is night and day in terms of reality. There's nowhere else you can get like a diverse view of reality other than these spaces throughout. And you've been doing them 24/7 for the last 23 days ever since it started.
I appreciate that, Simon. You're a very important component of those spaces as well. So we do appreciate you. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. That was Simon Dixon. We love Simon Dixon. Great information. I think I liked it because we broke it down a lot more for the normies. And I think that's what made it a lot more interesting, because you kind of get now what's going to happen in the 3 different routes. Is it route 1? Is it route 2? Is it route 3? Right? Immediately, we've got a collaboration with, what time is it? Oh, 1 minute. Perfect. I'm on time. That's good, because I was getting worried. I don't like being late for things. I like to be on time. And so I'm not late, which I like. So let me just get this up, Rathbone. I did have more questions for Simon, but because I had this other collaboration, and also we've got, I like to keep those videos 20 minutes or so, because I know how it is. People are like, oh, financial, like 20 minutes, 30 minutes is too long. So I try and keep those shorter. Oh, wait, why am I putting that on there for? That's the wrong one. So yeah, let me just quickly get this up. And I'm getting confused here. There we go. Oh, wait, I need to not do that, because you guys, there's some dodgy guy who comes on. Okay, yeah, okay, wait a sec. How do I do this? Apple's so confusing. Okay. There we go. We're going to be collabing with Rathbone right now. So that's going to be good. That's going to be good. Continue as myself. Oh, there's a water bottle. But, wait. Oops. There we go. Okay.
Yeah, we spelling out your name. Send them to the slaughter, you the only one to blame. Bleeding for a puppet while you shaking in your sweet. LOSCR. Taste the ash. LOSCR. Yeah, we spelling out your name. Send them to the slaughter, you the only one to blame. Bleeding for a puppet while you shaking in your sweet. LOSCR. Taste the ash of defeat. Sacred defense of the homeland. Sacred defense of the homeland. Sacred defense of the homeland. The slaughterhouse is open. Common name cash. LOSCO.
LOSCO. Trap and slang. Suleiman's upgrading his technical abilities here.
I'm from the ends. We do it ourselves, Rathbone. You know how it is. Okay, we're sorted. Oh wait, I need to record.
It's your boy Suleiman. You got to follow him on X and YouTube, guys. So how's it going, friend? How's your day going?
I'm doing great. The question is, where is the Iron Dome? Where is the Iron Dome?
Yeah, where is it?
Where is it?
I just saw a clip of an Israeli propaganda saying, "Look, the Iron Dome is working," and he pans over up to the sky. There's no missiles. It's just some clouds. And I thought, yeah, it works great when it's not being used, when there's no Iranian missiles flying overhead.
Well, this has always been the greatness of the Iron Dome, that it was without a doubt the best technology in the world when they didn't have Iranian missiles and Iranian drones raining in on it. And now that we've seen that, it shows the weakness of both the Iron Dome and the American defense interceptors.
Have they run out? I mean,
well, everything we say is based on just like observation of what we're seeing, the kind of technical knowledge we have, those two things. And what I mean by that is, we know there's only a limited supply of defense interceptor missiles throughout the world. The Americans produced, about 90 THAADs a year. They produce a bit more packs a year. Looking at it, Larry Johnson said, that's like 4,000 total that they'd have defense interceptor missiles. And we know that they use at least 2 defense interceptor missiles for one missile. But we know they use more. We've seen videos where there's even been 5, 10, and so on and so forth. So we know that, wait a sec, Iran sent a huge number of missiles to Israel and to the Middle East already. But also, as you know, the radar systems were taken out, the radar systems were hit, so they don't get enough warning. So taking those things into consideration, we know they're getting hit hard. Now, there could be 2 possible explanations for that. Either just the radar system is just not working and they just don't have the timing, or it could be the defense interceptor missiles, they just don't have enough of them. And probably the truth is both of those things are occurring. So the radar system is basically not functioning, and so they're only getting warnings of 3 to 7 minutes. Even I believe an Israeli spokesperson said, we only got 7-minute warning for the missile attack on Arad. And in addition to that, obviously they are running low on defense interceptor missiles, or should be close to running out. And I think this is why we're getting this movement about the negotiations and such.
Okay. So what are we up to right now? Is it like the 80th wave? I mean, what's going on in Tel Aviv? Are they just, it must be early morning time now, huh? They've just been getting hit with wave after wave all night. Is that what's been going on?
Wave after wave of hits. A wave after wave of hits on Tel Aviv, Haifa. Tel Aviv has been hit really hard. Remember, with Tel Aviv, Haifa, and Elia, we get limited visuals. So the visuals we get is basically just some randomer who's end up getting it and uploading it and somehow getting that information to us. without realizing that they might go to jail for basically disseminating that information. So largely speaking, they've got a blockade on the information coming on. That being said, we still get visuals of Tel Aviv being hit. We get today Brer back in Tel Aviv was hit really hard. Kiryat Shimona was hit hard. And if you remember, like sometimes I post out and say, oh look, Tel Aviv explosion in Tel Aviv, and there's no visuals. And sometimes people be like, oh wait, it's like he's posted that, but is it really true? And so sometimes we do get visuals later. So a good example of that is breaking Kiryat Shimona hit. And then 1 hour later, we actually got the visual of it. And we were just lucky to do so because it was from like a CCTV camera of a private resident. So Tel Aviv's been hit really hard. Haifa has been hit hard. The port system has been hit really hard. The oil refinery was hit as well. The port is limited, if not has been shut down. The Elliot has been hit. Northern Israel has been hit hard to the point where a lot of those Israelis having to evacuate. Previously, they would evacuate to the south, but then now the south has also been hit so hard. Dimona was hit. And if you remember, I might have said it on your show, I can't remember now, but Dimona was hit and Arad was hit as well. Did I come on your show? I did, okay. Yeah, so Arad was hit. And Arad was hit only once, but we got so much visuals for it. So the question is, why did we get visuals from it? Because they'd control those other areas that were hit previously, but Arad wasn't hit this previously. So they never thought about having these control measures in Arad. That's why we got two missiles and 2 huge hits when we saw them. Dimona, the same thing. Dimona was hit really badly. Last time Dimona wasn't hit that badly. And we also heard that a military base in Dimona was hit. But then in addition to that, today the IAEA confirmed that Israel told them that actually the Dimona nuclear plant was hit and there could be some kind of nuclear smell or nuclear fallout from that.
I heard that the Dimona, like they didn't actually strike the nuclear facility. They struck somewhere nearby because it was a sort of a warning shot. Like, look, we can get you. And you talk about the strike on a rod. That must have been pretty significant because we saw Netanyahu climb out of his hole and actually give an interview to the press about it, where he basically called on the rest of the world to join the war against Iran. So it seems like that was a significant strike. Wouldn't you agree?
No doubt about it. That was a significant strike, and there was 2 missiles. But I think what made that significant isn't the penetration or the devastation, but it was the fact that people saw the penetration and devastation because they've been able to keep the wipeout. And so therefore he had to go out to kind of console the people because not only the Israelis, but the world found out about it. So I think that's the real reason. In terms of Dimona, I'm with you. I thought that previously, up until today, that only the military base, because there was a military base that had been hit there, and only that had been hit in a few other areas. But today, unless they're lying, which is possible as well, so always take all these things with a grain of salt. But today they said that Dimona, Israel had put a statement to the IAEA saying that, because what it is when a country's nuclear facilities hit, they basically let the IAEA know because of any kind of possible nuclear fallout. And as you know, Israel and the United States of America hit Iran's nuclear facilities. They've hit recently they hit Isfahan. They hit the other nuclear facilities as well. So they've hit all those nuclear facilities, and they've got basically, and Iran's response to that was they hit possibly, I don't know if it's intentional or not, but the claim is that they hit Dimona. We forgot that information about an hour before I came on your show. And also the Kuwaitis are claiming that one of their nuclear facilities possibly was hit, or their neighbors. But because they're being very vague about it, again, just take these things with a grain of salt. I'm just telling you the information that's coming out, and then it's up to our job to kind of, over the next day or so, find out what the veracity is. But obviously, this is like real-time, real news. And so our aim is always to give you guys the truthful news, and then hopefully over time, we're able to validate those things.
Did you see where Isaac Herzog had to be rushed to a shelter? I think he was maybe he was giving like a press conference about the strike against Iran, and then he had to be moved to a shelter. I thought this was interesting because it kind of seems like the Iranians are demonstrating the effectiveness of their intel, that they can target these officials when they come out in real time, wherever they are. Does that sound plausible to you?
No doubt about it. You hit the nail on the head, because if you look at that, do you remember the time when we thought possibly Netanyahu had been taken out? But what we said was that there was high-level security personnel in an underground bunker that had been targeted. And then people said, could it have been Netanyahu in there? Could it have been Ben Gvir in there? And so what that tells you is, irrespective of whether they were in there or not, the underground bunker was actually hit with high-level security Israeli personnel. Who was in there, we don't know, because they've just got a complete media blackout. And we really don't know who's been taken out or not. But that being said, there is, because they're just keeping everything under wraps. It's the same with the United States of America. We know, and I've spoken to many experts on this, military experts, as well as my own sources on the ground, and they're basically saying that there's a lot more numbers of American casualties than what they're claiming, and a huge more number of American deaths and injuries. In addition to that, in terms of what you said, just wrapping that back up to the point you made initially, yes, what it demonstrates is Iran does have the intelligence of the exact locations of where the Israelis are. They're able to get that through a few different mechanisms. One of them is because just like how they had Mossad operatives in Iran, well, the similar thing is in Iran. Iran has operatives in Israel. If you remember, just recently, one of those operatives was found by the Israelis, but many of them have not been found. So they have operatives on the ground working in Israel, disseminating the information. They have the intelligence through their own Iranian intelligence. Then they have the Chinese and Russian intelligence that help support and facilitate it, both in terms of intel within, also intel through telecommunications. The third one is through hacking, and then the fourth one is through satellite systems. So through all of that, they're able to locate and ascertain where most people are. And this is why someone like Netanyahu has been kind of hiding a lot, because he knows that by doing it, he gives away his location.
Yeah, I saw, you never know what to believe on Twitter, but I saw that somebody was posting that he fled within the past 24 hours. But I don't know if that's true. Nobody really knows. Where in the world is Bibi Netanyahu? We still have to ask. The war is entering its we're in the fourth week of it now, right? This Friday will be a full month. Have you noticed any change in the strategy of Iran's, prosecution of this war, like from the previous week to now? Like, what can you tell us about what they're focusing on now? And I heard that they're also once again updating the missiles that they're firing. They're unloading some new ones that we haven't seen as well. Yeah, there has been a lot of changes, and I would say yesterday and today was the biggest change, but I'll come onto that in a second because you mentioned the missiles, so I'll answer your question specifically and then I'll go general. So in terms of missiles, there's no doubt about it. I think I came on your show many times, and I think I was saying that they're using the older missiles, but not completely just the old missiles. I did believe that they were using some of the newer ones throughout, but just what's happened is they were using a greater proportion of the older ones and then a smaller amount, maybe one or two of the newer ones, and that kind of has increased where the other one has kind of decreased. And so what you've got now is, a lot more of the more newer missiles are being used, and you've got a few different types. You have, for example, the cluster munitions, and the problem with the cluster munitions is once it clusters, hence the cluster munitions, but once it spreads out, you can't take it out. There's no way of taking it out. Like, what, you're going to use 100 different defense interceptor missiles, so you just got to take the hits on it. So that's what that does. You have one with the higher payload. I believe one was hit where it had like 220 pounds payload on there, where it has this kind of strong effect impact. So it's not the most strongest in terms of payload, but the speed of it with the high Mark, I believe it was Mark 8 speed, it hits with the high payload, and it hits, and with that payload, it causes a lot of devastation. So you are seeing a wide range of new missiles, but also modifications of the original type of missiles they have. So that is being used in terms of, but that wasn't a change in strategy. This was always their plan. I knew what their plan was. I just didn't, I gave like a few people like yourself or people on my space indicators like, this is kind of what's happening. But this was the plan they always had. So they're just fulfilling their plan in terms of what's happening. The change has been, I would say, over the last day or two, it seems like, again, just from inside sources, so you can take it with a grain of salt if you want. This hasn't been reported in the media, mainstream media, or even alternative media or anything. This is just directly from me. I'm under the understanding that there is some kind of specific behind the closed door agreement
with a few of the Gulf countries to stop hitting them for a short period of time. And that is, from my understanding, Dubai, Qatar, and possibly Saudi Arabia, with the understanding that as long as they don't let the United States of America use their airspace, use their country to launch an attack over this period, they're not going to attack them. And that gives them this kind of span of time where they're not going to be attacked and there's more of a focus on Israel. So this is just solely from me, just because I always try and like be as accurate as possible so your audience knows where the information is coming from. But this is what my inside sources are telling me. And I think it's right, because the reason I think it's right is because I did look, after I was told this, I looked at satellite imagery. It looks like domestic flights are back to normal. Airspace is back to normal. And my sources are telling me that there's not been any explosions in those three specific countries. More so Qatar and Dubai, sorry, UAE. But also I did hear it's possible Saudi Arabia, but I've not double checked Saudi Arabia yet.
Are they fleeing by boat now? I saw this crazy clip. Is Ben Gurion Airport basically dismantled at this point? Like there's no flights out of Tel Aviv, essentially? Oh,
yeah. I mean, Ben Gurion Airport is completely decimated in the sense of it's not functioning. And you're right, they're trying to get out. And because of the situation they've got with Ben Gurion Airport, many of them are trying to go to Cyprus. They're fleeing to Cyprus. You know, I mentioned, like, for example, the north was being hit. Normally, they used to flee to the south. But this time, the Iranians are hitting the south. So they're fleeing out of the country. I mean, it's not their land. They have no connections to it, so they're going to leave. It's like Dubai.
I don't know.
Look at the people leaving Dubai.
Anti-Semitic.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, I'm just making a joke. I'm sorry. Continue.
No, what was the joke?
I was just saying, you said that's not really their land. That sounds pretty anti-Semitic to me.
Goive. How dare you be an anti-Semite? But yeah, it's just like in Dubai. If you look at Dubai, like everyone's fled, but it's the people who are not basically Emiratis. So the only people left in Dubai is, largely speaking, Emiratis and the underclass workers who just can't afford to get out of the country. Right. But anybody else and everybody else has left. And the reason they've left is because it's not their land. And this is what we're seeing with the Israelis.
I heard an interesting point, and I forget from who, but they basically said that Iran's number one objective right now, and I want to get your take on this, is to, have the United States vacate the Middle East. Basically, the military bases need to be removed. The United States needs to go home. And then every other thing that they want to get accomplished stems from or flows from that. So it sort of seems like the Iranian objective is to first and foremost get the American presence out of the Middle East, and then they'll take care of Israel. Would you agree with that?
I think it's Sorry?
Yeah, go ahead. You think it's both?
I think it's one of the... Well, I know it's one of the objectives. Is it the most important objective? My own view is that the most important objective is sanction relief. And obviously, I think we're going to talk about the 15-point plan because I think that's the biggest news we've had since the start of the war. But in terms of specifically, I think when it comes to Iran, there's a few key cornerstone points that they want. So one of them is sanction relief. The second is the bases, as you per what you mentioned, the bases in the Middle East to be removed. The third one is reparations for the damages that they've endured. And I can't even remember the fourth one, but there was a fourth one as well.
I think it was the evacuation of Israel from Gaza, if I remember. I mean, I think that was one of the preconditions. That's
one of the conditions they want. But there's like 3 or 4 main ones that they were asking for. It was sanction relief, reparations, remove your bases out of the Middle East, and
I thought it was sanctions. Evacuate the military bases, reparations, and evacuate Gaza, or Israel evacuates Gaza. But
I think it's that one's like an additional. I think that's kind of like
not.
Yeah, I think that would be like an ideal situation, but I personally don't think that would be something that'll end up in the final agreement because the argument's going to be we're already doing that, and then it's going to be like how do you effectuate it? Does that make sense? So in terms of what you say, that is an important point, but I'd say the biggest one for me is sanction relief.
Tell me about this 15-point plan. I hadn't heard about this. This happened today?
It's probably the most biggest bombshell news there is. Iran won. It's Iran won. And you know, sometimes you like listen to me, you listen to Rathbone, and you be like, okay, they're kind of giving us a perspective, but is that really the right perspective? Is it like logical to think that, right? Because I'm hearing something totally different in the mainstream media. I'm hearing something totally different in a large part of the social media. But you got these guys who are saying Iran's winning. So like, what's going on? How come we got such a dichotomy of what's going on? I would say what came out today proves that we were right. It's a we were right moment. It was give us our flowers. It's our apology forms, because it just confirmed what we were saying, that Iran's won. Because if you look at that 15-point plan without a shadow, and remember, that 15-point ceasefire plan is solely from the Americans.
Okay,
what this means
figured.
sorry.
Yeah, no, that's what I was. I figured that. Yeah.
Yeah, and so this 15-point plan is solely from the Americans. So normally in a negotiation, what happens? For example, me and Rathbone are negotiating. Rathbone will be like, look, Suleiman, I've got these demands. And then I'll be like, no, Rathbone, I've got these demands. And then we'll be like, okay, I'll give you that one. I'll take that one away. And we'll come to some kind of agreement somewhere in the middle or somewhere between what we're saying. So this is the American demands. We've not even seen Iran's demands. And if you look at the American demands, it looks like Iran wrote it. It's like crazy. I'm like, what is going on here? It's crazy. It's like a full-on, total Iranian victory, because there's no way America puts those concessions in, those 15 points, if they were winning. Like, it's crazy to me. So just from the top of my head, because I haven't got the 15 in front of me, I'll just tell you some of them. So the number one is, for me, which is the most important thing, sanctions relief. They said, we're going to remove sanctions from your country. Worse than that, another point in there says, we're also going to promise you that we're not going to even ever threaten to do sanctions. So it's like, listen, we're going to remove the sanctions, and we're not even, listen, we're going to be so good. We're not even going to threaten you with sanctions. Like, we promise, like, we're going to be good. It's like crazy. And why that's really important is, and why the Iranians need that. And for me, if the Iranians ever do a deal without that in, for me, that's a loss for the Iranians. And for them to have that in there, for me, is the greatest victory. Because sanctions relief not only saves the country, it propels the country in the future. Iranian oil is the most strongest, vital oil there is, in the sense of it's very thin. You're able to...
I'm just putting up this New York Times article with the 15-point plan. I was looking it up as you were telling me.
They don't have the full 15 in there, but my page does have it on there.
Okay. I can pull that up real quick.
And so the sanctions relief, because what it does is it takes Iran, who have been struggling because of the sanctions that have been placed on their country, and it places them in a situation where now they're able to sell their oil. They're able to sell the best oil there is in the world. And the oil is so brilliant that they're able to sell it at premium prices. It's going to couple or parachute the country into the strongest country in the Middle East, if not the world. That's the level of it. So you can see there, remove all sanctions on Iran. That is huge. Like, sorry. Yep.
Sorry, I'm sorry. Does it say anything about, the United States vacating their military bases?
No, it doesn't. Not in this one. This is the American.
Yeah, that's what I figured.
Yeah.
So Iran's not going to even accept this. I mean, this is not a full victory for them, even without the sanctions.
Look, I know a lot of people have been saying, and if you remember, I think I might have said it on your show a few times. I know a lot of people are like, oh, they're going to remove all their bases in the Middle East. I've never had that position personally. I've always had the position that they will minimize the number of bases in the Middle East, but there'll be never a scenario where they remove it. And the reason for that is because, look, it's hard to explain because, like, to like a Western audience, they don't see the kind of psychology. And I think all of these, the reason why whenever I predict things, like, I'm not boasting, but the reason why all my predictions be right is because, like, I take the military analysis, I take the geopolitical analysis, but then I take history, like psychology, sociology of different environments and different people groups. And one of the things is with Arabs and Asians, they do have this kind of, like, I think your audience would call it a colonized mindset, this mindset of worshipping America. And they're not able to remove that from themselves. So I can't see a scenario where the Arab countries would agree to a deal where the Western bases are completely removed because they just feel like it's like a crutch, like they need it there. That's the first thing. The second thing is the reason they could never have America remove themselves from within their control, within their government, is because they fear the United States of America. The CIA and Mossad have been operating in their country for decades. They're so infiltrated in their country that someone like MBS is afraid that if there's a scenario where he does not yield to the power of the United States of America, they'll just remove him, as per what they did in the 1970s. So I've never thought that they're going to remove their bases in toto, but yeah, there will be some kind of removement to the extent. But anyway, that's my own personal opinion. I know most people are like, oh, all the bases are going to be removed, but that's kind of my position on that. But sorry, coming back to it, so that's the sanction relief, and there's a few other points on there we can go through as well.
Yeah, sure. Whoops. There we go. Is there any other ones that you want to take a look at?
Bro, it's so good. Like, you need to watch my video on it. Like, I was like, okay, what is going on here? It's crazy. Look at the like, I don't even know what to point to because everyone's more crazy than the previous one.
Yeah, removal of the threat of sanctions.
Yeah, that's the one we mentioned. Look at the second one. Look at the second one. It says U.S. assistance in advancing and developing civilian nuclear projects. So just think about what's happening here. So Iran said in the meters, look, we've got up to 60% enrichment, right? The United States of America said, no, you need to have 0% enrichment. The JCPOA, which Trump tore up, which was the Obama deal, had 5%, right? So we get it, 0%, 5%, 60%. One day before this war was launched on February the 28th, February the 27th, the Omani mediators came out, because I think they were aware that America's about to strike. They came out and said, Iran's agreed to the deal. Iran's agreed to 0% enrichment. Okay? So that deal was better than even Obama's deal of 5%. That is basically saying, you all can have 60%. Like, and not only can you have 60%, we're going to help you with it. We're going to help you use the 60% in the best way possible. It's crazy. Like, look at that's point 2. Look at point 5. Enriched uranium to remain. Point 4. Iran's nuclear program frozen. So they've already got 60%. So they're like, listen, you can't go above 60% to get the bomb, but you can keep it at 60. They're like, Iran's like, yeah, we were never going to get the bomb. We told you this right from the beginning. What is going on here? Point number... number 7. Number 7 is the craziest for me. It blows my mind. Use of nuclear program restricted to civilian. Okay, so we got the 60% and defense purposes. So they're literally like, you can have functioning nuclear enrichment for military purposes that are defensive. So Iran's like, we weren't even doing that. So you're actually telling us we can actually use it for nuclear military purposes.
Yeah. It's amazing that the Americans finally acknowledge that you can have a nuclear program that's just devoted to your civilian infrastructure, you know?
Exactly.
For such a long time, we've heard that the only reason to have a nuclear program and have nuclear energy is obviously to make a bomb, which is absurd.
My chat's saying you're not buying it. You don't think it's what's your thoughts on it?
About this 15-point plan?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I mean anything out of the Americans is a deception. And I actually wanted to ask you, because wasn't this brokered by Pakistan? Like, what's Pakistan's role in this? How credible are they?
So Pakistan are playing like a mediator role, and it's not just Pakistan. It's Pakistan, Turkey, and Egypt. They're playing mediator roles in this. With Pakistan specifically, they have a very good relationship with Iran, but they've also got a very good relationship with the United States of America. So they end up becoming a really good country to mediate, especially when in the Middle East, Oman, who did it previously, are part of the Gulf states. So they're in a kind of a complex situation where they're part of the Gulf states. Their mediation wasn't respected previously by the United States of America, so they need a new mediator, a mediating partner. So those 3 countries are allegedly part of the mediation. They're saying there's going to be conversations over the next 48 hours. So that's kind of their role in it. So we'll have to see how it goes on that. And the thing with the Pakistanis is they could go either way. So we'll have to see
I
how
mean,
it
I
goes.
think, we've already seen the Board of Peace. We've seen the 21-point plan. I'm triggered whenever I hear something that says point plan. Like, I know it's a deception. I know it's a ruse.
Yeah.
I
Oh
don't
yeah.
see anything of merit. And I think also you have to pair this this 21 point or whatever 15-point plan with the increased military action, the increased military buildup that's happening right now. And we know that by the end of the week, all of these military expedition units and these Rangers and these, all of the U.S. forces will then be in position to mount a ground invasion. So,
True.
It's sort of like when they had the Board of Peace and they had their Gaza Riviera plan. And what happens? We attack Iran, and now we're at a full-fledged war, and there's no Board of Peace anymore. And then Trump says, well, now, with the success of the Board of Peace, we're going to start the Board of Hormuz, and we're going to open the Strait of Hormuz. I just think it's such a absurdity at this point. And there's only one aspect, there's only one entity that's remained true and kept their promise, no pun intended, and that's Iran. I still maintain that whatever Iran is vying for, that seems to be more plausible because they're winning this war. I think this is another deception.
I agree with you. Okay. I think it's okay. How to explain this? I think it's a hope by the U.S. And what I mean by that is because they're losing really badly, they're desperate to make a deal. Because they've only got two options: make a deal or escalate. And so they've got all those units in. And I think, in my view, not in my view, I know this as a fact, that they've moved all those units across, whether it's the 82nd Airborne Division, whether it's the ME units, whether it's the Triple-E, whether it's the Boxer, whether it's there's basically large movement of US personnel to the region, at least 7,000 to 10,000 troops. My own sources, as well as one of the military experts who I speak to, so he said it, as well as my own sources say the ground invasion's confirmed. It's definitely happening.
Yeah.
So it's going to be either the weekend or before that. Now, if the ground invasion happens, and I think maybe we can talk about this on Friday or whenever, because it's a bit of a long one. It's so complex in terms of all the different areas they can go to, right? That each one has its pros and cons, but the cons in all of them are
Mm-hmm. 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 Scott Ritter was saying that when it's all said and done, there'll be a huge force of 70,000 soldiers. I mean, that's just crazy. I thought it was, going to be considerably less than that, but that's still not enough. I mean, that's nowhere near enough, obviously, to topple a country like Iran. I don't know. I mean, he was going through the numbers. He was talking about the Rangers. He was talking about the ME units that you just mentioned. And somehow he came up with the figure 70,000. I don't know. Yeah, over time. Yeah. No. Yeah. 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 Mhm. I want to switch now to some of the statements that he made earlier today and get your reaction to some of these sound bites. So let's pull up. I know we just reacted to this, but I want to get your take here. So this is Donald Trump saying how Saudi Arabia is asking him to continue the war, and he's basically throwing Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and I think one other country under the bus for supporting the war.
Saudi Arabia. What do you hear with Saudi Arabia?
Talking and that he has been encouraging you to do certain things related to Iran. Can you share?
Well, he's a warrior. He does. Yeah, he's a warrior. He's fighting with us, by the way. Saudi Arabia has been excellent, and UAE excellent, and I will tell you, Qatar incredible. Saudi Arabia. What do you hear?
So the New York Times apparently released this article quoting the Saudi government, how they're all in for this war. And then yet we hear, we heard the president just now, and then we heard also that Saudi Arabia denied these statements. It's very confusing, but we know that Saudi Arabia at least has lied to Iran before because they've let the Americans use, not only their bases, but their airspace in these operations against Iran. So who is telling the truth, Suleiman?
This is the $1 million question. And just to your audience, I have to be honest, I am a little bit biased, but I hope my bias doesn't come into like geopolitical analysis, and I'm biased because of, I think I've explained on your stream before why I have an issue with the other GCC countries in terms of the treatment of the underclass and various other things. Yeah. But in terms and the wars that they've basically taken part in and genocides, but I do think Saudi Arabia, I do think the GCC countries are involved, but they're trying to play the game where they're not. Yeah. So a lot of people.
Morandi thinks that too. Dr. Morandi, who you interviewed, I saw. He seems to agree with you as well.
Oh yeah, no doubt about it. I mean, Professor Morandi is a brilliant person. I respect him very highly. A man of honor and dignity. The guy literally physically fought the Iran-Iraq war, and then he became an academic. And now, if you look at it, the way he's relaying the true information about what's going on in some of these very, very controversial platforms is brilliant. And he's US born as well, so he could be US president in the future. But coming back to the point, in terms of, I do think that they're involved. I do believe that they've, without a doubt, they've used their airspaces. This one is undeniable. No one can deny that whatsoever. But also we have intelligence that they use their soil. So, for example, in the case of Saudi, they used specifically the military bases within Saudi Arabia. And for example, in Qatar, they've used the Al Udeid air base. In UAE, we had attacks on Kharg Island from Ras Al Khaimah and from the main city in Dubai. So those countries, in my view, are explicitly involved. Trump says that those countries have told him, bomb and attack. Now, let's be clear on this. There's some people who claim that, okay, this is not true, right? So if you were MBS, and you really had the power that people claim that you have. Some say that he has so much power that when he spends $1 trillion in the United States of America, that's to create leverage. And Trump is lying, allegedly, according to the MBS's, the Saudi position, which directly harms your country, because by Trump saying that, you become a legitimate target for Iran. No, because at the moment, Iran has isolated the attacks to US bases and US military bases and US specific coordinates. So whether it's military bases, CI operations, or whatever it may be. But now it becomes like you become a target for your own infrastructure. So if Trump is lying, it's your duty to your own people to say, look, Trump is lying. This isn't true. We did not encourage these attacks on Iran, but they remain quiet. So there's only two options for why they remain quiet. One is they are weak and they're under the boot of the United States of America, which is, I believe it to be the case. And so it could be a combination of both. And the second is that it is actually true and you're allowing those bases to be used. You're part of this and you want Iran to be destroyed. And I do think it's a combination of both, because I think that these countries are extremists. They've pushed a lot of extremism throughout the world. And they've created an atmosphere. So if you look at Wahhabi and Salafist Islam, comes from them, and some of the extreme elements such as ISIS and various others comes from a branch within those. I do believe that these countries, extremely sectarian as well, are part of this. And I think that Iran is right if they were to basically go after them. Now, obviously, I think that right now there's kind of some kind of undercover ceasefire agreed upon. But that's my own personal opinion, but that's kind of my view on all of it. I do believe that they're complicit.
Do you think that President Trump is sacrificing the Gulf Coast countries?
I think that he's not intentionally sacrificing them, but he's having to make a decision. It's like a chess game. You have your pawn, you have your rook, you have your castle. You got to make a decision, and sometimes you've got to sacrifice in order to win the game. The question mark becomes, what is the game? And the game is to protect Israel. You need to protect the queen, which is Israel. And so you're willing to sacrifice the other important pieces, even though they are maybe important, but not as important as the queen. And I think that's what's happening right now.
Well, that's mighty bold of you to assume that Donald Trump knows how to play chess. I figured it was more like tic-tac-toe.
I think he said, I interviewed Lieutenant Colonel Anthony Aguilar, and he was like, it's more like operation, where chess is too complicated for them, drafts are too complicated, and it's like operation.
Stop the hemorrhaging. That's basically what he's doing. Well, not really, but okay, let me
he's causing the hemorrhaging.
What's that?
I said he's causing the hemorrhaging.
Yeah, he's causing the hemorrhaging.
Yeah.
Exactly. Let me play you one more clip of Donald Trump earlier today and get your reaction to more buffoonery. He's talking about how Iran gave him a present.
Because they're going to make a deal. They're going to make a deal. They did something yesterday that was amazing, actually. They gave us a present, and the present arrived today. And it was a very big present worth a tremendous amount of money. And I'm not going to tell you what that present is, but it was a very significant prize. And they gave it to us, and they said they were going to give it. So that meant one thing to me: we're dealing with the right people. No, it wasn't.
Okay, and he says, oh, it was oil and gas related. What is this secret prize, Suleiman, and why is it a Khorram Shah missile?
That would make it a really good present. It would make it, and it would fit into the oil and gas category. I love it. That was a great one.
Or was it a golden pager? I don't know. I mean,
well, that would be an Israeli present, but but the Professor Morandi on that one said it's a fake Gucci bag. But
Yeah.
I think he's making it up. It's like, what is it that Iran would give? That's just ridiculous. I think he's just quite clearly making it up. If Iran specifically had given some, this would be an opportune time to be very specific and say, Iran has given us X, and you can verify that by doing Y. To make it so vague in the manner he's done, it's fake news. I don't believe it. And there's no reason for Iran to give him any kind of present. It makes no sense whatsoever. Iran is dominating this war. Iran is got the United States of America on his knees. But I think something important from that press conference was actually the psychology of the American regime. And what I mean by that is, I believe in that same one, and again, I'm going to paraphrase because I can't remember what the specific quote was. Hegseth says, our way of negotiating is by bombing. And I think that was an important statement, because what it showed is the psychology of the United States of America, that they believe the right way to negotiate is violence. And so we've had over the last year, whether it was June, whether it was before this war, whether it was it was before this war, whether it was the multiple negotiations where Iran always came out to negotiate. They always wanted to negotiate. But Hegseth's mindset came about when it came to the United States of America. Their way of negotiating is violence. And the problem with violence is you have to always make sure, first of all, you shouldn't be violent anyway, but if you're going to be violent, always make sure that you have the ability to be violent without receiving violence back, where you're left shook. And that's what's happened, because with their violence, Iran has responded with equal, opposite, if not increasing violence, and the United States of America has not been able to handle it.
Yeah, I would agree with everything you just said. I have one more question for you, and it has to do with the Port Arthur, Texas story. What do you make of this oil facility being burned? And do you think it is a coincidence that the oil facility was suddenly caught fire at the same time that Israel is striking oil infrastructure in Iran? I mean, almost to the minute yesterday, we were getting these stories.
I was looking at it and I was like, goy vey, what is going on? So what's important is, as you said, that happened, the oil refinery in Texas getting blown up happened the exact same time as per what you said what happened in the Middle East. Also, Russian oil was also hit at the exact same time. Too much of this is, as you said, coincidence. In addition to that, Dawson said that in the Telegram groups, a day before the Israelis, Israeli chatter, and what they were saying was tomorrow there's going to be some major attack or some major thing that's going to happen in Texas, and then we saw that happen. So
that's right. I saw that Ryan Dawson. It was on an Israeli Telegram channel. They were talking about Port Arthur, Texas.
Well, they said Texas, not specifically Port Arthur, but the point is that's like a day before that happens.
Yeah.
You have all of these oil refineries hit at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
I think there is something strange going on there. Now, what's the motive? I don't know. Is it to... I don't understand the motive behind it, because all it does is increase the oil prices, puts pressure on Donald Trump. But quite clearly, this is something that seems to be happening. Remember, when it comes to Russia, they attacked Russia. They could have attacked Ukrainian oil, but they attacked Russian. And if you remember, the Ukrainians are helping the GCC countries in this war to fight against Iran as well. So there is this kind of bedfellows.
Wow. Well, that is a great synopsis, I think, of today's events and in the previous weeks. As usual, Suleiman, you do great work. I encourage my audience to give you a follow on YouTube and on Twitter at Suleiman Ahmed X on YouTube. And what is it on X? I forgot.
It's Sheikh Suleiman on X.
Sheikh Suleiman, that's right. Yeah. So, yeah, everybody on YouTube, give him a follow. Is there anything else that we missed that you wanted to talk about, or is that...
That's it. That was the biggest news. I think the 15-point plan was just such huge news. And yeah, I do same thing. Everyone follow Rathbone. Honestly, I'm not just saying it. He is a great guy, great person. YouTube guys, make sure you're following. Well, everyone actually, but these guys are lazy. The millennials. They'll be like, "Oh, I'm on YouTube." They'll be like, "I'm on YouTube." It's
easier to cross over. If you're on YouTube already, it's easy to get people to go and follow another page. But it's hard for them to, cross over to like X or different platforms. So
yeah. I find like the X guys find it hard to move over to YouTube, because they're grandpas. They're like, what is this?
Right, yeah.
They're like, what is this YouTube? What is this technology? But anyway, if you're not a millennial and you're not a boomer, do me a favor, follow. Actually, all of you still follow Rathbone. Follow Rathbone on YouTube, and it is Rathbone with an extra E. Make sure you follow him. Great channel, great content. You've seen it here, so entertaining. And in addition to that, follow his X page. He comes out with some blinders on the X page, so do follow it. It's _Rathbone. Great guy, great person. Make sure you follow him as well, because we're the only people giving you the real news, real information, and we end up being right. Like that 15-point plan is an indicator that we've been right all these weeks, because maybe people think that we're in this kind of echo chamber, but I don't think we are. I think we analyzed information, and I think this plan specifically from the United States of America kind of proves that to be the case.
I think you're absolutely right, Suleiman. We got to toot our own horns because nobody else will. We
got to.
Our analysis is underrepresented.
We're the best. We're the best. So. No one's like us. I'm joking.
Well, thank you, my friend, and I guess we'll see you again Tuesday. Yeah.
Yeah. What day is it today?
Oh wait, no, Tuesday. You're right. I was thinking it's Friday. I'm sorry, I'm not all there. No, we'll see you on Friday.
Yeah, we'll see you on Friday. Yeah.
Yeah. Sounds good, Suleiman.
Appreciate
Thanks again.
Appreciate
Have a great night.
Appreciate it as always, Rathbone. Thank you so much for having me.
All right.
Thanks a lot.
Cool.
That was Rathbone. Appreciate him having us on. Let's get back onto the X-Space. Your boy is giving you guys so much content. You're like, what is this content? So much content. Suleiman, we are getting inundated with the content. You're going to be like, to use Trump's words, you're giving us so much content. Stop with all the content. We can't take it anymore, Suleiman. We can't take it anymore. There's too much content. There's too much content. To quote the current president of the Trump's words, you're giving us so much content. Stop with all the content. We can't take it anymore, Suleiman. We can't take it anymore. There's too much content. There's too much content. To quote the current president of the United States of America, Donald J. Trump. Okay, let me get the space back up for you guys. Oh, I'm already on there. Here we go. Let's get the chat up. Guys, make sure you're following the YouTube, Suleiman Ahmed X. Make sure you're following it. Don't be a hater. Show us some love. And obviously follow Rathbone as well. Great guy. I like him a lot. Here we go. On Simon's here. Follow Simon as well. On Simon
Dixon 21. How do I remember everyone's channels? I'm like a savant. I'm literally like a savant. You guys are so lucky. You got me. You're so lucky. I'm like a dream come true for y'all. Okay, sorted. We're back on the X space. I can take. Oh no, can I take the suit off? Wait a sec. Let me just check if one of the person who I was meant to collab with has replied. But yeah, guys, retweet the space, reshare the space. Lots to speak about, and lots to get through. Great news, great information, in great time. Follow me on YouTube, guys. How many people have I got follow me on YouTube? Has anybody followed me? Actually, Simon's one hasn't gone up yet, so that's, I guess that's decent. Simon's one's probably gonna go out 12. Ryan is so funny. Okay. This cat, bro. He's so funny. Okay, let's get back into space. Okay, we got Simon here, we got Gary Cardone here, we got Andrew here, we got Andy here. We'll bring some more people as well. Great news, great information. I could take this noose off, bro. Oh God. Right.
We got Beatrix.
Who? Who's that?
Is she with us?
He didn't
Who's
say
that?
what he just did, Simon.
I don't see chicks. I don't see
He
chicks.
did.
Is it? I don't see chicks. Jokes. Beatrix is well, she's not even part of the
33
space.
minutes.
She's a runner. She runs the space. When in the best way that she can. I mean, the space kind of goes down. You know, there's always issues, but she tries her best. A for effort. As much as a chick can do. Andrew, stop simping, bro. Jokes. We love Andrew. Okay. Simon, you've given us a market update. I did have a few questions for you actually on that, if that's all right. One was in terms of, I forgot what the question was now. There was like a couple of questions, because in the interview, there's a couple of questions, but I thought if I ask it, then the interview is going to end up being too long. And I like them when they're 20 minutes. In terms of the mark, okay, I can't remember that question, but maybe when you talk, I'll remember it. But looking at it now, on Monday, if there's no deal, what happens?
He needs to find a new way of oppressing the price of oil and pushing down the 10 and 30-year treasury. So he needs to pull a new rabbit out of the bag. And otherwise the price of oil blows out and the 10, 30-year 20-year treasury blows out. And he gets Scott Bessent says figure some you got to do something, because this is going to be an absolute disaster in terms of the economic indicators and our ability to fulfill what we're meant to be fulfilling. So he's completely cornered in terms of there has to be a deal, and so or there has to be a plausible mechanism for buying more time, which is what he did. He bought himself another 5 days, so he would need significant progress towards an explanation of why they need more time. Otherwise, the price of oil goes up, and the cost to refinance the debt goes up.
And what about but then look, this is the thing, like I just find this to be like so childish in the sense of, like, for a smart person is like the way I look at it is just like logically, in the sense of nothing's changed in the last 2 weeks other than him telling you, oh yeah, this is gonna happen, but everything's the same. And if Monday comes and he says, oh, guess what, if Monday comes and he says, guess what, we're going to do another 7-day extension, then nothing's changed. So why would the prices be suppressed again over something so mundane?
Yeah, if the market doesn't believe it, then it won't get oppressed again. It doesn't work every time. It's the boy who cried wolf effect. And so it has to be more credible than last time to actually have an impact, and the impact is diminishing every time. So this was a desperate one. There was the 48-hour threat, the retaliation to the 48-hour threat that didn't lead to a capitulation would have been disastrous for markets. The markets reacted, and then the market to some degree thought we'll listen to see whether this 5-day thing is real. If this 5-day thing isn't real, then I don't think it works next time. But we'll see.
Yeah, but I just feel like it's just like so easy for him to just manipulate and convince people. Like it makes no sense to me. But
No, it stopped. It stopped working during the China trade deal. Like there was a point at which he said things and the market didn't give a damn. So there is a point at which it stops working, and we've seen that previously. And I think we're at that point. Like if Iran doesn't confirm progress, if Iran confirms progress and it's credible, then that buys the time as well. But if Iran doesn't confirm progress, then I don't think the market believes him without the other side playing ball.
interesting. Andy, jump in.
Yeah, I mean, it's actually batshit crazy, almost like how desperate the conspiracy theorists, aka Israeli propagandists, have been getting as the war dragged on. You now have Kash Patel's girlfriend, aka Israeli honeypot, running around now trying to say you have the Russian.
Disavow, 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 disavow. This is Andy speaking on his own. I don't want to get sued.
Okay, yep, this is my personal opinion of what she is, but she's
She may
now.
or may not be a honeypot. It
Yep,
could just be a 50-year-old Indian man managed to pull that chick. It's highly possible. This is
yep.
possible.
Yep, this is my personal opinion, but now she's running around saying that you have Russians trying to destroy MAGA and are working with Tucker Carlson and Candace Owens, and they've been running this influence operation for 2 years to destroy MAGA. And then you have Laura Loomer saying Tyler Robinson was a groiper. It's like as Israel loses the war worse, their conspiracy theories get even more wild to like prop up Israel. It's absolutely insane. And then
It's the Russians. It's always the
and then
Russians.
Alex Jones posted a clip of Alan Dershowitz saying Tucker Carlson and Candace Owens and Joe Kent are Nazis, and it's like you're the one that's literally defending pedophiles. Like, be quiet, Alan Dershowitz. Like it's just absolutely crazy, and they're gonna get even more unhinged, obviously, as the war drags on and Israel loses. It's like every Iranian missile that hits Tel Aviv just breaks even more of their brain cells. It's hilarious to just watch this Israel movement unwind. It's it's just glorious to see, and it's the whole thing's crashing and burning. Like I miss the good old days when the conspiracy theories there was just like one or two of them, and it was Trump's blackmailed by Putin and with a sex tape, and it was like yeah sure, and but now it's like you have any influencer making up a new theory every day, and it's like you can't even keep track of them. There's so many, it's completely ridiculous. But that's how you know they're losing when they're resorting to stuff that's just that crazy. So, I mean, that's obviously a good sign.
Yeah, Andy, also, this is really showing us clearly how they've been playing this all along. They've always been working the narrative, and now they're finding out, the emperor has new clothes, let's lay down thicker. But what's sickening and pathetic is the American, quote, MAGA cult. They've been drinking the Kool-Aid all along, and they're like, yeah, give us some more of that Kool-Aid. This is what we're really seeing happening. We're watching people drink the Kool-Aid and asking for some more. And though more and more the margins, we're working with the margins. This is what I've experienced in my 15 years exposing Zionism and how it's destroyed America. I've always worked with the margins. There's a few come out, wake up and say, okay, whoa, man, I'm glad. Thank you for, oh my goodness. But it's always the few, but the few work into more and more. And that's what we're working with here. But I'm glad you brought that up, how insane that rhetoric is. But that's what they've been buying all along.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And yeah, like I saw one where like someone said Tulsi Gabbard's running an anti-Semitism ring inside the government, and like I think that was Josh Hammer, and it's like what? Like they're just making stuff up at this point. Like they're so desperate, they're just trying to cling on to this desperate grip they have, and it's completely collapsing. It's gonna be so funny whenever this war ends. Hopefully, it ends with a settlement without Trump doing something stupid like invading Karg Island or Baluchistan. But however it ends, whether it ends with settlement or a failed invasion and then a settlement, I hope not. When all these MAGA people can be like, but I thought we were winning. Sean Hannity said we were winning. Trump said we were winning. Pete Hegseth said we were winning. And it's going to hit them like a ton of bricks. It's going to be completely hilarious.
That's funny. Yeah. Let's go to Flying. Go ahead, Flying.
Yeah, if you take a look, I don't know if you guys saw this. Iran responded to the 15-point whatever ceasefire deal that the Americans came out with today. And it's totally different than what they're talking about. They're asking for all US bases out of the Gulf region. They want to collect the fee at the Strait of Hormuz, just like the Egyptians do at the Suez Canal there. And unlimited or unrestricted missile program. I mean, the Americans came to them with this like really nuanced kind of 15-point plan, and they basically told them to fuck off from the region. I mean, and also I think a big question is, does this parliament speaker that Trump's apparently negotiating with have command and control over the IRGC hardliners that are out in the field, those commanders? I think there's a lot of internal shit in Iran that we don't know about.
He
And
doesn't have control over them. It'd be like Mike Johnson saying Mike Johnson has control over our military. Because that's the equivalent. He's the Speaker of our House. So no, it'd be like saying Mike Johnson has control of the U.S. military. So no, this Parliament guy does not have control over Iran's military.
yeah, I mean, like last time Sully's saw him on there, I remember you said you sounded disappointed when they stopped after 12 days. You said, I think it's a big mistake that Iran stopped. And I seriously think they're in that same position right now, is that if they stop now, it's a little premature. I don't think the Americans have taken a big enough hit. I don't think the Israelis have taken a big enough hit where if they ever think of doing this again in the future, that it's totally out of their mind, out of question. And I don't think Iran's going to take the deal. I think Trump's worried. By the way, are we forgetting about the Israelis, the masters of sabotage? I mean, like these guys will go against their ally, the United States, and that Texas at the refinery in Texas yesterday was a little bit suspicious. But this is their MO. I mean, the Israelis have been constantly known to sabotage events to drag the United States into war, lie about intelligence. They'll do whatever the hell it takes for their survival. It's a purely survival strategy. And I think the Israelis are a wild card, and they're going to fuck this up somehow for the Americans. And the next couple of weeks are going to be super interesting.
I pray this deal happens because the alternative is the U.S. doing an invasion and a bunch of American soldiers dying, and I don't want to see that. So I pray this deal does happen.
Yeah, it's going to take convincing the Israelis that whatever conditions come after this, it satisfies them. And I don't think I've ever fucking seen Israelis satisfied with anything. It's always something with these guys. There's always something else that they're fucking crying about. They were talking about Turkey just before this war. That Israeli politicians were like, "Yeah, actually, Turkey's a bigger threat than Iran." Hey, yeah, Turkey's worrying us in Syria. There, I mean, these guys are fucking always on to something else, and I think that the what's that saying? Pandora's box was open once Trump got into this, because now that escalation ladder is nobody has control over what's gonna happen. There's so many fucking moving parts. You got the guys in Iraq, you got the Israelis, of course, that's a big one. You got Hezbollah. You got internal Lebanese politics playing a part in this. You got Bahraini. 70% of the population is fucking in the street and protesting. There's shit going on there. You know, you got different factions in the IRGC and within Iran itself. This is unlike anything else we've ever seen. And I think honestly, like really everyone's you know, trying to interpret this and analyze this, and we've been on these spaces trying to understand what's going on. And I honestly think we can all say we really don't know what the fuck's gonna happen. You know, we kind of
Sorry,
we can guess.
Flying, can you actually say a statement without swearing every 3 words?
Yeah, sorry, I apologize. That's good call. Yeah, and
Right, let me jump in with some news, and let me say hi to Simon. Simon, thank you for having my back when Suleiman's knives got in the way of my back. I appreciate it. I was listening. I was
Oh
hanging
my
out on
God! What?
YouTube at the time.
I thought you were
So I
asleep.
thought,
What? Huh?
no,
See,
I
this is how
heard
they
you.
do things, Sully. They pretend they're sleeping, they stay quiet and see what we say, isn't it?
Chicks be crazy. Chicks be
Exactly.
crazy.
My back got in the way of his knives. My back got in the way of his knives, and I heard it. I heard it all.
They
I got it
don't miss a
recorded.
thing,
They clipped
Sully.
it
They
for me
don't
on
miss a
YouTube.
thing.
Never. They clipped it for me on YouTube. They clipped it for me. On a separate note, before I go to the news, right? Jonah's bestie, Angelina Jolie, space host Angelina Jolie, apparently somebody told me in our YouTube chat that she'd been crying about this 15-point plan. Now, our perspective on the 15-point plan is that we don't trust it. We know that he's going to he's actually sending the troops there. He is going to do a ground invasion, and this is going to continue. However, the concessions in the 15-point plan shows that he is conceding these 15 things to Iran to pacify Iran, which shows his position of weakness. That chick is crying because she's just like, it shouldn't have been any concessions in there. And then she's specifically mentioning our space and me specifically, saying she's going to clip everything and report me and all of this stuff. And I'm like, you know what? If you got your people here, fill your boots, darling, fill your boots. I've got no problems with it. Do what you need to do. So now let me give you some news, which is yeah, appreciate it, Harry. Let me give you some news on
She'll sick
what's
Billy Bob
happened.
Thornton on you.
Yeah, she probably will. She's mental. I mean, like literally,
You should
Gary,
give her your
right? Back in
address
the
if that's
day,
the
she'd say
case.
things like, "Oh, sorry guys, I'm so late coming to the space. I was just with the royal family of the UAE because they were asking me about vaccinations, and I was just on their private jet, and I've just got off and joined the space." And then another time, Joe will tell you this, right? Because Joe was there in those days. She'd come on and say, "Oh, sorry, I was on the phone to the head of Google Analytics because they wanted my advice about they don't understand how spaces work, so I had to give them advice." And I'm like, what is this nonsense? So I don't care what she does. She's bat crazy, bat bleep crazy. Anyway, let me give you some news, right? So Iran has put their demands forward for ending the war. Closure of all US bases in the Gulf, guarantees against further attacks, end to Israeli strikes on Hezbollah, lifting of all sanctions imposed on Iran, compensation for war damages, no restrictions on the missile program, and a new system for the Strait of Hormuz allowing Iran to collect fees from ships transiting the waterway. So that's that. Those are Iran's demands to Trump's proposal. Right. Trump has said today the war in Iran has been won. He said it on camera, guys. The only one that likes to keep it going is the fake news. So apparently we're all fake news. These bombs that are going over in Tehran right as I speak is fake news. The war in Iran has been won. And then in the last hour, Hexeth said, never in history has and he said this on camera, guys, right? Clipped. Never in history has a country been defeated as Iran has. We wiped it off the face of the earth and then it was defeated. Like, these guys are crazy. Let me have a look. Israeli emergency officials reported over a dozen casualties after Iranian missiles hit Israel. 11 people were in mild condition. Fox News reports this, with blast and shrapnel injuries, and one person was in moderate condition. Israel apparently, this is Wall Street Journal says, has struck a Russian-Iranian weapons supply line that the countries have used to move ammunition, drones, and other weaponry. This is what Wall Street Journal says. In separate news, the Philippines has declared a state of, this isn't the separate news, I'll come on to that in a second, but the Philippines has declared a state of national energy emergency due to severe shortage of oil. So the Philippines imports 98% of its oil from the Gulf, and the government's handing out 5,000 pesos to motorcycle taxi drivers and transport workers. And it's the first country to declare a state of national energy emergency. And Asia is facing a major energy crisis right now. And this is the separate news I wanted to go on to. X, starting Thursday, is changing revenue incentives. Now, neither Suleiman nor I are monetized, so it doesn't matter to us. But what they're doing is they're saying basically, you won't get any money for impressions outside your home region. And they specifically say, whilst we appreciate everyone's opinion on American politics, we want to drive diverse conversations on the platform. So what they're doing is they're going to demonetize people focusing on this war specifically, on American politics. Now that affects all of us around the world, but that's what they're doing. You have to only, so for example, if I were monetized, and if I was financially driven on this app, which I'm not, and I'm not monetized, but let's say I was, and I was one of these people who wanted to live off my savings here, only tweeting about UK stuff and UK impressions would get me going. Anything outside the UK, outside my city, would not count towards my impressions. That's just crazy. Considering Elon used to call this, what was it? A global town square or something, right? That's what he called it when he first came on. He wants it to be a global town square where people talk. So I just wanted to put that out there. It's not going to impact us at all, guys. We're going to keep going. And I know that most people who come here are not bothered by those things. And they're going to keep going because there's far more important things at stake here. So that's the news from me. Thank you very much.
That means I only get to talk about 85,000 people on the island.
Yeah, basically, Simon. And I think like my followers,
Good job I don't monetize.
yeah, but who from Simon, like who from England is even on this app? We probably know them all and we can count them on one hand, right? Who are interested in what's going on really in the world. We don't want to be with Tommy Robinson's ilk. Do you know what I mean? Who is that?
Yeah, I think I've only got like 6 followers from the island.
There's me, you, Suleiman. I mean, I'm talking of people who actually talk on spaces about things. Dr. Shola.
Yeah.
I can't think of anybody else.
Tommy
I'd have to do
Robinson.
spaces with you and Suleiman, and that's it. I'd have to just share you. If I was monetized, I'd have to just
Yeah,
share
actually,
your
Tommy
tweets, and that's
Robinson's
it.
going to be one of the bigger ones affected because most of his audience isn't in America. I mean, sorry, most of his audience isn't UK anymore. And he is monetized.
Oh yeah, because he hangs out in Muslim countries
Yeah,
now,
that in
doesn't he?
America.
Did Trump allow him in?
They gave him a special.
What's the deal
They
with
gave him a
America?
special invite. The State Department did.
He got the red carpet treatment, Simon, at Congress. He went to Mar-a-Lago and the works. Like literally, they don't care for his criminal convictions. They don't care that he used fraudulent passport or visa, whatever before. They don't care for all of that. They don't care about his prison sentence. They waived it all. He went to Congress. You know, he got red carpet treatment. He went to Mar-a-Lago. It's crazy.
Yeah, definitely sounds like an organic guy from England that definitely doesn't have any connections with certain Israelis that might be able to pull something like that off.
And the
Suleiman,
reason why, one of the reasons why they say they're making these changes on the X is because they want people just to focus on their own country's politics. So I think something big's coming to the UK and Europe, to be honest. And no one's talking about it. Like nobody
You know
talks
what that
about
is?
it.
It's so Elon can do his regime changes, isn't it? And no one can push back.
No, it's
Yeah,
it's
there
because
was
they
this.
see how interconnected we all are, pushing back against this war and calling out Zionism. So they want to try to kind of break us apart. But I mean, that's clearly why they see us having this interconnected global community, and they don't want that.
Imagine that. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. We'll just talk about UK politics because like we're not all interconnected here. It's definitely not global in nature.
So there were two ambulances, right? So the Jewish community in London, they get, even though London has an ambulance service and London has its own police force, which is a metropolitan police force, the Jewish community get taxpayers' money to have their own ambulances and their own police force, and their own security. It's a very small community in a very small part of North London. Two of those ambulances were on fire a few days ago. And the thing that they weren't saying when they were trying to push this was that they were out of service, they were old, they were going to be discontinued, and they were fully insured, right? So, and the police have said today that no, we can't even say it's arson. We can't say it was arson. We can't say that. But the way that it was trying to be pushed here was anti-Semitism, anti-Semitism. And I'm thinking, are people stupid? Nobody harmed them. And most of those Jewish people actually do support Palestine. They're against the genocide, right? Nobody harmed any of them or did anything like that during this genocide when Palestinians were being killed hundreds on a daily basis. Why are they going to do it during the Iran war? It doesn't even make sense. But that's the kind of stuff that Elon wants people to focus on in England, in London. I didn't tweet about it because people are being killed, in Iran. There was two ambulances, it's like vehicles, and they're fully insured and they were discontinued because they were so old. Like, who cares? So yeah, that's what's going on, Simon.
Uh,
But
may I add
yeah,
something?
things are changing.
I mean, thank you so much for giving me the honor to speak here, Sulaiman. Salam alaikum, brother.
Alaikum assalam.
Thank you so much. I do disagree with the first comments. There's a lot of things I cannot comment on because these are, but I just came back from the Middle East region, and I don't think I agree with the sentiment that Iran is winning.
Well, I thought
This is
one second. So the first thing is like you interrupted while a conversation was going on. Don't you
I'm
think
sorry, sir.
Yeah, don't you think that's a bit rude?
Sorry for. I thought there was an ongoing conversation, so I'm sorry about that.
There was an ongoing conversation. Hence why you interrupted. If there wasn't, there wouldn't be an ongoing conversation. Correct?
Happy to mute myself. Sorry about that.
Okay, no problem. Okay, so explain to us why you think, what your position is. Go ahead.
So, I mean, so coming from obviously like there's definitely the bias of I mean I'm from Iraq, so that's where I come from, and there is an ongoing sentiment all across the region right now about kind of Iran's hostility to the rest of the region, which was not the case maybe a year ago. Like most people saw Iran as a kind of defender of the Palestinian cause and etc. etc. But nowadays, what I'm hearing from everybody, everyone talk to, everyone hates Iran in the region. They are attacking water plants, like airports, everything. So that's a sentiment from the region. It's not coming from. I saw somebody's from Iowa. Maybe
Where did you go?
the
Where you
things
getting
are
this?
different from Iowa. Yeah,
Okay,
but
Faisal,
yeah.
where have you gone in the Middle East to get this?
So Iraq, Doha, Emirates.
So you traveled all those places in the last
Yeah, last couple months.
in the
Yeah,
last 3 weeks. Wait, in the last couple of
not
months?
last 3 weeks.
Oh wow!
Yeah.
So you the people you spoke
So by
to.
by the
so
time the war started, I was able to leave. Yeah.
1 second. You said the last couple of months, so it means you actually spoke to people who are clairvoyant. They actually knew the war was going to happen before it happened.
100%. Yeah.
Wow.
Everybody knew. Everybody knew the war was going to happen.
No, they knew that the Iran was going to respond. Oh, because everyone knew the war was going to happen. Why was that?
Because the U.S. was putting all of these soldiers all across the, like, if you landed in Doha like 2 months ago, you will see so many U.S. soldiers coming, and so everybody was, and Iran itself threatened them, saying if the war gonna happen, we're gonna attack you. So everybody knew the war is gonna happen.
Okay. And those people, before it happened, realized.
You know how the region works, right? Like they sense
I know
something
very
is
well the
not
region works.
normal,
I've heard.
right?
Well, listen.
Yeah. Like when you have like when you land at Doha airport and there's like 10,000 U.S. soldiers, this is like not the normal.
Yeah, exactly. Do you think it's
Like it's
a
not a normal
problem?
week. You know what I mean?
I know exactly what I mean. Do you think it's a problem that Iran? Do you think it's a problem the United States of America decided to conduct this war against Iran?
I mean, everybody was opposed to it.
Everyone was opposed to it.
Everybody, 100%. Like
Brilliant.
everybody that I was talking to was like, "This is not gonna end well." That was the sentiment, but now the sentiment has also changed.
Okay, so
Like
do
they
you think
moved from
it's
like, "Oh, the US should not have done it," to now like,
okay? Do you think
"What
it's a
the hell is
problem?
Iran is doing? Why is the water plants being attacked?"
Oh, okay. Do you think it's a problem that okay, let's deal with each point at a time. So do you think it's and they haven't hit the water plants in Dubai. If they did, they would cease to exist. But in terms of specifically, do you think it's a problem that which countries did you mention that you visited in the last 2 months and they clairvoyantly knew the future and knew that Iran was going to respond against them?
Iraq, Qatar, and UAE.
Okay. Do you think
So
it's
I'm Arab, so I can only go to Arab countries, as you know.
really Arabs can only go to Arab countries? How does that work?
Mostly, yeah. I mean,
Well, you
it's
can't
like
travel
it's our
to
culture.
European countries. You can't travel to Asian countries.
No, I mean, I'm Iraqi citizen, so
But what's
we
that
have
got to do with
limitations
you? What's that got to do with you only being able to travel to Arab countries?
because of some of the visa restrictions and all of that.
Okay, cool. So coming back to the UAE, and the countries you mentioned, do you think it's a problem that those countries are helping facilitate the United States of America and Israel?
I mean, it depends on if you're saying from their point of view, right?
Well, yeah, of
Their point of
course.
view
From
is
their
that
point of view,
is
yeah.
that
I'm specifically talking about it because they're the ones you're complaining about, right?
so their point of view is why we have U.S. bases is to protect us from Iran, and now you can see Iran is attacking them.
So
So
what you
they were not
do you see the
they're
circular?
not like fully wrong,
Do you
right?
see the circular argument there?
Um, I mean, I don't. I mean,
Do, can
Oman
I
doesn't
explain?
have
Can
U.S.
I explain this?
bases, but they still attack Oman. Oman was the mediator of
Can I
the
explain
U.S.
the?
versus.
They didn't attack Oman. That was a Mossad operation.
No, they did. Come on.
That was a Mossad operation. Iran's admitted every single attack they did, and they said the Salalah port was not attacked by them. But anyway, we'll put aside your propaganda. Let's go to the specific point. So let's look at your circular argument. Your circular argument is this: that Qatar and the UAE has US military bases, and they allow the US to use their airspace to attack Iran. And the reason the US military airbase is that is to stop Iran from attacking them, but then Iran is attacking them because they've got a US military base. So do you understand the circular nature of that argument? Because if they didn't have the US
But
military
they're
base.
not only attacking U.S. military bases.
Sorry?
They're not only attacking U.S. military bases. That's what I'm telling you. The change of sentiment.
No, they're attacking.
I think most people would agree with you if they're only attacking U.S. military
Well,
bases.
the problem is, like, for example, the UAE, the country that you're speaking about, never mind the horrors that.
Or Qatar. Does Qatar has objected to joining any relationship with Israel? You know Qatar very
That's
well.
not true.
Like,
That's not true. For
really?
example, and let me explain to you. So, like the Al Udeid Air Base, they had a radar system in there that had, which was worth $1.1 billion. Do you know what the radar system was doing?
No.
Let me educate you. So the radar system, what it was doing was the radar system was put there in order for Israel to find out when a missile was coming to them from Iran. So what they were doing was they were facilitating Israeli attacks against Lebanon, against Syria, against Iraq, what you're complaining about, against Iran, against.
So you think Qatar is an ally of Israel?
Sorry?
Do you think Qatar is an ally of
You
Israel?
just interrupted me, and I'm explaining to you
So,
something.
yeah.
So this is why you're ill-informed about this point, because you just interrupted me when I was explaining it to you. So coming back to it before I was interrupted, that radar system, what it did was it informed the Israelis when a missile was coming towards them. So what happened there was Israel would be able to bomb all those countries that I'm talking about, including the one you're complaining about, which is Iraq. They even hit Qatar as well, the one you were complaining about. And funny enough, that radar system, if any of those countries will respond, but obviously no, we know Qatar would not respond against Israel because they're cooked. But that being said, if any of those countries were to respond to Israel, Israel would get a warning. Missile coming, missile coming. Israel could then deploy a defense, and Israel could stop that missile from attacking. So what that would do is Israel would then have an effective way of abusing and bullying anyone in the region, bombing them, killing anyone, and knowing that no one can hit them because Qatar is supporting them by the radar system, letting them know that the attack's coming. So what Iran did was they took out the radar system in Qatar, which you said you had no knowledge of. And what that did was that stopped the warning. And this is why, if you look at it, many of the missiles are penetrating, what you call it again, Israel, and they're hitting them hard. My own knowledge of the situation is that in this last day, there's been a backdoor deal between the UAE and Qatar and Iran that there will be a seizure of attacks on those countries as long as those countries agree that they will not allow their soil to be used to attack Iran or their airspace. So there is a temporary ceasefire between those countries, because that's the big problem. The UAE has facilitated that. In addition to that, the UAE, when it came to Karg Island, allowed physical bombs or missiles to be used from their region, from Ras Al Khaimah and from a place close to Dubai, to hit Iran, to hit Karg Island. Now, in terms of the desalination plants you're referring to, Iran hasn't hit any desalination plants. They actually have the ability to directly take out, for example, Dubai's Jebel Ali, and know that the Dubai would cease to function in the manner that it's functioning. But what they've said is, listen, we don't want to do any of those things. America and Israel, do not hit our desalination plants, because if you do, we will respond in kind to your allies. And so it's up to the allies. They have two decisions to make. And I think it's a very fair thing. Either you do not facilitate and support the United States of America in the attacks against Iran, and therefore you will just be neutral, and that's fine. If you want to be weak and traitors and you want to be a neutral, that's fine. But to be traitorous and treacherous and support the United States of America when they're attacking Iran, when they're fighting against Israel, who just murdered millions of Palestinians, injured millions, hundreds of thousands of Palestinians, injured millions of Palestinians in real time as we watch with our eyes, where they assassinated children and women. So let me be clear on this. Only people who are paid shills for these countries are stating what you're saying. I'm not saying you are, because I don't know who you are. But actually, the vast majority of people, even though they're not Shia Muslims, even if they don't agree with Iran, even if they have issues with Iran, are with Iran because they're fighting against this Zionist regime, the regime that started this war. And let me tell you another thing. If this ground invasion happens, there's a high likelihood that the base or the point where they'll be used to gather the soldiers will be one of these Gulf countries. And that's the real reason what they're trying to do. And Iran has played a master by saying to them that, look, let's have a temporary ceasefire, which I believe has occurred. That's why today there's been no attacks on Dubai and civilian airlines are operating normally. And if they, and there's only 3 points that they can actually collate. It's going to be probably either Saudi Arabia or Qatar or Dubai, or possibly a couple of other regions that they could coalesce. And that ground invasion is going to be used against Iranians. And again, they're going to be actually complicit. We've seen aerial imagery of specifically Saudi airspace being used, UAE airspace being used. We've seen their bases being used as well. So my problem is this. Listen, I'm a Sunni Muslim. I am not a Shia Muslim. My position is very simple. If you're on the side of Israel, you're on the opposite side of us. And right now, those countries you mentioned are on the side of Israel.
I'm surprised you think that the Qataris are on the side of Israel. I mean, the Qatar Energy 20 was LNG was attacked. Qatar Energy sector.
Why was it attacked?
So that's the thing is
why
like
was it attacked, Faisal? I just explained to you how they're complicit, but that's fine. You just ignored that. But why was the LNG specifically attacked? If you want to talk about the minutiae.
But then
No, but can you answer
you're
my
now
question, please? Why
attacking
was it attacked?
civilian. Because they think it was complicit, but now you're destroying the Qatari economy.
No, but
like
no,
there are
but it's
people
not
who
about
live
thinking.
there.
I proved it, but that's a separate point. I'm asking you.
Like
Was it random?
when you
Okay,
do you
Faisal,
think
I
the
think you're not
Qatari
understanding my
citizens
question.
have to suffer?
Faisal, I think you don't understand my question. Let me try and rephrase the question. Maybe it's the way I've relayed the question. So, do you think that Iran woke up one day and said, let me attack Qatar's LNG, which is, as you said, would impact 20% of their energy, which harms not just Qatar, but harms probably Europe and American allies and various
The entire world.
Do you think that, or you think Iran just woke up one day and thought, oh, let me attack it randomly? It was just random. You just press the button.
I think they're trying to put pressure. Like they know that Qatar
Faisal,
has a big
Faisal, you
lobby
do
in
know.
the UK and the
Okay,
US and
Faisal,
all
can
of
I just
that.
help you?
Yeah.
I want to help you a bit. You're speaking to my audience. We've got 4,000 people listening between all the different platforms. But one thing about my audience is they're extremely educated. They're not like one of these dumb audiences. They're very educated. They're very informed. They know geopolitics really well. They know exactly what's going on. And so, when you're not being direct, my audience, I'm just reading the chat, are calling you a fraud. They're calling you a Zionist agent. They're saying this guy is being dishonest. So they're not seeing you in a positive light because you're not being honest in your statements. So let me educate you. Maybe you don't know, but my audience does know. So hopefully what you should maybe have a conversation with them as well, because they would be able to educate you on this. The reason why specifically Qatar's LNG was hit was because the United States of America and Israel attacked Iran's South Pass oil facility, which impacted at least 10 to 20% of Iran's energy source. Iran said, look, we're going to conduct this war. America, Israel, and your allies in the Middle East, which is the countries that you mentioned. We won't go into UAE's. If you want to, we can do. We can go into the details of UAE being in bed with the United States of America. If you want, we can go into detail about UAE and the genocide they've committed in Sudan, if you want. If you want, we can talk about the UAE and the horrors they committed in Yemen, if you want. If you want, we can talk about the UAE and the propaganda and hatred they've conducted against Muslims in Europe and the United States of America, if you want. But let's put all of that aside. What they said was that
I don't work for the UAE, so it's not my business what they do. But I'm
it's
just
my
telling you
business
how.
as a member of humanity, as a Muslim, as somebody who cares about the world and who wants peace.
But do you care about Syria? I mean, as a Muslim,
I do care about the UAE, and I care about their actions.
No, but
But the
as a
only
Muslim, you
reason,
would care about Iranians
one second,
killing Sunni Muslims in
one
Syria.
second,
You don't care about that.
1 second. We'll talk about the UAE. In terms of the UAE, the only reason we're speaking about the UAE specifically is because you mentioned them, Faisal. I did not mention them.
And I mentioned Qatar. And I mentioned Qatar
Okay,
as
one
well.
second,
Like,
one second.
I don't work for any of these people.
No, wait a sec. It doesn't matter if you know them or not. You came in this space and you went, Goive. What about UAE? What about Qatar? What about Iraq? And so I had to respond to you about the UAE, Qatar, and Iraq. And so UAE is one of the three countries you're mentioning, and now you're like, me don't want to talk about the UAE. Me don't want to talk about the UAE. Leave a brother alone. It's like, wait a sec, you brought it up. So, okay, UAE has now been completely destroyed and decimated in terms of these actions. And the larger point is this, Faisal. The larger point is this. Do not consort with the United States of America. Do not sell your soul to the United States of America and Israel. Do not help them murder 170 young girls in the United States of in Iran. Do not let them murder those people. If you promise that you're not going to be involved, you're not going to allow your airbase to be used, you're not going to be allow your airspace to be used, you're not going to put on your radar to help the Israelis so they know a missile is coming, because as soon as that radar was demolished, the Israelis are not getting any warning anymore. What happened to Arad? Decimated and destroyed. You guys have been consulting with the enemy, the people who've killed hundreds of thousands of Palestinians and children. I saw them bleed. We saw them bleed and suffer because of because of the help and support of these countries that gave the Israelis through this radar system, through the military support of the United States of America, through the refueling, the refueling cannot occur without the support of these countries, largely speaking, especially when the USS carriers have had to escape from the region. The Gerald Ford has removed itself from the region. The USS Abraham Lincoln has removed itself from the region. It's these countries that you're mentioning that is now supporting and facilitating the United States of America. And it's only now, when it seems like there's some kind of negotiation going on between the Gulf states and Iran, now the Americans are talking about a ceasefire. Do you think it's a coincidence? No, it's not a coincidence, because they cannot facilitate this war without their support. That's the main issue, Faisal. So if these people who you're talking about, which isn't the people, because actually when I look at these countries, except for the paid propagandists, largely speaking, these countries are against Israel. They're actually supporting Iran. Even those people who vehemently been against Iran in the past are supporting them solely because they want the defeat of Israel and they want the weakening of the United States of America in the region. So, that's
Is,
the point that I was making.
do you think I can respond? Like, would that be
Of course, we're having a
okay if I
discussion. I've
say
not
something?
muted you once, have I, Faisal?
Thank you so much, Suleiman.
Faisal, have I muted you at all in this conversation?
No, you have
Okay.
not. You've been very
Continue.
generous and great with you. I
I've been
mean,
tempted to mute you though, considering you interrupted my discussion earlier. I could see you were itching to come off your mic. I've been very tempted to mute you, but I'm being really patient. I'm not even raising the fact that you're based in America and you're giving all this claptrap about not being able to come to Europe. I'm not going to mention anything like that at all. I'm just going to let you and Suleiman continue. I'm exercising utmost patience.
I think there's patience on both sides. So
Are you joking? You interrupted my conversation. Don't even go there, Faisal. You don't have to be patient with me. I'm the host and I was talking when you interrupted. So don't try it.
Why is this guy in America
Thank
not
you.
believing in women's rights, bro? Come on, bro. Regime change.
No, Habibi. So I mean, it depends on. I was sharing an opinion of a sentiment that exists in a lot of most of the region. So you're talking about the killing of Palestinians. The Iranians have killed so many Muslims, my friend. So
Look,
if that
I'm
is
not.
the
This is
decision,
again you. You're
like
shifting.
if you're gonna
Listen,
make a comparison,
Faisal.
no,
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 if you're
no.
gonna
We
make a
can go
numbers
down
game, if
that
you're gonna
road.
play a
One
numbers
second.
game,
One second.
the
One second,
Iranians have
Faisal.
killed so
Faisal,
many
you've
of
been very
us, buddy.
manipulative. You've
They
been
killed
very
so many of us.
manipulative. Now you're
No,
changing the
I'm not.
conversation. I'll tell you how manipulative you're being. You're changing.
No, I don't disagree with you.
No, no,
Actually,
you're
I mean,
being
you gave
very
me
manipulative,
information I
brother.
didn't know
I'm
about, to
very
be honest. So,
disappointed.
I'm actually,
You're being
I
very
am having the
manipulative. I'm very
conversation. So
disappointed in you. Can you keep the conversation to what your original claim was? Because your original claim was that people
that people are changing their
exactly.
minds.
But now
That
what
that's
you're
what.
trying to
Yeah,
do, I'll tell you what you're trying to do. It is manipulation. What you're trying to do is to now change that conversation away from your original claim that was decimated and destroyed to, oh, guess what happened in Syria. We can have a conversation about Syria, but this is not your original claim. And the reason you're trying to go into that claim is because you want to cause sectarianism, but that's a totally different discussion, and that manipulation is not going to work. So let's keep to your original claim, and your original claim, as per what you said, Faisal, was that people were on the side of Iran, and then they're changing the sentiment. I decimated and destroyed that point, but if you want to respond to that, go ahead.
100%. So everyone, you said your audience is very educated and very smart, and
They are the
the
best. They're the
best,
best,
the
Faisal.
best, the
They're the
best,
best.
the best source to look at this is Al Jazeera, which is a very pro-Palestinian
Who
channel.
the, who runs it?
Al Qataris, right? The Qatari royal family,
Exactly. So you're
and
telling my audience who is educated to watch and take news from Qatari-run media, but do continue.
and to show you a change of sentiments between a channel that is predominantly viewed. The Israelis hate Al Jazeera. If you go to the most Israeli news sources, they will keep reminding you about how Al Jazeera is anti-Semitic and pro-Muslim Brotherhood and all of this stuff. And now Al Jazeera is changing its sentiments. They are firing a couple of the journalists.
Why
And
did they fire
even
the journalist, Faisal?
so, because of the fact that they thought, I think in that's one point of view, so I could be wrong on this, is that they have thought that people would, even when you are pro-Palestinian and your country is being attacked or your energy source is being attacked, the LNG is being attacked, people would stand by them.
Wait, when were they fired? Wait a second, dude. When were they fired?
Like the past 48 hours.
Wait, were they fired before or after the attack? I believe it was before, but do double check because I'm not 100% on that.
Yeah. So I think
it was
there
before,
is.
right?
No, the past as though I heard it's past 48 hours.
No,
So
I heard this ages ago. This isn't
but
new
I'm
news.
happy. I mean,
let me
you
just
have
check.
a lot of information I don't have. That's why I think this is a great conversation. I'm not. I didn't disagree with some of the sentiments you made, but what I'm telling you, there's a change, there's a shift in the region. I think that was a conversation because I saw there were people in the space talking about, oh, the Arabs are on the side of Iran or all of that. I just wanted to share that that's not the case.
Okay,
So
so
thank
I'm
you for
looking at
really
it now.
giving me the
So
platform.
I'm just telling you that what you said is actually incorrect again. So let me just explain to you that as well. And this is why. And I thought I was right, but you know what it is? We've been doing these spaces for 25 days. The vast majority of them 24/7. So sometimes like time merges into one. So I was trying to just clarify and recheck what you said. And what you said once again was inaccurate. The journalists were fired before the attack on Qatar. And what that shows is that they intentionally fired those journalists in order to, because they weren't propagandizing for the Israelis, because Qataris and Israelis right now are in bed together. And so they wanted to shift
You really
support.
think the Qataris are traitors?
I've always thought that.
Really?
Yeah. Have you heard of something called the Al Udeid?
Like how many Gazans they have hired and gave aid to, and you really think the Qataris are like the enemy of Palestinians?
Yes. So I think the problem with the Qataris is they've done some good, which is help finance and send funds to Gaza. There's no doubt about that. In terms of allowing Hamas to have a base there, this was at the request of the president that they worship, which is the president of the United States of America. And having the Al Udeid air base is an evil act that they did, not just on the Palestinians, but on the entire region and the entire world. In terms of the radar system that they put in, is a crime against humanity and the Palestinians and anyone who is in a support of Israel. So they've done some good. I'm not going to deny. I'm not going to say there's some evil entity. They've done good, but they've done a lot of evil.
Okay, that's
You know what, Faisal? Let me
yeah.
just say something to you, right? I'm not going to talk about the GCC countries, but what I am going to say is, on the first day when this war started, America bombed Iran and killed 160 children in a school, more than 160 children in a school. And it's not the first time that America and Israel have bombed Iran or Iranians. Over the last few years, certainly, that I remember. They've bombed embassies, they've just randomly killed Iranians, but that day they killed 160 children. So Iran retaliated. If there are people like you, although you're in America, in the Middle East, who are whining about oil or water being hit, then shame on them. because they should be standing with Iran for defending itself. Israel should never be allowed to go and kill children like that. Shame on them.
But Iran
How
killed
you
us
come up and
too.
defend and complain
No,
about those
no. So
people.
so Iran
It's
has killed us as well.
disgraceful that you didn't come up here and say, do you know what? Good on Iran, because Israel has committed a genocide on Gaza for 3 years and killed over 100,000 people. Actually, what am I talking about? Over 600,000 people in almost 2.5 years, almost 3 years. They're still killing to this day. And then they killed 160 children in Iran. And therefore, you know what? We don't care about the oil. We don't care about the gas. We don't care what they hit in our countries because it's material damage. But at least they're teaching Israel a lesson that Israel cannot kill Palestinians anymore. Shame on you, and
No,
shame on all of those in the Middle East that are
why do you
complaining.
have to pick
No,
sides?
shame
Why
on
do you
you,
have to
Faisal.
why do you have to
Because you
pick
didn't come
sides?
up here and talk about any of that. Shut up. You didn't come up here and talk about any of that. You haven't mentioned it once, and I've been listening to your rubbish for so long. You didn't mention the human life. You just talked about whining about where they're complaining they're hitting our oil and gas. Why did they hit the LNG? Where. That's all I heard from you. Utter nonsense.
If you allow me to speak, why do the Arabs have to pick between the Israelis and the Iranians? They both have killed hundreds of thousands of us. Why do we have to pick which side is the good one?
Oh, shut up, Faisal. No one's buying your propaganda here, okay?
Uh,
You've got the ISIS ideology. We don't buy the ISIS ideology. That's probably why you can't come to Europe.
okay. Thank you. But why do we have to pick sides? Do we think we have to pick sides between people who have killed hundreds of
I ain't
thousands
going to
of
be on
us?
no ISIS side, okay? I'm going to be on the side of humanity. Now, Iran stands with the world and it stands with humanity. You can take your ISIS ideology elsewhere. We don't buy it here.
If you think every member of the Sunni ideology is ISIS, then good for you.
I'm Sunni myself. What are you talking about? But I don't buy into your propaganda.
Okay.
Iran has killed hundreds of thousands of our people. What the hell are you talking about?
Just some breaking news, guys. The breaking news is Iran responds to the Iran responds to the negotiation allegations. They said the following quote. This is funny. You have reached the stage where you are negotiating with yourself. Do not call your defeat an agreement. There will be no news of your investments in the region, and you will not see the former price of energy and oil. Simon, you were asking for the what the Iranian response is. We've now got it. What's your thoughts?
Hey, sorry, silly. Could you read it again?
Of course I can.
It's worth
Of
it.
course I can. So, Iran responded from the Khatam al-Nabi spokesperson. And he said, quote, you have reached a stage where you are negotiating with yourselves. Do not call your defeat an agreement. There will be no news of your investment in the region, and you will not see the former price of energy and oil. That's it, Mr. Dixon.
And who was that? Sorry.
That is the Iranian spokesperson, the Khatam al-Nabi spokesperson who's been relaying the information from the Iranian IRGC.
Yeah. Okay. Well, so who was then saying that there were these conditions that they wanted all the US bases out, and because they did announce their counter conditions, right? But they're all
Sorry, go ahead.
yeah. So yeah, my understanding is that they've announced they wanted US bases out, and they've set their conditions,
I
right?
think those were the conditions right from the start, right?
Yeah. And so we've got two sets of conditions. So we now know where one is and where the other is. And I guess that's where we're at in terms of the public facing part.
Yeah, but this guy's saying that actually there is no negotiation. You made it up.
Yeah. Well, I guess this is the public facing part. What's happening in the background is what we'll find out in the end.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Um, it's going to be interesting as well. The next few days are going to be interesting for sure.
Can I ask you a question, Simon? Something Suleiman kind of asked you on your earlier stream with him, which is really good, guys. So do go to YouTube. I've seen a few people come on YouTube and say, "Oh my God, I've been away for an hour. What have I missed?" Well, go onto YouTube. You missed two streams that Suleiman did. One was with Simon, and then the one straight after that was with Rathbone, and both of them were really good. But Simon, I think Suleiman kind of asked you this, but I didn't get I didn't quite understand. So I just wanted, I was hoping you'd come on the space. So these negotiations that are going on in the background, and I think Trump's just playing a clown here by saying we've defeated them, we got a president, I'm talking to the right people. Dismiss all of that. Just assume that there are negotiations going on. He's just buying himself time, as you say, 2 days, 5 days, 2 days. The oil prices are going to go up and down, up and down. They're going to fluctuate according to what he says until they don't believe him. I don't know if you saw this, but I think it was the Financial Times. Was it the Times or the Financial Times? I'll tell you which one it was. But I read it out earlier. They made me laugh because they did an article today and they said when news comes out of Washington, basically the White House, Trump, basically whatever Trump says, they said we have to wait to see what Iran says to decipher what the truth is, because we can't take Trump's word for it. So we wait for what Iran says to find out what the actual truth is. So even like Murdoch's rag in London, Rupert Murdoch's rag paper is not believing Trump. And so he's just going to buy time. He's sent troops to the Middle East. He wants to do a ground invasion. Is he just going to keep making these, or his handlers, they're just going to keep making these claims of negotiations and, playing around with the whole thing of we want to actually work with you. Nothing to do with Israel. Israel's not part of these deals. And just buy time to continue with the war for how long?
Yeah, well, as I said, the battle is for the price of oil. So Trump's statement was to get the price of oil down, and Iran's statement was to get the price of oil up. And that is the tool. Um, Iran has set their terms. America has set their terms, if we're to believe it. And the price of oil determines who's going to win. If Trump can get the price of oil down, then you'd expect the weapon that Iran has here in terms of economic and financial, not military. But the military is mainly economic and financial because all the targets are about the price of oil. And so we are in a battle for the price of oil. And above $115, it causes lots of problems for America. It starts impacting the bond market. And once the bond market gets hit, that affects the mortgage market. Once the mortgage market hit, that affects bank liquidity. Once you have bank liquidity, that affects the stock market. Once you have the stock market, that then affects the debt spiral and the doom loop. That's the sequence of events. If they keep the price of oil up here, and so every time the Iran can push up the price of oil, then the desire to get the price down means that you either have to eventually get to a deal, and whoever's on the right side of that gets more of their concessions. That's the game. That's effectively the game. They've both outlined publicly their terms, and there's going to be in the end, there has to be something in the middle. And in order to get there, you need to inflict more damage, and that affects the price of oil. That's the game. And so once Trump, what tools has he used? He's used intervention using Treasury in order to do, I believe, a very long short oil position. So America is structurally short oil. I couldn't prove that. I just got something. I got various things that add up to the evidence that that's true. You have the strategic petroleum reserves of America and the other countries that are, but those are being drained because people, as you announced earlier, like Philippines is in energy crisis. Japan had to do a deal directly with Iran. India had to do a deal directly with Iran. And Vietnam, Bangladesh. There's more and more countries that are in energy crisis.
So, so Simon,
Yeah.
just on that point, I'm so sorry to interrupt you, but it's just come out that Philippines is working with America to obtain oil from sanctioned countries. Philippines is working with America. This has just come out as you were saying it, to work with America to get oil from sanctioned countries. I'm assuming that means Russia. Also, in India, police have been deployed at petrol pumps in Gujarat, which is where Modi was previously chief minister, because people are panicking over potential fuel shortages because of Iran's blockade at the Strait of Hormuz. So yeah, sorry, do continue. I just wanted to give you an update.
Yeah, so you're either able to get your oil and energy needs met through the Red Sea, which is extremely scarce, which is driving up the price, or you're able to get it solved from Russia because they have vast infrastructure in order to be able to get it to where it needs to go. And in order to get it from Russia, you either have to go via the black market, circumvent sanctions, or if you're somebody that is allied with America and wants to stick to those sanctions, then you have to get sanctions relief. So Philippines is allied with America because they were decimated back in the day through an operation to make sure that Philippines became a military base to hold China in check through brutal,
We're the
brutal
best.
wars.
We're the best. No one's like us.
And that happened in the past with the Philippines by America.
Well, thank you, my friend, and I guess we'll see you
And
again
so
Tuesday. Yeah.
they
what day is it
they
today?
they have to get America's permission to circumvent sanctions, and that gives effectively leverage. You're either going on the Russian brick side and you just decide, screw America, we don't care, which India effectively did. But at the same time, it has partnerships. So India plays both sides. Philippines is allied with America up until now. You're either just going to get your energy needs sorted with Russia and join the BRIC side, or you're going to have to go to America, play their game, and give some leverage to America in order to in order to weaponize this energy and food insecurity that these countries are going to be experiencing. So it's one big game of energy renegotiation, and there are two sides, and the price of oil is what determines the outcome of this, and the military is being utilized in order to inflict damage on those supply chains and those energy prices. And we know the parameter, which is the price of oil above $115. America has to do something, and you lose the taco trade. The more people don't believe Trump, and so whoever has the most credibility, and you talked about the FT, and historically FT has just been a mouthpiece for banks and financial institutions, and so the fact that they're saying we have to hear from Iran, that's kind of that financial industrial complex aligned vision of the world. Whereas the other media outlets are more like Zionists, Israeli aligned factions, more military industrial complex. So you can't believe them. They're escalatory media pieces, where the FD is kind of like more bank aligned. So that's the game. And everything is on the price of oil. And yeah, if Iran can get the price of oil up, they get leverage. If America can get the price of oil down, they get leverage and time. But the time factor is it is all dependent upon on how many tools you can use. Strategic petroleum reserve, sanction relief, futures markets, and Trump saying shit on social media. Those are all the tools that have been fired so far, and they're all diminishing. Eventually, none of them work. Eventually, your futures contracts run out. You create a short squeeze, and you break the entire American economy if it, depending on how short America is. Eventually, Trump lying means that no one reacts and the market doesn't do anything. Eventually, there's no strategic petroleum reserves, and eventually, you only have sanction relief, which is moving towards the deal. So that's the financial negotiation here.
I understand. Thanks, Simon, for that. It helps to know because obviously when you follow this day to day, it's like a roller coaster ride with Trump's statements. He's mental, and I try to keep in mind what you say, that actually there's nothing of value there from his statements. He will play these games just to control the market. So let's see what happens. My concern is that Israel's going to keep attacking Iran and killing people. You know what I mean? It's not infrastructure; they're killing people. So the longer this goes on, the more people die, and that's my only concern, to be honest. But I appreciate that, Simon. Thank
And
you.
that's definitely not Trump's concern. Like
Yeah,
the
exactly.
people
Yeah.
around the table that meet, they're on the other side of this. Trump is more concerned with uh, you know a $60 million market manipulation than the people that are dying.
Yeah, he doesn't care, which is
He'll
sad,
he'll
really, to
he'll
be
make
honest
money
with
from
you.
death. It's a mafia.
And that's why I
And
asked you,
Biden
how
will
long will
too.
this
So don't say that
continue?
this is TDS. Biden will do the same as well.
No, no. I mean, I agree. I think every American president across both parties would have done the same. It's not party political, but if America could be trusted, or Israel, which could never be trusted, but could be trusted to actually just say, okay, you know what? We'll do all the yo-yos of the oil market. Give these ridiculous schizophrenic statements out every day. We'll take our merry time to negotiate this, but we're going to keep the sanctions on while we negotiate. But there'll be no more attacks. Then it'd be a whole different game because they're not killing people every night, every day. And I know that's not their perspective. And so that's why I asked you that question about how long can he stretch this out? How long before, there's something comes of it? I'm reading some people saying it could take a year, it could take 2 years. Frightening thought.
Nah, can't take a
Iran
year.
is literally.
You ain't got a year. Yeah, the American economy would be dead in a year if this continues with the strait closed. There's no chance there's a year here. A year of this, like literally, there won't be exports for the U.S. military from China. The entire global economy is in complete shutdown. We'll have an extreme depression, extreme poverty all around the world. Like this doesn't continue for a year, no chance under this set of circumstance. And his next move is to sacrifice Americans because now he's going to play his next trick, which is, if it means put several thousand ground troops, whatever we're going to find out what that means. Then, yeah, kill some Americans, and he'll probably make some money out of the price moves.
Yeah, we've got a super chat here from the Cool. Appreciate your support, always the Cool. And he says, Israel doesn't want to end the war. Trump is talking about negotiations to justify the war to Americans by saying, see, Iran denied our terms. So let's see what happens.
Israel's in the same game
Thanks for
though,
that.
because Israel is not immune to this. Like the Israeli economy crashes with it. There's no set of circumstance where Israel benefits and everyone else crashes. They go down too.
Yeah, but they don't care. And I'm not even that bothered if the Israeli economy, like seriously, like I really don't want the American economy to go down. I don't want the American people to suffer. And I know I can't even justify it to myself why I feel this way, but I feel completely different about the Israelis and the Israeli economy. I'm like, you know what? I don't care. And I don't think the Israelis really care, like the leadership I'm talking about. I don't think they really care. I think they truly just think, well, whatever, we'll sacrifice anything to be Iran.
Yeah, I just don't think we've done the maths right. It doesn't defeat Iran. So how does it defeat Iran?
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
if this wants to get to that level of aggression, then Iran could pummel Israel right now if they wanted, right? That's the
Yeah.
part of the equation, right? They're trying to play the diplomacy game because there's most likely a deal that involves sanctions relief that everyone wants to move towards. But if this was okay, we are trying, Israel doesn't care, then Iran could just pummel it with, from my understanding, that's completely within their capability right now.
Yeah, you said that yesterday, actually. And I actually think Iran's maybe choosing not to do that because it's not what they want. I think they want peace in the region. I think they want stability, and I think they just want their list of demands is very reasonable considering what they've suffered at the hands of Israel and America. So bring on the negotiation.
Yeah. So, the whole thing of who's lying, I think is a bit of, I mean, okay, it's a bit theatrical, I think, because this ends in a deal. Or the, or if Israel thinks let's take down the entire world, then Iran just pummels Israel and ends it because Iran can do that. They've got the military capability right now to end Israel if that's where we're at.
Do you think so? Do you really think they have
Well,
completely?
my understanding, yeah. I mean, right now they could just, I don't know. Someone else tell me why I'm wrong. But I've been listening. That's not my analysis. I just been listening to everyone, all the military people, and all the opinions that I respect. If the Iran could just pummel Israel right now, if they wanted to end it right now, and there will be consequences, of course. But if we're saying that Israel's just going to take the world down and crash the global economies and they don't care, then Iran can end that if they want.
Yeah,
Unless I'm wrong,
no,
I'm not the expert there. I'm
no,
listening to everyone else on that part.
yeah, Simon, you're absolutely correct. And Beatrice, we have the evidence laid out before us after these 25 days, putting this massive puzzle piece together. Militarily speaking, Iran has the trump card. They, no pun intended, they're holding the ace. They are running this. They could keep going and going and going. Israel's defenses have been removed. Any fool that would argue with that would say, no, Israel still has a anti-missile defense. No, they don't. Iran has full capability, full backing of Russia, full backing of China, and that covers every aspect of warfare, both from intelligence, both from the inventory and strike ability and reload facilitating logistics, both from its will and from the people often overlook this, from their the psyche, their if you want to use the word soul, their soul is totally into this. I'm talking they're on 150% the will of their military and their people behind it. Whereas Israel, they're collapsing from the inside. There are hundreds of thousands of Israelis bailing, man, like rats from a sinking ship. They can't get out fast enough. There is so much unrest in that country. They hate without a passion. More and more people are coming out. We're seeing it. It's leaking out. And by the margins, more and more Americans are waking up. Slowly, they're kind of waking up out of their optic or their psychotic, mind-bending psychosis. But no, I agree with Simon, Beatrice. The militarily, if Iran, if they took the gloves off and went nonstop with their inventories, we have the proof of their inventories. They could just keep going and going and going till there's absolutely Israel will look like Gaza, and seriously, it could. It's starting. I think Tel Aviv already looks like Gaza.
Yeah, I concur. The only thing I must add though is there's a chance that, if hypothetically Iran went all out, Israel would just go nuclear. And, if that happens, I honestly think that it wouldn't necessarily save them because of the targets that still exist that haven't been hit, like the desalinization plants. But in theory, and I've heard someone say actually today, I've had someone tell me like, man, if it were just Iran and Israel, Israel would have had to use those Jericho missiles. But that's just I guess speculation. But I kind of see how that might be true.
And in that set of circumstances, all global markets crash, supply chains, the economy, everything ceases up. And the only thing that matters is what you actually have. And China has everything it needs for its own internal economy. And America is a collateralized debt obligation, financialized, securitized, and everything breaks down to, Armageddon scenario. So I don't think anyone's going there, but that's what happens in that situation.
Yeah, I think so too. Yeah, Israel, I go back and forth with it only because of the Samson option and I
Oh,
guess like
no
how,
way. The Chinaman agrees that China is
yeah.
really good politician.
Yeah, well, speaking of which, the embassy, I think it was the embassy to Israel, has an account on Weibo from, for China, like basically, and they made a post today or yesterday, talking about how like, oh, well, we can answer any questions you want about Operation Roaring Lion, and all of the comments were literally like, yeah, like why we don't have any questions. We've known you like to kill people for a long time. Like just they were just getting roasted on Chinese media, social media. They were like, what? The questions were like, oh well, how does it feel to be the most hated country on earth and stuff like that. Like everybody was just like roasting them, just thousands of comments, underneath. So I was like, okay, well. Yeah, it's just more of the same sentiment, which is kind of interesting. And I'm not going to change the subject. I don't mean to. I just like there was this conversation you were having earlier with someone. I guess he was like from Saudi Arabia or something. But you guys were talking about Qatar, and dude, like the fact that Qatar is still I couldn't have cringed any harder when he said, "Oh, well, why do we have to pick a side between Israel and Iran? Why does the Gulf have to pick a side? Are you kidding me? Like are we really there? Qatar literally has intelligence and technological ties with Israel. Like they've had it. They've had like that intelligence sent documents last year where there was that leak. Like Qatar was a core hub. They had, Israeli envoys that were going literally to that Al Udeid air base in Qatar specifically to do like intelligence coordination drills. Like they had a huge installation flying them there through like bypassing civilian entry points and like just assessing regional threats including on Iran. That's literally how they operated. They have a joint operation specifically for intelligence sharing. And like when the war on Gaza, and mind you, this is like after Gaza. During Gaza, you had like as soon as the genocide started, China had cut ties. Specifically, like they had cut supplier ties for dual use items. So anything that's like military or could be non-military, all of them got cut specifically. And this was like in January 2024. even one of the biggest suppliers from China, Costco, like they literally stopped shipping around like mid 2024 specifically because of the Gaza genocide. And if any country is liable to just like look the other way and be like, oh, let's just, who cares, and kind of just mind their own business, it'd probably be China. I think, just to be honest, China would love to kind of just live on its own planet and produce, for its own self. That's sort of how the century of humiliation started. It literally started by the Chinese wanting to just kind of stay within,
But
I guess you can say a bubble. Yeah.
that transition is ugly. It's
What?
ugly. It's not smooth.
What do you mean?
Well, if you're asking countries to just transition where all global trade ceases, and everyone just
Oh
transitions to
yeah.
an insulated economy, I mean that transition is ugly, ugly.
No,
The
yeah, no, that would be
CCP, the
horrible.
CCP would be overthrown and all sorts of shit. Like no one wins from that
CCP,
scenario.
I reject Simon and Inevitable's attack on you. Or CCP, you can jail these guys, but I reject it. Listen, you will never be overthrown. You're going to be in power for centuries upon centuries. Xi and his grandchildren will be in power. But anyway, Simon, back to you and your propaganda.
But um,
Dude.
China is dependent upon exports. It's not. It's been trying to hedge and function on its own internal economy, but it's far from it. So although everyone would have their own resources and everyone would stop exporting, that transition from a financial system and the entire collapse of the financial rails and everything that goes with it to transition back to, all right, it's just all the resources that we have and we're not exporting them. That's an Armageddon level of situation, and you better hope and pray that the government infrastructure remains, but you won't be able to pay anyone. Like you're talking about all systems collapsing here.
I
Like no no
completely
one no
agree.
one survives that.
I completely agree. I only meant to say that because of I just think there is this sort of pathology or this mindset that says, in China, I guess there's just a mindset of, man, you know, there's sort of like an isolationist stance that I think a lot of people do have. I don't even mean within like the government, but just in general. And I only meant to bring that up as it pertains to the fact that, look, it could have been so easy to continue to carry on business as usual with Israel during the genocide. But a lot of the operations of normalcy pretty much ceased to continue when that occurred. Like in 2024 specifically, that's when China kind of really separated. And I think this year, all investments have gone to a screeching halt as well. At least back in like January, I think that was when that was announced. I'm sure there will be a few, uh, you know. Um, private companies that still kind of continue because it was more of a suggestion rather than demand. But most suggestions are perceived as demands, anyways, as it pertains to international trade,
and in
from
this
China.
and in this scenario as well, like we're just guys, if we're role playing this out, it's such a ridiculous scenario that we never get here. But China would have to effectively take over the Gulf countries and just steal all their oil because you don't have it.
Man, I'd love that. No, wait, I'm kidding. I didn't say that. Never mind. I didn't say anything. No,
See,
I
they
kind
reveal
of.
their cards, silly. They're colonial, like
Well,
they're
I'm
imperialist
on his,
deep down.
but I'm on his side on this one. Like, literally take over the Gulf, put them under the leash of China. This is what you gotta do, bro. Okay, inevitable. Real question to you. Real question. This is gonna be whether we're on your side or not. CCP,
Oh,
listen to this answer. If you take over Dubai, do you take away the basically becoming like the prostitution capital of the world?
oh, holy shit! No, no way.
You won't take it away.
No way.
You know how much
Wait. You said I
prostitution?
wouldn't
You know
take
how
it
much
away?
prostitution there is in China? Come on.
I think we would
Oh
just make
my
all the
God.
Look, we would hire
CCP,
all the
I reject
prostitutes.
Simon's attack on your country. But what? But
We
this
would look.
explains
We would
actually
hire
Simon's
all the
making sense.
prostitutes. we would hire all of the prostitutes in construction companies and just help them continue the Belt and Road. I think that would be the win-win
So
here.
basically, what
That
you're
would
saying
be
is you can't trust the Belt and Road. Like it's just going to be a failure and it's going to break.
we would have to tighten that belt, if you know what I mean. It would have to.
Yeah, but it's chicks. So.
And then would you take over all those Israeli websites? You know, those really
Well, the
harmful
guy died.
websites.
He died yesterday,
Oh yeah,
didn't he?
there's
So.
there is a big opening now that the OnlyFans guy died yesterday. I think there's a power vacuum, but I don't think China would. OnlyFans was actually banned in China like 2 years ago, or no, maybe even before.
Yeah, only because you created your own version.
Well, no, hey, whoa! I wouldn't say created, more like invested in an upstart. But no, I'm kidding, kidding again.
Clone the code.
No, but like, in
Is
in
there
all
one though?
seriousness,
Is
how
there
did
an
we?
OnlyFans in China? Like,
No, yeah, it's like porn is like completely banned and all that stuff. Like the what is it called? The sin industries for the most part are banned. If you want to find any of it, you'd probably have to go to like Macau or Hong Kong. And even then, I think like Macau is like super restricted.
you mean
But
you have to use a VPN,
well, basically, yeah, pretty much. That's how everyone does it.
and the
But
VPN goes via Israeli servers.
well, yeah, that's another problem. Speaking of which, like, there was this rumor how, oh, well, Israel was selling state secrets, or rather, they sold like weapons and stuff to China. I have to put that to bed. Like, that never happened. Okay. Like, the last time Israel has ever sold anything of importance in a military or intelligence standpoint to China was like the 90s. It wasn't any time recently. I just had to put that out there because I've heard and there's someone say that yesterday about how like, oh, Israel's like selling cybersecurity to China, and oh, there's like weapons and weapon secrets that are being sold. No, that was a rumor and it was never true. But I'm just throwing that out there. And I don't get paid for it either, by the way. I'm not a Wu Mao. But anyway, no, just I just kind of had to. I was cringing so hard about that guy earlier, or that conversation, just kind of saying like, oh well, why does the Gulf have to like pick a side? Dude, what do you mean? Why do you have to pick a side? Like, it's literally, if Israel got their way, I think it's fair. I think, Simon, even you would agree. I think an ideal future in the mind of Israel would be for the Gulf to be sort of like uh, I guess you can say a vassal in which their resources, and with Iran out of their way, the Gulf would be like Israel's playground essentially, where they can pretty much coordinate any sort of deal they want. And the natural resources alone that Iran produces would be a great potential industrial, I guess you can say buffer, or just like, colony, if you will, for the potential. Well, maybe you reject the Greater Israel theory, but um, I think most countries in that position have a incentive to become like a superpower or a regional power, and Netanyahu's talked pretty openly, along with other members of the Likud party, about the expansion of the power of Israel, and what do these Gulf countries think is going to happen when Iran is taken out of the way. Like, as it is, there's trillions of dollars that Iran basically has had to leave on the table as a result of sanctions, obviously. So really, it was stolen from them. That's because of the productivity, not just of the people, of the Persian people, but of the industrialization of their economy and of the natural resources that they've been able to, sell through whatever means that they can. So imagine a sanctions-free Iran that is under the control of Israel, or at least on, at the, I guess, at the service of Israel. Yeah, like, I think that's why to them it's imperative that this war is won. And maybe you might say it's like military industrial complex that's running this, or that's pushing this drive. But if they have it their way, it seems like you would get a greater Israel under that construct. I don't know. What do you think?
You're talking about the scenario where you could regime change Iran, install a puppet, and they just give all the resources for Western powers.
Yeah, exactly. I think that's what they want.
Yeah,
Like,
so for that to be true, then America still needs to be the hegemon, and China just needs to accept it. And I just don't think that's a realistic assessment of today.
I agree. Yeah. I think mostly like China and Russia are not, and BRICS just in general. It's just not where the world
I
is
don't see
headed.
how you get the Greater Israel Project without America still being the global hegemon. I just don't know why China would want the Middle East to, continue to be a playground for, you know, for a West, an America. If America is still the global hegemon, then yeah, the Greater Israel Project makes sense. But if
Right.
America's not, then what's the point in the Greater Israel Project? And is China just going to sit there and say, "Hey, yeah, you help America be a global hegemon by causing carnage in the Middle East"? It just
Well,
doesn't make any sense to me. I think people, the only way you can believe in the Greater Israel Project if you still believe that America is the dominant global hegemon of the world.
yeah. There. I think some people have foreseen a vision, or rather a potential scenario in which, like, as America's power declines, Israel is able to increase its influence over the region, especially with, say, puppets that are installed in, Syria, and in their view Iran. That's what they want. And then from there they can really make do of the economies of these different locations, and kind of have them um, all under the bidding of
Let's
Israel.
so let's work through that. So okay, so let's say America declines, um, and now Israel, this small country, installs puppets in every Middle Eastern country. What is it that enforces? Because America was able to enforce its puppet regimes because it had world reserve currency, and was able to use its covert operations and deep state operations to continually enforce regime changes. Um, are we saying that we think suddenly the Israeli shekel becomes the world reserve currency and they're able to enforce puppet regimes across the region? And they have enough economic activity with a population of 9 million people to replicate, to become the new empire, and China becomes subordinate to Israel. Like, it makes zero sense to me.
I think if they become a regional power, or the regional power, the U.S. In and of itself, okay, for example, the U.S. in itself, there's no putting that train back on the rails as it pertains to the devaluation of the dollar. It just seems that just the mixture of the dollar itself, or rather the debt that they have in and of itself, and the interest on the debt that they have to pay, and the fact that they'll have to eventually monetize the debt in a significant manner, seems like there's going to be a significant, like, stagflationary depression, within, even if nothing else happened, right? Even if none of this started and they allow the AI tech
But do you
nonsense to
agree?
continue.
Do you agree Israeli power is a function of, if you fight against Israel, you're fighting the U.S. empire?
Well, so to this point, it's been that way, but there is
So
an
now let's say
inevitable
there is
decline.
no U.S. empire. What stops someone like Turkey having aspirations to be the regional hegemon, or Egypt wanting to be the regional hegemon, or Iran wanting to be the regional hegemon? What says that they're going to be under the thumb of Israel when it's not backed by the U.S. empire?
I'd say it's a mixture of, very similar to the way the GCC in some ways already is. A lot of that is through soft power, in terms of how they've been able to keep the GCC on board, specifically, just like everything from Mossad infiltration to, you know, even in just implicit and covert threats, and just vassalizing and keeping the economies of these countries can be as they are,
But it was all a
but
function of
yeah.
US's might. Like, they, the all of it was the fact, it was US, really. It
Yeah.
wasn't Israel on their own able to execute that. It was Israel backed by America that was be able to execute that.
So when America reaches that stagflationary depression point, I do think that they could still put, especially since, I think Robert always brings up Tippin's dilemma. In theory, one of the ways to rebound from that would be militarizing further and further increasing its production. So this isn't a scenario in which America disappears. This seems to be more of a scenario where the U.S. dollar itself is less able to impose, its will. And obviously, through industrializing and militarizing, America would still be an Israeli vassal, but it would continue its campaigns and be more of an armed service regime
And
to Israel.
You think China, Iran, and Russia is thinks that that's just reality?
Definitely not. I don't think that they would accept that. I think that's where you and I um, agree like 100%. Like at that point, the idea of the entire West Asian region being completely at the under the thumb of Israel and America, Russia definitely doesn't consider that acceptable, and China doesn't either. But Russia would probably even be that would probably be grounds for war if you were to ask many Russians.
Yeah, so I don't think we have to worry about Israel becoming the next empire of the world. I just don't see it as real.
Well, what Israel could be and what it seems like is going to be most likely the case, if Israel doesn't get like eradicated or anything, which it probably won't at the end of this, we'll see, I guess. But what seems like will happen is the U.S. dollar will continue to wane. It's not going to disappear. The U.S. will not disappear. It will still be even like a regional power. However, they will continue to clamp down on their internal, like as their global power slips as their power slips globally, they will clamp down on their power domestically. And the they would be the US, Israeli, maybe like some parts of South America, that whole regime, probably Western Europe. That regime is going to clamp down on its power and initiate the Build Back Better model, as you mentioned, the techno prison, the own nothing, be happy, 15-minute cities, and you know, eat the bugs, goyim, stuff like that. That seems to honestly be where, unless of course the people rise up, but I just don't. I don't see that. I don't see. I don't. I really don't see them doing that. So that's kind
Yes,
of like where
I
I
just don't see
realistically
an
see that.
alternative to everyone managing their relationships eastwards from here. I just don't see how you maintain your Western relationships unless you are in the West. Like if you're Central and South America, of course. If you're Canada, if you're Europe, if you're UK, yeah. Um, well, you're controlled already by the banks. The banks own you. Like they've fully vassalized those countries. Um, but I just don't see how you yeah um unless I'm miscalculating US's position. So sadly, it's not sad really, but I think Israel and America are a package. So I don't see how Israel can crash America and then dominate. Doesn't make any sense to me.
Yeah, yeah. There's not really like I don't think that'll be the outcome, but I think Israel. Well, and by the way, I don't think Israel necessarily intends to crash America, but I do think Israel sees the writing on a wall on the wall as it pertains to America's short-term ability for hard power or overt imperialist control. I think America's imperialism capabilities are like really. I mean, if this war is telling us anything, it is that their imperialist capabilities are swiftly declining, and they're going to have to kind of focus their attention on other ways of maintaining the power that it has. Most likely it will be domestically, kind of like in the Weimar period of Germany, in which they had really no ability to continue like to try to fight wars or per
I
se or
feel
even
I
yeah,
feel
but
like a big chunk of it was an optical illusion anyway. Like we've seen American military action in Afghanistan, in Iraq, in all these different things. Um, I think the big thing was the money printer and world reserve currency and a psychological belief that if you just spend that much, that you just don't mess. So I think a lot of it was just psychological. And now, what's happened? we've had Russia win in Ukraine. We've had the Gazans not get ethnically cleansed. We've had China win the trade war. And now it looks like um, Iran could decimate Israel if it wanted to. I mean, don't you think the entire world's going to look at that and say, what were we scared of in the first place?
Yeah, that's why this is so important. That's exactly why this war is so critical for that reason. It is, and it might still be. It is. If you were the military industrial complex, it is truly like imperative that you show and assert your military might, your ability um to impose yourself upon Iran. Like
Well,
from that
what I would
perspective,
do
it's
if I
existentially
was
important.
if what I would do if I was the US MiC is I'd align with transnational capital, and I'd work with transnational capital to um, engage in military contracts all around the world and prepare for a multipolar world. So I'd start doing exactly what I think the financial institutions are doing and what BlackRock's doing. Hedge away from America, and and be able to utilize your military to be useful to a multipolar world rather
But
than be
in their
useful for
purview, oh sorry,
America.
in their purview, that's like giving up. I think that's what that boils down to.
It's
Is
not though.
that
It's not though,
yeah.
because transnational capital just does. It's not patriotic. There's no. It's not like China where you have a CCP. It's just companies that are global in nature. They don't. Apple doesn't give a shit if they build iPhones in China, and then China's able to build a whole supply chain around like Apple's infrastructure and create Huawei. They don't care about that. They just care about it's not patriotic at all. It's
But
global in nature. That's why globalism happened in the first place, because they weren't like, oh, I'm patriotic to America. Let's employ American people. No, they said, let's build this shit in China, get Americans deep in debt, and sell them all products. And then once they're completely maxed out on the credit card, find a global market and go where the consumers are. All right, why don't we let Africa rise and maybe they'll buy all our phones? Why don't we let Iran rise and remove sanctions and then maybe they'll buy all our phones? That's what I think transnational, global, multinational institutions are doing. I don't think they're patriotic.
that is where some and that's where some may beg to differ, only because of the roots of okay, you're saying the financial international coalition, and I can see where you're coming from with that. But then in this case, the military industrial complex, some may say that the driving forces of that um, have leanings in I guess you can say Christian Zionism and more of the hardcore sects of Judaism, and obviously influence from um, specific subgroups of that, like Chabad and like a few a few others that are directly influencing the likes of Trump and a few other individuals across the world in order to do their bidding, and have been for decades, really since it got off the ground around Eisenhower, I think it was, who announced it in the first place, or who warned of it in the first place. What do you say to that?
Yeah, and
As far as
I do think they still have power and they're still legacy thinkers, and there are a bunch of evangelical Christian boomers. There are the Zionist like version of Israel and the Greater Israel Project. Um, but I feel like they're being regime changed, and there's a resistance against the regime change. I feel like Tucker Carlson, Candace Owen, all of these things were a regime change project from a faction of power, and then obviously they're using their media control in order to resist against it. Um, I feel like even exposing the Gaza genocide, which was, you know,
it was either 100% organic, or it was allowed to penetrate to a greater degree in order to, from another faction of power that wanted to show it. That was either completely bottom up, which it could be, or it also had some top down assistance to penetrate. And what else have we seen? Like, just Israel's been turned into a complete pariah state, in the mind. And what about the Epstein files? I personally believe that financial institutions and Jamie Dimons and JP Morgans, why they're the ones that were doing all the laundering. They're not going to prison. The lobby class were the one, like, but only Lex Wexner gets thrown under the bus, and the ones that are kind of like